Hello everyone. We're about to get started once again on my stream and on the Onamaro channel. We're going to be casting the Latin American qualifier. We'll start with Degao versus Monos. And we're going to do what we can to get everything covered, but we have lots of simultaneous sets again. And 2 rounds to cover. So welcome in everyone. I'll have the chats combined in a moment. And we're going to get started with the draft with Satan being our first map. Mono's picking Valle de Silva and Pantanal as his home maps. Degao, a bit more water focused. Mata Pascual and Amazonia as his maps. And different priorities for the Civ picks at the start. Italians for Degao and Mongols for Monos during the parallel picks. Shu also, we might be seeing war chariots from Degao. Fast Castle war chariots has been a very popular strat. And quite a successful one too. Shu Britons on Valle de Silva has given us a few good matchups. We saw that Sebastian Yo and also Lewis Dark. Can really challenge your Miguel micro. I always love to see a Goths pick, too. But look at Degao's draft. Huns, Maya, Goths. I'm glad we've gotten to see some of the Age of Kings Civ drafted a few times. We've even seen Teutons be used. Hello, Suizabolka. And alright, looks like the guy was hosting. Glad the two of them were able to get started right away. So yeah, Vamos Manos in the Onamaru chat on YouTube. Hello everyone, welcome in. I'm gonna do my best to keep my eye on the YouTube chat too. Apologies if I missed something though. Wait, I do have 4 chats open. AOI music is great. Yes, it is. So is the AOE1 music. So Dagao, right now he is the number 3 seed in the qualifier. Heart number 1, Nikov number 2. And also certainly the highest Onamaru player in this qualifier. Miguel's also there. We have the quite ambitious task of trying to get a 16-player qualifier done in 2 days. We'll, on the YouTube, move to Twitch to delay the comment. Yeah, there might be a slight difference in delay between YouTube and Twitch. Twitch is usually a tiny bit faster, and YouTube usually a tiny bit higher quality. As far as bitrate and stuff is concerned. And there we are, now the chats are combined. How has my internet been holding up for the multi-stream? I had, I think just one drop, which weirdly enough was only on one of the 4 streams throughout this entire weekend, so it's been holding up remarkably well. Yeah, chats together stronger together. Hopefully one day we'll be able to combine YouTube with the Twitch chats too. That's a dream. Also, hello, Lobo, on the Onamaru YouTube chat. Welcome, everyone. I got 1,936 followers for the Onamaru channel. Closing in very much on that 2K. Alright, Dogal's in a lobby. Just waiting for monos. Pretty sure Stream Elements Pro lets you go one stream and pushes out to whatever platform you want, less tax on your internet. Yep, but then you have to pay for a pro streaming service. There are other things like Restream that let you do that too. But if your internet holds it, or it sustains it, then there's really no reason to do that. Because right now I'm not encoding different streams. I'm just doing one encoding and sending it everywhere. There are many different ways to do multi-streams. So still waiting for monos. See Degao in the lobby. Okay, I see them both in the voice channel. Looks like they're good to go. Oh, there's monos. Perfect. So in terms of colors, I think I'll keep monos in blue and Degao in green for this set. So right now, about 300 elo points difference between them. 27.15 for Degao, 24.25 for monos. And there they go. Game 1 on Satan starting in just over a minute. Morning, Daniel. Has there been a match yet on Monte Pasquale where they both TC'd the middle? Yes, there is. Yes, there is. I've seen there have been one or two. I think in one of Capace's sets, both players went to the middle. Definitely the rarest of the openings. And civs will be two of the strong civs for this map. Mongols for monos, Maya for Degao. Scouts can be an extremely strong option if you play them well. And obviously the Maya won't have that, but they have a tremendous men-at-arms opening. And a wonderful eco for the map. Hello, Noob Netrum. And let's go. And Dagao, he did pick red, but I'm so used to seeing Dagao in green. I'm going to put him in green, and it matches the flag better. So we'll have Monos as the blue Mongols to the north, Dagao as the green Maya to the south. And welcome into our first match of the Latin American qualifier. We have a 16-player bracket. And the top number one, or the winner of the 16-player single elimination event will be our final qualifier for the main event. And oh, Dagao, he's trying to get to the main event extra fast. He's sending the Eagle forward. Sending the Eagle forward to get a hit on the Scout while it's pushing the Reyes. The Reyes are the deer reskins. Monte Pascual is one of your favorite maps from the qualifier, together with Costa Arena and the one with the connecting stone path, the one with Valle de Selva, or Jungle Valley. I have enjoyed all of those maps. A few tweaks I want to make to some of the maps before the LAN event, but I think we have a really fun map pool. So Eagle here, just trying to stop Monos from pushing the deer. The Mongols, with such their great hunt bonus, will really want to get those in, so Dagao can be disruptive. He can simply take his javelinas. With longer lasting resources, he could even maybe consider coming back later with the Eagle to push in his deer, or even just long distance taking them at some point. Still probably be worth it for him. And he's been disruptive enough that Monos maybe a bit of struggle to lure in his boar. Ooh, and goes around the house, so the javelina push. Javelina push from Monos, not quite as clean as he'd like it to be. And I'll have to get it in, and it has a bit of idle time under the TC. So right now that Eagle from Dagao causing a bit of pressure to Monos. And it's refreshing to me to see players who are 2K4 still have occasional issues with their Dark Age. I mean, it makes me feel better about my Dark Ages. But here's a loom for Dagao, and that's what, no drush, but simply the forward Eagle can do to even a civ as good in the Dark Age as the Mongols. So standard 19 pop up, or actually 20 pop, so 20 pop, no loom. Bit of a stronger eco than 19 with loom with the extra vil. But Dagao will do loom. Skipped loom at the start with the 9 vil start as the Maya, you can do that. And we'll shoot the Rhea. We'll have a few militia popping out of the barracks too. So we'll head over to the mining camp. There's a palisade, a pair of palisades from Dagao. And this Vil from Monos will be forward. 3 militia popping from the barracks, and it will be a men-at-arms opening from Monos. Only 3. These days we see players go for 4 with arson quite often. And it'll be 3 versus 3, but Dagao immediately spots the Vil, and uphill against a loomless Vil gets a few nice hits. The only downside is he doesn't have the Eagle nearby, and now with Monos up to feudal, Monos might just fight this with the Scout and the Militia. So there's Loom, there's Double Pit Axe, and the forward archery range will end up down in this sunken pit on the cracked terrain. Does mean Dagao might even be able to clear it with Men-at-Arms and Arson at some point, but probably doesn't want to spend time to do that in the feudal age. This map is frustrating, Arabia. Certainly frustrating, and Mono's quick walling the Vil just barely manages to save it. So that archery range will go up, and Dagao loses the Drush. So this has not been very clean for Monos, so I thought that Eagle was going to stab the Vil for a second. But he will successfully do the range, and Dagao has to run the Eagle. Meanwhile, what's over here? That's a mill. The berries on the minimap made me think of the green player color for a second. Why did no one tell Monos that Loom makes his Vils harder to kill? Let's see, 4 militias here for Monos. And I like that. He sees he's clean to the drush, adds the man-at-arms upgrade. And on this map, when it's so hard to wall, man-at-arms can pressure you. Forward pineapples from Degao. Those are the berry reskin. Has a nice back woodline and gold that he can wall together. But the pineapples are forward. And blacksmith there for Degao.
Shot it.
And archers will snipe off men-at-arms. And fletching on the way for Degao. So he's just going to camp by the TC for the moment. Try to get some farms up. And do what he can to keep Phil's working on berries for food as he can. Monos with nice production, getting a skirm mixed in too among all of his archers and men-at-arms to fend off Degao's archers. And Degao will be still scouting with his eagle. But certainly down in numbers now to Monos with that loss on the drush. So he tried to pick the forward Vil, didn't quite get it. He saw a loomless Vil and jumped with the militia, but without his eagle mixed in, didn't have the forces actually to take it down. And fletching for Monos. So something that would have been an absolute disaster for Monos if Degao had his eagle there. But he ran back to push in the Reyes, I believe, yeah. And then wasn't in position with the militia. Or might have been scouting somewhere. Wherever he was, he just wasn't with the militia. And now Archer's able to dance a bit and try to fight the men-at-arms. Go around the top of the hill and try to fight down on the skirms. With the hill bonus, skirms do not have armor. So Degao could even think about taking that fight. But he'll try to bring the eagle over to save the archers, and now I hit Monos' berries in turn. Slightly more res collected for Monos, but as the archers come in, he's already down by a Vil to the Maya, and will lose another one, as the Vils try to flee, and will be idle, leaving the berries out there. Men-at-arms pushing the skirms in the south. Very messy game so far. And Degao might have to pull his Vils to fight, but the men-at-arms are fairly weak, so he can. And Rigumi, thank you so much for the sub.
Blood will lead us to ruin. Perhaps he should not return from his boar hunt. Accidents can happen.
Thank you very much. And now Degao's archers will skirt around the outside of the map, potentially run into a jaguar. And as that jaguar would indeed tell you, accidents can happen. And now he's being trapped by the skirms. Nice movement from Monos to head off Degao. And the skirms now will kill the archers, but then have to fight the eagles. As in the middle, there is some micro going on with skirms from both players. Degao trying to clear the men-at-arms and go for double ranges. So true range skirmishers, very active with feudal age army. And will stay feudal for a while then, on this map. So open, everything so exposed. As eagles push the skirms. And right now Mono's on pure skirm, lost all the other archers and other units he had, so pure skirm. And market for him. One range skirms from a forward range can make it kind of awkward to defend. He would have a good tower by the wood line if he could construct one. And an archer range up for him. Skirms kill archers. And nice clear up from Monos. Only one very low HP skirm now. A couple of eagles surrounding it, but shouldn't be able to kill too many Vils unless they're already very hurt. Question for Monos is, does he actually have to react like this when he has his own skirms there? Might be maybe an overreaction to pull that many Vils. And both players clicking up at just about the same time. Monos is the Mongols can add a stable if he wants to. Looks like he might lose a Vil. Can't quite get the quick wall. And stops running. Oh, almost saved her. If she had kept running and done a quick wall, she'd be alive. Had been moving Vils out to fight and chased away. And now we check for other buildings. Does he add a stable? So far, just one range. Degao up to 3 ranges. So Degao gonna go 3 range crossbows. With Monos being so open and try to keep the pressure up. Yeah, that's true. Degao didn't sell the stone. Monos needed the market to sell 200 stone. So cleaner build from Degao as he's harassing gold.
Shot it. Ashike. Shot it. Ashike. Tabish. Shot it. Tabish.
And that'll be padded archer armor 2 for Degao.
Ashike. Tabish. Shot it. Ashike. Shot it. Ashike. Tabish. Ashike. Shot it.
Skirm's going back and forth, and the Eagles come in to fight Vils. Vils still able to fight off the Feudal Age Eagles, but that's going to be some more idle time for Monos. And if Degao's on 3 ranges, he will have a lot of crossbows. That basically means Monos can't do Step Lancers as an opening. At this point, with how little, or just how little armor they'd have against the archers, he'll have 2 ranges, and probably has to go Skirm if he sees it's 3 range crossbows. We'll check his scouting again. He's only seen 1 of the ranges. There are 3 there. And he'll go for a forward workshop. So it makes sense to go for a workshop then if he knows it's going to be pure crossbow. I don't know if that'll be enough though, and we'll see if he goes Scorpions or with Mangonels. It'll be crossbow for him, so he'll try to pump out his own crossbowmen. But Mongols versus Maya going crossbowmen. I fear that I favor the Maya quite a bit. Well, if he can get Siege added in, long run they'd have the better Siege, but yeah, he's taking too much damage from Degao. Very clean pressure from Degao. And he'll win game number 1. The Maya, again, being a pretty strong civ for the map. It's nice to see the Maya picked. Even if it's not plumed archers like I'd like to see from back in the day, it's still clean eco, good men-at-arms pressure, probably a stronger civ now with the men-at-arms buffs. And straight into crossbowmen. Yeah, and Degao, well, it was a bit tricky for him losing the Drush mostly without killing the Vil, but managed to recover. Managed to keep his economy running. That's a win on Satan for Degao. And that was Mongols were Monos' first pick, and being able to take Maya so low in the draft and still have a good civ for the map was great for Degao. Yeah, mixing in the Eagles versus full Skirm helped out quite a bit. And that's tricky because you want to go full Skirm sometimes against the Maya. And it kind of made sense from Monos' point of view that he has the men-at-arms still alive, back them up with Skirms to deal with the archers. But it can still be awkward to take fights there, because Skirms don't do that much damage to villagers like archers would. And if Degao's able to camp the TC and prevent the men-at-arms from doing damage, then he can keep the eco safe. Had to abandon the berries a couple of times, but always managed to have enough farms to keep his eco running. So it's interesting to me to see, like, such high-level players can still have little things they struggle with, like that boar lore from Monos. Looks like Pantanal will be the next map. And it'll be Huns Portuguese. Oh my gosh, these TC locations. They put their TCs right next to each other. So, welcome into game number 2. Degao up 1-0. Degao is our number 3 seed overall. And our top Onimaru player left in the qualifiers. We'll have both players doing their TC next to each other on the same island. Portuguese for Monos, Huns for Degao. And Miguel will have that hunted horse, not just for picking up capybaras, but also for laming. Look at the blonde hair on that horse. It's beautiful. Mono is trying to bring the javelina in. I'll have to deal with the horse, though. I always felt like the horse should have a weakness to villagers. That vills could maybe have a huge bonus attack against it, so it can't do this type of laming. Where exactly they start? This is a nomad map, Daniel. This is a nomad map, so they get to build their TCs. The vills are scattered in 3 groups of 3. There are 2 groups in the middle, and then there's 1 group from each player in the middle, and then another 2 groups from each player around the outside. So still fits the 9 start theme. And now Miguel, gonna lure in that javelina he blocked. Oh, what a lamer. What a lamer. By using the horse to block and luring it in. So for the 9 start on Nomad, we don't have any rules about vill fighting or laming, like 3 start Nomad does, usually for the first 3 minutes. The only rule is we can't have or if we have TCs in range of each other, then we have an admin re, so we don't start the game off with a TC war. I gotta say, that is an absolutely beautiful horse. Not that I'm much of a judge of horses, but I'd honestly, I gotta start playing Huns more on Nomad, just so I can get a horse like that. I guess it's probably randomized too. They probably get different horse graphics. It makes sense, so the middle group of villagers spawn on different islands. I like the randomness, that they can go to the same island or go to different islands. I think having a Nomad map with different options is kind of the point of Nomad. We've also seen, rarely though, but some outside TCs. Usually players go to the middle, but I like that we've seen a couple of players attempting the outside. Again, that's just options for Nomad are great. So you gotta be careful walking across the shallows. Can't quick wall, of course, on the shallows. Yeah, Javelina's still taking Fumanos. Despite the early lame, he saved the Vill. He'll keep the TC running. And slight idle time of 1 Vill from Manos. Maybe that's what the lame calls if he didn't have enough food under the TC. But he does have Loom. No Loom yet for Dagao. He's adding a barracks, and Dagao is going to be aggressive and feudal. Good thing is, for Manos, it's close enough he can almost see it. But it's actually nice. 1 tile outside of his line of sight. There's a 1 tile gap. And Dagao's up to feudal. And will Manos be aware of this? He's trying to do a lumber camp in the middle. Hello, bruh? And oh, there goes the horse. There goes the horse. Alright, into the TC. Well, Dagao knows where Manos is now, of course. And he's probably just hoping that Manos doesn't see the barracks. How much line of sight would that lumber camp have? Oh, not enough to see the barracks. Now it's even closer. Oh, no, Manos. Well, Dagao's feudal. Here's double bit axe. And there is an archery range, again, just outside Manos' line of sight. Maybe the lumberjacks chop a tree and see it. Oh, they are so close, they're so close. And he still doesn't see it. Oh, Manos. He'd better hope Nilly messes up the pathfinding so the Bills walk over here. Oh, there he goes. He sees the barracks at least. He sees the barracks. He sees the barracks. Yeah, almost perfectly calculated from Dagao. That 1 lumberjack, thankfully, decided to go chop that faraway tree, and he saw the barracks. So now we have here 7 capybaras more for Dagao, and another 6 for Manos. So both of them doing a good job to pick them up. Dagao with the spear even now. Lost the horse, so needs the spear to scout. A lot of the times players leave a group of villagers on the outside where there is more hunt, and where there is stone, and Manos will be taking stone. So Manos, if he wants the castle drop, he has enough stone for it in the feudal age. We'll need to find a way to go to the castle age, of course.
Başarsanız kim o? Başarsanız
And Mono's up to feudal. And we'll have Loom for Degao. 26 seconds idle TC. Well, it's one vil, right? It's one vil on a nomad map. And that could even be the difference of doing a TC faster or slightly slower due to walking distance.
Beijing.
So we hope it's not that big of a difference.
Kim o?
Archer pushes the vils away.
Hola. Quais os vossos
Beijing.
Esto pronto.
Başarsanız
Oh, Archer under the TC fire goes down. Nice pick off from Monos. And he is just about to go up. His market's on the outside. Degao will see this. And if Monos is lucky, he'll spot the archers. One of those moments where, personally, I always like doing town watch on Nomad. And Monos should be able to wall this up. The archers don't have fletching. There are only 2 of them. So the village should have enough HP to do some walls. He'll need another couple of tiles, but Degao not going to get to the wood line. And Monos does have enough stone he can go up comfortably. And still drop the castle. Now, what he won't be able to do because of the archers is drop the castle directly on Degao's face. But he should still be able to make it. Not enough archers completely to deny a castle. We've seen Phosphoro place castles in worse situations before.
Esto pronto. Hola.
kim o? Başarsanız
Esto pronto.
And double bit axe castle aid for Monos.
Beijing. Kim o? Başarsanız kim o?
All the vills build, and that one can go up on the TC. Yeah, Phosphor in the chat, he's saying this is an easy castle.
Beijing.
Yeah, I guess, is there a... What's the gap here? Is there a 4-tile gap there? I guess you probably have to do it on this side where there's more room. Yeah, Blacksmith went so close to the TC, it's actually kind of blocking a castle spot. Where over here, I think, would be much nicer, because then you basically get 3 wood lines and the gold protected by it. I mean, for organ guns, you don't actually need blacksmith upgrades, right? You could delete the blacksmith and put it there, but he'll go over on this side. The only thing I don't really like is it doesn't protect much because you just have the river over here. Oh, can go up onto Gao's TC. Okay, Phosphor's saying. Phosphor's saying this is a chicken castle, go forward with it. That'll go up, and now it'll be organ guns, but Degao already going for the workshop in the mangonels. This is where if you're the Portuguese, organ guns can't fight mangonels. And usually in this situation, I do like redemption monks. But it's hard to get there when your eco's so low, everything had to just do the castle, and now you're spending wood on organ guns. So over here, a few crossbows from Degao, knows that Mono still has vills in this quarter, and we'll try to pick them off.
Esto pronto.
So they'll go down. 3 vil kills. And 31 to 24 eco. There's a workshop for Monos. So he's actually going to go for a siege of his own to try to dance with the mangonels of Degao. And Cav Archers, well, wasted Cav Archer for Degao goes down right away to the organ gun. Organs are slightly faster than the mangonel, so it can run away. Hello, Arbase. Hello, hello. Hopefully the scheduling is working. So crossbows hitting the organ gun.
Beijing.
Hola. Esto pronto.
And I look in the admin channel real quick. And Mangonel goes down. So another lumber camp here.
Hola.
And lots of weak vills for Monos.
sans. Timo.
Oh, they're all very weak. And Degao, he doesn't have ballistics. So Manos is going to try to run. He's going to get the crossbows to go into the organ gun at least. Well, he'll lose 3 vills, but kill quite a few crossbows. Mangonel still will chase each other and dance on the other island. Degao, 2,000 res collected ahead. No more Mangonel production for Manos. Hard for him to afford at this point. And Degao, having run all the vills to the outside, should soon be able to do another TC. It's 20 vills to 37. Degao, with vill kills everywhere with a few crossbows. 8 vill kills in total. And up finally, there is an eco kill with that Mangonel for Manos. Degao can't really get... Oh my gosh, and more vills going down. Well, that evens the vill lead a bit. Also some good Mangonel shots on weak vills. Always monks plus organs. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Redemption monks also would put pressure on the buildings. Not the TC, but these buildings in a way that he could convert them. Now, he will ram, but the ram might not be that effective against the Mangonel defense behind it. And that Mangonel dodges. Mangonel down for Degao. So Degao at least taking some losses. And up, another vill goes down. Hard to chase the Mangonel with vills once the Cav Archers come out. Yeah, a lot of juicy buildings to be converted. I always feel that the thing about Mangonel Wars is there's a bit of luck involved. In some games, you're gonna win the Mangonel trades, and sometimes you won't. And of course, you can get better and better at Mangonel micros, but if you're equally skilled players, well, someone's gonna land a shot or two, and then it'll just kind of snowball. And even if your micro is better, and you might say, "Hey, I trust myself that I'll win this maybe 70% of the time," there's still a good factor of chance involved that one shot happens one way or another, and stuff like that where you're 4 HP off of clearing a Mangonel, but you still lose yours. And then the ram can't be repaired. These vills are almost in position, and things snowball. Happens both with the attacker and the defender too, though. And despite the randomness of monks, I always feel that monks are a bit more consistent of a strategy. Maybe some players would disagree with that, though. Maybe players think monks are more random. Well, if you're the lower seed, too, maybe randomness is a thing you want to generate, though, and you're hoping, hey, if I win this Mangonel war, which sometimes I will, that gives me a good chance of winning anyway. Like, that was a great shot on the Cav Archers. And Degao just now trying for another TC. That ram is so low it won't be able to push the TC.
Ao seu dispor.
And now Cav Archer's finding a Mangonel in the middle of nowhere. Manos has only 16 vills. So he would need to do a lot of damage really quickly somehow to win the game. And even if he were to destroy this TC and all those vills right now, Degao still has a great eco on the outside, even if he wouldn't have immediate gold access. Now 41 to 16 vills. And Mangonel shot here. Degao notices and pulls back. And the Mangonels go down. And Monastery for Degao. The Huns don't have the best monks. Would be able to heal the Cav Archers at least. As the Mangonel push now continues for Manos. And the ram still useful against the ranges, but hasn't actually destroyed the range. And he'll call the GG. So Degao up 2-0. Not too surprising to see a lead from Degao here, but interesting organ gun push. Not quite the cleanest build, disrupted a bit by Degao and his military graph going archers and feudal. Didn't have a castle on Degao's face. And economy-wise, since Degao stayed feudal, started to collect more resources early on, then had enough that he wasn't disrupted. He could go for the Mangonel defense. And as long as he's trading evenly with monos, over time his eco carries him. So, GG. And Degal, 1 game away from advancing. As we'll check off Pantanal there. A win for Degal. And the Hun's pretty high in his draft too. Same with the Portuguese for monos. And let's see what's next. If they have a map picked, it will be Valle de Selva. Burmese Aztecs. Oh boy, get ready for monks. Get ready for monks. Alright, so here we go. We'll have Degal as the green Aztecs to the northwest, Monos as the blue Burmese to the southeast. And oh boy, we're gonna have a monk war on our hands. I mean, I guess both of them are good militia saves. We could see some type of Drush or Men-at-Arms. But after that Aztecs-Romans game we saw the other day, I'm ready for monks. Yeah, welcome to the circus. Welcome to the circus. Let me keep an eye on all the chats. Alright. Try to stay up to date everywhere. So, map for Degal. One of his golds is back. For Monos, one is to the side, the other's a bit forward. So both players kind of with a forward gold and a side gold. Maybe a couple tiles of an advantage for Degal. But we'll look for Monos to wall around this gold. And he's going to do a lumber camp far to the back. By the looks of it, no player going for an early drush just yet. Monos prioritizing the deer a bit more. Aztecs will have a good farming eco. They'll carry more with their vills. How much that actually helps them if they're simply mining gold from a mining camper tile away? Probably not all that much. And this might be a map where no one farms and players just YOLO all the gold they have for monks. Did we miss the start? No, we've been here the whole time. Capybara still scouting. This map has lots of those neutral capybaras you want to go out and scout. Both players starting to find them. And with all those capybaras, you can delay your farms, skip your farms. We might have fast-forwarded through the first minute or so as I was joining the game. Sometimes the players launch immediately after the previous game ends. And I talk about the stats for a moment. I might miss the first 30 seconds, but... You hate the political capybaras? You like the neutral ones? You like the neutral ones like these out here? So Degal will be up, dropping off the food, and checking out his build. 21 vills and an eagle. So this definitely feels like a fast castle timing. He did do loom. Mono's queuing a couple more vills. Aztecs do start with plus 50 gold. Burmese will get the free eco upgrades at their lumber camp, so the free wood upgrades. Rather nice when you're going for the monk rush, since you don't need to spend resources on the wood upgrade, and you just focus on the gold upgrade. And you're probably never doing horse collar. So he'll do gold mining on his way up to the castle age, assuming this is a fast castle, which it looks like it will be on 24 vills. Degal gonna be up much faster, though. On the 21 vills. On a map like Arena with standard resources, I feel 23 pop is kind of the sweet spot between you go up fast, and any faster than that, you don't really have the resources you need. But Dagao able to sneak out essentially the same timing, but with Loom. That's 21 Vils, but with Loom. And with all the extra capybaras, he should be able to delay his farms. Mono's a bit later, going pretty heavily on gold, so it looks like this will be a monk rush from him too. So no Dark Age aggression, which we have seen lots of games with men-at-arms, or drushes, or towers. Both players content to wall themselves up, and I imagine this is simply, with the Market and Blacksmith from Dagao, Fast Castle Monks, trying to grab as many capybaras as he can. How many capybaras have been put on the map? Mono's still scouting, he missed some of them. And is the Eagle Scout a big enough advantage for its extra line of sight in the Dark Age that it simply lets him collect more capybaras? We also saw Monos prioritizing taking the deer in the middle, and I always feel going to take the deer, even if you're not pushing all of them, does mean you're slowing down your scout and you're not collecting as much not collecting as much food from the neutral capybaras, as Dagao has 16 of them still, and an extra goose under the TC. But Blacksmith Market for Monos, as long as Monos can click Castle, it won't make much of a difference, but he'll probably have to sell stone and buy food. Dagao, with this build, Dagao absolutely has to sell stone and buy food to go up this quickly. Monos might have avoided that if he had had just a couple more capybaras, but no more food under the TC. With the Feudal Age Scout, he can try to hunt down the Eagle, and this will be important for him to block the Eagle properly and not let it get back, because if he kills the Eagle off fully, the Eagle won't be there for the Monk War. The Eagle down to 20 hit points, and Mono's constantly trying to stay in front to block it. 10 HP left, he needs one more hit and gets the Eagle. That is huge for him. And then running into the TC is bad, and there is a barracks for Dagao. So Dagao, if he's anticipating monks, one option for the Aztecs: skip the monks and just go Eagles. Just like Scouts, Eagles resist conversion. But losing the initial Eagles certainly hurts. And Eagles themselves a bit easier to add in than Scouts. Maybe this map with capybaras, with this many, Scouts could be viable. But they are not countered by the cheap spears like Scouts are. And they cost mainly gold, so you don't need as many farms. And at this point, gold is a bit easier to collect versus collecting wood, putting it into farms, spacing the farms around your base, or even just taking the papaya trees. Gold's faster. He didn't do gold shaft mine, or didn't do gold mining. Mono's did. So Mono's investing into the gold upgrade on his way up. And Dagao now with a barracks and a monastery, adding in an eagle. And the question now for Monos is, will he scout the barracks in the back? Will he scout the eagles? Because if he goes pure monks and eagles rush in that he's not expecting, they might be able to kill monks. And Monos is deciding, I'm going to go into the base to see what Dagao is doing. And he will see the barracks, so he knows the barracks is there. Basically sacrificing the scout just to check for the barracks, and he sees it. So at the front, a few Vils will have to fight the eagles, but these are Castle Age eagles. And scouting the barracks, but maybe not in time to save the Vil. He will, however, almost kill an eagle. Almost killing eagles, though, isn't good when you're against Aztecs, and they'll simply heal up. But now, off of the papaya trees, and on to triple monastery monks. This is the type of game I like to see. Triple monastery monks. But the Aztecs are adding in eagles. Years ago, on the Voobly days, when I would play Aztec mirrors on Arena, I always felt that the barracks was better than the monastery. And you just spam eagles. 4 monastery monks for Monos. The 4th monastery. Let's go. Let's go. 4 of them. So the Burmese, why are they monk rushing? Because their monastery attacks minus 50%. The one downside they would have against the Aztecs, no heresy for the Burmese. The Aztecs do have all of the monk upgrades. So if it gets to a huge monk versus monk fight, heresy so that your units die instead of being converted can essentially end the monk push. But this is the clownage we came for. 4 monasteries. Players probably wouldn't want Arena in the map pool, so I had to secretly create a new map that looks nothing like Arena, so they don't expect it's actually a monk rush map. Let's pretend that was my plan all along. So we have a brief pause. Pause by Manos. Manos does have to be careful if he wants to mine that gold. Monk over here from Degao, who's done a good job of scouting and sees that Manos is out here. So recognizing Manos probably needed more gold for his monks, Degao will send eagles over here and immediately be there to convert with the monk. So the big difference from Arena is that you don't have as much safe gold, and Manos trying preemptively to run over here for gold will be picked off by Degao, call out of position, and conversions come in on the Vills. He'll need his own monks over here. And maybe he could have walled the base a bit differently. This house maybe could have been out here, gone around the gold, done a mining camp on the inside. Now he's going to do a mining camp. He's not going to delete houses, he'll just be out here. And that could have been the mining camp location for him at the start to get more monks out. So it's a few subtly different positionings in the buildings and he'd be okay. But against that many eagles, if they're devoted, I don't think the monks are going to hold up. They're doing atonement. But more than that, let's see, Sanctity and Fervor both in. Now these are Aztec never mind, those are the Burmese monks. Degao's the Aztecs. I saw all the upgrades and thought, is he Aztecs for a moment? Nope, it's Degao's the Aztecs. Well, there's 1-2 conversions on Vills. Third Vill who is forward. Degao trying to convert a Vill back. Conversions on Vills, attempting to do the gate, but the rock terrain is there. How many conversions will come in? Sanctity is on the monks. The eagles are devoted. Here's one conversion. And a second conversion. Eagles perhaps even stronger than they were in the past because of devotion against monks. And all those monks just died. All those eagles with devotion are OP. Will any conversions succeed? Lots of resistance, they have time to snipe monks. There's a second conversion. But so far so good for Degao, that's a 15-2 KD. Only like 2 or 3 conversions for Manos. And a couple of eagles running into the TC. But low HP eagles, not the biggest problem for Degao if he has enough monks where he can heal them. And looking at his monk upgrades, it is Devotion and now Fervor for the faster monks. I like how that gate is just standing in the middle of the map. A couple of eagles converted back. Monk goes down to the eagle there. And there's a GG from Manos. And that'll be 3-0 for Degao. So good set for him over Manos. We got to see a monk war. But the eagles were the answer for him. Let's check out the score. 18-3 KD. 7-6 conversions. So everything Manos converted, Degao felt like he was able to convert it back. And no devotion for Manos. So Eagle Warriors, the counter to monks. Looks like that's true. Maybe there's an option for Manos instead of going for monastery monks. You go maybe 2 monasteries in a workshop and try to get some scorpions out. So the Viper, thank you for the raid on Onimaru's channel. I just finished casting Degao Manos with Degao taking a 3-0 lead. Eco is pretty much the same, but devoted Aztec Eagle Warriors winning against the monks. We did have a wonderful quadruple monastery monk push, but essentially countered by devotion Eagle Warriors. So, chat, if you like the Viper and you are a devoted fan, go give a follow also to the Onimaru Twitch channel, who are organizing this event. The Viper will be there. He'll be in Brazil. Didn't meet enough people at London, so he's got to meet people in Brazil too. And that then will be Aztecs at the very end of the draft, with their monks winning over the Burmese. Come to Brazil, Viper. He's qualified already. He's qualified. So this is a best of... Or this is a 16-player single elimination bracket for the final qualifying spot. It is a regional qualifier for Latin American players. And let's check out what else is happening. We have Lucho versus Miguel starting just now. So let's maybe head over into that. I'll grab the drafts after the game, and we'll just start this. I'll be on Lençóis Maranhenses. Let's see, it'll be Burgundians against Britons. And I'll do the same thing. I'll keep Miguel in green, because I usually see him play as green, and that makes sense to me. And let me also update the stream title, too. So Miguel, another member of Onimaru still, as they're just collecting all of the players everywhere. And had been a teammate of Degao for forever, pretty much. We'll have a forward dock from Lucho, another forward dock from Miguel. And some houses going up for Miguel. And yes, indeed, thanks for the raid, Mr. Sneck. We're also going to have later this summer some updates to the Rage Forest map using some of the new map scripting tools and whatnot that have been added to DE recently.
Bonjour. Vos orders?
So I'm sure Viper and everyone who plays Rage Forest should be keeping an eye out for that too, because it's going to be pretty nice.
Vos orders?
We'll have a Vil heading over here to the woodline, so pretty much the same thing we've come to expect is basically the meta on this map. One Vil forward for the dock, wall up to the TC from the woodline, and do a lumber camp on the woodline. Miguel, a bit more to wall in the back. Always got to make sure you scout the entire woodline and ensure you don't have any holes in it. Britain's on the map because of all the extra goats.
Greeting?
All the extra goats we have on the map will be great for the herdable bonus that the Britons collect from them faster. Miguel will be trying to head off Lucho and collect some of those goats, bring them back to his own TC.
Yay?
And we'll have Loom for Lucho, Feudal Age on the way for Miguel. I thought part of the meta is the suicide of villain to the opponent TC. Honestly, part of me was hoping Dark would have won that set against Lewis the other day, just so that I could have asked him in the interview what he was doing with that villager. Because yesterday Dark basically sent a villager from the TC straight into Lewis's TC and lost it. No loom, no anything, just lost the Vil. My only thought is maybe he got confused by the starting location and thought the coastline was in a different direction. We did get to ask Sebastian about deleting his docks the other day. Apparently he has select all docks on 4 and delete all on F4, and accidentally pressed them both in quick succession. How many maps will be in the main event? All 11 that we have in the qualifier, and then at least 2 more maps that I will create in the future. What they will be, I don't know yet. I haven't created them. Are those a secret, or can you share? They are a secret even to me. I will evaluate how the map pool has done after the qualifiers are over. Determine what new things can be added that aren't simple repeats of the existing settings. And go from there. So safe gold for Miguel. Pretty safe gold for Lucho too. When we have info about tickets, I don't know that. I believe Nego Drama is still working on that on the Onimaru side. I'm hoping they have updates soon, but unfortunately I don't have any more information than that. So fishing ships inside the dock for Lucho. Miguel is up first and will be going for the fire galley push. Most effective ships at getting underneath docks and doing damage to them. At home, it's a barracks for Lucho. And I do wonder with 27 Vils if he might be trying to fast castle. And that then comes down to whether or not Miguel can disrupt the fish enough. He needs maybe a fire on the backside of the dock to hit the Vil. And actually, the repair Vil from Lucho doesn't realize it's being burned to a crisp by the fire, and the repair Vil goes down. And the docks are so far away from the TC, he's not going to be able to get another Vil out there. And with 4 fires from Miguel already out here, Miguel could win the water, and he might not even need to add any more fires. He has a 5th on the way, sending a 6th. Now, fires are the most effective ships at destroying docks. How quickly will this dock go down? Miguel has to question, does he want to focus the dock or go for the fishing ships? And right now with 6 fires, a couple of hulks are out. But I think you finish the dock off and then worry about the hulks. And now he needs to think, okay, I've pretty much won the water. How much do I continue investing? It'll be 1 dock hulk production pretty much. He'll get a galley out. And maybe this is all the investment he needs. 1 galley, and he should win against the fish. There's another dock from Lucho, so Miguel will have to keep an eye out for that. Perhaps the most effective way to take out the hulks now is simply retreat to your dock and let the arrows do it. A few more hulks out. But enough fires, even though hulks counter fires, that the fires win that. Miguel just has to be careful about numbers now. Doesn't want to overinvest. He will lose a couple of fires periodically against the hulks. And it's tricky because you want the fires against the docks, but also the galleys against the hulks. But if Lucho's making hulks, he's not making fish. Lucho will go dock one of the other ponds. And some farms will come out of the TC, or come out for Miguel by the TC. So even though Miguel's winning water, he only has 5 fishing ships. And he needs to be careful now to get a counter to the hulks. The thing about the hulks is you need quite a few galleys to counter them. I think you do want to still get around 4 galleys with fletching before fighting hulks. And now those 2 hulks are very weak, so Miguel can think about pushing. If he can force the fight and clear the hulks, well, he still has the fires, that'd be nice. Lucho has enough room he can keep redocking, and would love to keep this dock alive. But now that there are no fishing ships nearby, the hulks will be more effective since they don't have to worry about the dock fire. Or the galleys will be more effective against the hulks, I should say, since they don't have to worry about the dock fire. When is the main tournament? First week of July. First week of July. The 1st through the 5th, if I remember the dates properly. And hulks pushed back as another dock goes down for Lucho. On land, there's a skirm for Lucho. Miguel still is not walled down here. If he's paying attention to his scouting, he can see the grass around here. He needs to realize he's not walled. So horse collar for Lucho, just as he's adding in a whole bunch of farms. Auto farming around that mill. Look at that perfect pinwheel. Mills might finish the farm before horse collar, but not that big of a penalty these days. Still gets added food to it. Galleys will pick off the fishing ships. And we'll now be able to fight the hulks, and you see just how much more damage the galleys do to the hulks. As Lucho's still losing docks, can't build another dock, and Miguel will be clicking up to the Castle Age. Miguel looking like he's in a pretty good position here. Did invest quite a bit onto the water compared to Lucho, but also Burgundian fishing ships who would get potentially early gill nets. Great to stop them from fishing. And looks like he should win this now. That dock, only 2 fishing ships inside of it. That's now 5 to 2 that are basically idled. And if the hulks go to counterattack, Miguel simply can garrison his dock. On land, 1 skirm did not do much damage for Lucho. Burgundians just making 1 skirm, that's not much pressure. And Lucho has very quickly decided he's going to farm instead of fish. So he's floating a bit of wood too. Not quite as smooth on the Castle Age timing as Miguel. Miguel adding double stables as the Britons. We might see Briton knights. Maybe if he sets a gather point out here, he'll finally realize the knight's path around through the forest. Yeah, during the World Cup. I actually live in Jersey, right next to where the World Cup finals are going to be. I'm a good 30 to 45 minute drive from, what's it called now, MetLife Stadium. We've been dealing with the controversy that public transit tickets go up to around $100 during the World Cup finals. So fishing lines for Miguel. And gold mining heavy plow for Lucho as he's trying to find these galleys. Lucho's investing fully into the Burgundian farming upgrade now. I'm gonna hand over the $7,500 to attend a single football match. I am not. So Hulk's taking down the fishing ships. But only one going down. A few Hulks not going to be able to do too much damage. A galley will find them anyway. And things are looking good for Miguel. Lucho, these days, the heavy favorite. You can just look at the elos, 2k7 against 2k4. Spear poking the knight. And the knight gets trapped on the wood line. Walled in, so that'll be one dead knight. But Britain Knight's still the play from Miguel, who, seeing he can't quite break in, will add one of those cheap Britain TCs on the back and try to get a villager advantage. Vill counts are still pretty similar, but he will have the timing advantage on the TCs. And Lucho will have to invest into at least a monastery for monks in order to defend. He has double stables, and Burgundian Cavaliers will be better than Britain Knights, so maybe, yeah, there's the monastery. Maybe that's all he needs. If he can do another TC himself. Has a couple of Hulks in this pond. I don't think that's intentional. I think that's using Select All Docks. I guess Select All Docks and creating a few Hulks is better than Select All Docks and Delete All, as Sebastian showed us the other day, but still a bit inefficient to have them in the dock at home. Just kind of a waste of resources. Yeah, I could understand galleys in the ponds, because then you have a bit of range, but Hulks, they're probably just a misclick. Did Britons recently get a buff? The buff was, I added a bunch of herdables to several maps. And Britons have been picked because of the herdables. So it's more of a map design. I don't want to call it a change, but just map design decision that just coincidentally happened to coincide with the Britons bonus. That's the buff for Teutons going to be. Hey, Tato won against Leary by picking Teutons. I don't want to hear any Teuton slander. So, third TC for Lucho, third TC though for Miguel, and 53 vills to 47 while still having 14 fishing ships. And he has a nice eco lead. A nice eco lead while having a lot of investment on water, but an eco lead nevertheless. He can even take a whale for food, and his fishing ships are spread out enough with his docks that he can take fish efficiently. Not too far from the docks yet. They suffer on open maps. Late game, if you get to longbows with extra attack, Burgundians who are very gunpowder focused, I think struggle. They don't have siege engineers despite their cannon having extra attack. Or perhaps because their cannon have extra attack, so they won't outrange the longbows. Efficiency will never stop being funny. The fishing ship fishing efficiency. And oh, could the Hulks get some action here on the pond? The knights running nearby. There they go. They'll try to grapple those knights. And light cav for Lucho, as the knights pick off a spear. We're in longboats. I mean longbows. I said longboats. I've been casting 7 to 10 hours for the past week or so. I'll need your help to make sure I can still speak after this. How confused is Miguel for seeing the Hulks? Miguel, I'm sure he knows what happened. I'm sure he's probably done this himself too. Had a building on a hotkey and created a unit in the wrong spot.
Si.
I wonder if Lucho ever... Because I know Lucho's fairly young. Did he play back in the single queue days, where Miguel takes a game 1 win? Very clean build for him, punishing the slow Dark Age and seeming fast castle build from Lucho. And stats there, 29 to 11 KD. Miguel, you can see that feudal age timing difference. 3 minutes, or 2.5 to 3 minutes faster was Miguel. So 3-minute difference there for Castle. Thought Lucho was about to imp. What were his resources? I think that's stuff that he had in the queue that was cancelled, because he certainly didn't have a second building. When you resign in Capture Age, I think all your resource stockpiles get added back to your queue. I mean, if he canceled everything, he could imp, but then what's he gonna do in imp? He doesn't have much eco or map control. Yeah, this time winning the water actually did win the map. It feels like every time I've casted this map, we've had just the opposite, where the player who wins the water invests too much and loses. But we actually see a win for the Britons. Oh, this is the draft, sorry. This is the draft from the previous set. I joined this one so fast I didn't get the draft. Let me fix that. That's the benefit of being at the LAN. You have your production team to do your overlays for you, and you don't have to click every button yourself. So, better Civ position win, too, for Miguel. Wait, what is the dashboard doing? They just launched again, but they launched on... Wait, the same map? What? They just launched with the same Civ matchup on Lensoy's Mariensis again. Oh, you think Lucho dropped? Okay. Never mind, never mind. It's not a GG then. Never mind. Alright, hold the score. That wasn't a GG, that was a drop. That was a drop. That looked kind of over to me. But hold on, we gotta reset everything. Reset everything. We had seen a couple of early resigns here and there. Alright, reset the scoreboard. It's not a drop. We're gonna keep going. Never happened, never happened. We got the draft scoreboard set up. That's Lucho was just like, you know what? We started so soon after the previous set. No overlays were changed. We'll give Twist a chance to change the overlay. Play a mid-game ad that we don't miss anything. Lucho realizing, I don't have the water, I still have a chance to win the map. It's a bit of a cliffhanger, but they'll be right back into it. Burgundians, Britons again. Same civs, continuing the game. We didn't see a single Briton archer yet. And feels like Lucho's plan is to try to go Burgundian Cavaliers, knowing that they'll scale much better than the Briton Knights. And hope that leads to cav spam in the late game. That's good enough to take the map. So here we are, just in time to see some Vils dying at his TC. There is the Cavalier upgrade. And despite being down 96 to 54 Vils, he is not calling it. As long as he has Hulks, he has a chance. Pikeman for Miguel. And this is one of the biggest eco differences I've seen on the map. The Britons having great synergy between winning the water and getting their TCs added. And Miguel will go for a castle in the middle of the map. Handcart for Lucho. And Lucho's going to hope that the fishing eco won't be enough for Miguel. And to be fair, no gill nets, just fishing lines for Miguel. And it'll be monks and pikemen to try to deal with the Cavaliers. as his castle will control much of the center of the map. And he can keep pushing forward, but that will be 6 stables, and Lucho will YOLO all in. He's up to the Imperial Age. Whoever said he had imp resources was correct. So he will try to do early paladins without blacksmith upgrades. I don't think he can afford this. But he does have 29 farmers. Paladin is half cost for the Burgundians, and he is going to take a long shot at getting paladins and trying to overrun Miguel if Miguel is still in the castle age. I think he needs at least +2 armor. And yeah, I was about to say I'd focus the armor more than forging because he'll need to sit underneath castle fire. Underneath some TC fire. But maybe he's got something going for him. 17 vills on wood, and he still could try to add a few more farms, doing his own castle. That'll help his defense secure more area with gold. Yeah, I mean, Lucho with the cheap Burgundian eco upgrades, 72 vills, isn't in the worst spot to spam Cav. Just needs to make sure he has enough farmers out. And has a balanced eco. He'll get another round of vills on his way up, still on 4 TC vill production. So he'll quickly get to 80+ vills. And will that be enough for the Cav spam, with Miguel already preparing all of the pikemen? And with some monks. So there is Imp. There is Imp. And will we see Paladin clicked? I think we will. So Paladin plus the final armor. There you go, Paladin. Look at that. Look at that. The Paladin stable all the way out there on the front. Probably should have been this one. Yeah, Lucho did not give up. Lucho just had an internet drop. Lucho more resilient than his internet. And he is going Burgundian Paladins. Well, when he dropped, it was 96 to 53 vills. He's somewhat evened that up now, 123 to 81. And Miguel will be adding castles and longbows. Good thing about the longbows is they will do 2 damage to cavaliers once the armor comes in. But once Paladin comes in and they get 3+4 armor, Castle Age longbows still do only 1 damage. Miguel up to Imp, but he'll need Bracer or Chemistry once he's up in order for more damage from the longbows. And that'll be a good timing window where the Cav will be useful against archers, but still not quite there if the armor's not in. You can think about taking the fight with the hill, and he's running out of room as the monks chase. Ballistics is here for Miguel. Lucho might need to delete a house to save the cavaliers, but no, he's not going to open the walls. We'll instead just try to dive the monks. And that won't be a good fight for Lucho, but he does kill the monks. He loses a cavalier. I guess it's only 1 cavalier down, but Miguel's still threatening the house walls. Treb for Lucho. I don't know if a Treb will help him much. Might not be able to keep it protected. Armor for Miguel, and looks like he'll try to go longbow halb once he's up. And we're now up to 16 soon-to-be paladins for Lucho. If he can wall this out, he might be able to take a good fight against the Castle Age military. Now the longbows do only 1 damage to the 7 pierce armor of the paladins. They will get a good surround here, and it's more important to clear the pikemen first rather than the longbows. Some army for Miguel gets in. Lucho up to 90 vills, might lose a couple, but I think he's more concerned with clearing the army, and he'll take a decent fight. Lots of vills here, but paladins will run in and soon clean that. Lucho can re-wall. And that was a good fight for Lucho. Closes the score quite a bit. And he's only down by 30 vills now. It's actually 91 to 98 vills with the extra TCs he's added. Our Britain's player not adding as many TCs. Not booming as well as the Burgundians. Hand cannoneers here, killing pikemen. And Lucho's getting to the army composition he wants. Paladin hand cannoneer. Bombard cannon. Chemistry immediately. He's doing demolition ship in this dock. What? I mean, Miguel's taking all the fish on the water. In case he needs a forward dock and demos at some point, Lucho just researched a transport ship. Okay, that is... What? That is not what he wanted to click. You do not need a transport ship on these shallows. Now, that is one of the best misclicks I've ever seen. And Miguel floating a lot of wood. Tricky as the Britons, you probably don't want as many farms as other civs. Yeah, Lucho knows something we don't about transport ships in this pond. Trying to go skirm. Well, yeah, must be having hotkey issues.
Got him.
And Treb's attacking the castle. The castle wasn't on the hill. And Lucho with a good score lead.
Ready.
So here I am thinking the game is over because of the drop. Miguel had a huge eco lead.
Yay.
But the fish just aren't all that strong. I don't know if this is a change from the patch where you really need to do gill nets, if it's set up because they're just so far away from the coast on this map. But winning the water has not won games consistently on this map.
Ready.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't click the drop the internet hockey. I hope he doesn't have a hockey for that.
Yay.
So hand cannoneers against the Halbs. Paladins, no bloodlines, so they still really don't want to fight this. But he needs to keep the Trebs standing. One more castle for Miguel.
Ready.
But at this point, he probably won't be able to go longbows. He'll probably need arbs. But now Bracer on the crossbows. No thumb ring, but extra range for the Britons. There's iron casting for the Halbs, as Miguel is still pushing forward. And he still has a 2k res collected lead. Paladin's able to raid, though, getting some vills on the gold.
Greeting.
Ready.
And Paladins will attack the castle. So now you're asking who's in the better position between late-game Britons or late-game Burgundians, where, ironically enough, the Britons need enough upgrades and enough castles to do longbows that, with Burgundian vineyards and all the upgrades in, Lucho, with the cheaper upgrades, discounted Paladin, has gotten to his final composition. Miguel's still working on upgrades. There's Yeoman for extra range. And he needs to make a decision between Elite Longbow or Arbalest, where I think here, with all those ranges and only one castle, it has to be Arbalest. Paladin's just gonna take a break, stand by the mining camp, watch the vills go by. Iron casting for Lucho. Skirms, the nemesis of the Britons. And there's Arbalest for Miguel. So he'll have enough range, potentially, to deal with skirms.
Ready.
Has to keep his vills working. And Lucho he was down 50 eco population. He now is up by 20 vills. And is pushing Miguel. And Paladin still running around. Did run into a few Halbs. Their break is over, though. So we have Arbalests for Miguel. And Longbowmen themselves, if they're not elite, are strictly worse than Arbs in pretty much all their stats. So unless Miguel's able to have a huge boost to his eco, I think he'll stick with Arbs rather than Longbows. There's Blast Furnace and Masonry. As Lucho's pushing. Miguel does not yet have Warwolf Trebs. Where Treb versus Treb, that means he wins the fights pretty much every time. Arbalests here need to pick Repairvilles rather than shoot the Trebs, and they can't be bunched up against the cannon. Burgundian cannon with extra damage. Miguel microing into the shot. He lost a ton of Arbalests there. And he has range to pick the Repairvilles, but he's not quite shooting them with the Arbs. This castle needs to be repaired. Treb goes down. And Azar, thank you for the follow. And the Paladins are raiding the eco. The Paladins have gotten in. So hard to be walled fully on this map. So hard to wall all the way to the edge. And the Paladins are in. Miguel dropping in Vill count. The castle goes down. The Arbs will kill the Paladins. But is this too late now for Miguel? He's finally at the Arb tech he needs. It is cheaper to add in Arbs usually than other units, but the wood line is raided. He has no wood. Desperately trying for another TC. And Lucho had lost the water, trapped in pretty much to his farming eco here, was being pushed by Miguel. but looks like he's gonna hold on. Deciding for the land boom for the farms with the Burgundians. Remember, while fishing ships were nerfed, farms were buffed getting the farming upgrades. And now he's up to, what, a 40 to 74 eco lead. Or Vil lead. 25 fishing ships, but those fishing ships, they have to go to fish traps. The fish are away from the docks. And ring archer armor there for Miguel. Vil's still dying to Arbs. Skirm's dying to Arbs. Everything dying. Is there a reason he got heavy warships? Probably the same reason he did demos and made transports in the pond. He might just be, I'm so far ahead, I'll do all the upgrades. I'll try to get the score lead. Thinking if I spend my resources on the dock techs, it'll boost my score. And there's the GG from Miguel, as that will be 1-0 from Lucho. And man, what a swing that was. Here I am, you can see the drop. As you can see the population at the time. That's 93 to 56 eco population. Well, what's the graph? Miguel ahead in res collected at that point. But with the farms, investing into farms rather than fishing, paid off for Lucho. You can see they went imp, but even though the numbers were smaller, the cav are more powerful. Cheap paladin. Once the armor upgrade comes in, the castle age archers are pretty much useless, and GG for Lucho. Dang, I saw that drop, and I thought, okay, fair enough. I've definitely seen resigns that fell earlier than that one. But I get to swap the scoreboard around. Burgundians get the win. And that'll be a win for Lucho. We have a Wikipedia command. Everything's on the Onamaru website if you want to grab that and post the link. Yeah, all the brackets and information is there. There also is a Wikipedia page. I'm not sure if it's updated. But everything has been posted on the Onamaru website. Let me get caught up on chat where I'm discussing the map. Lanzori's Mariensis is a unique biome and terrain located in northeast of Brazil. It looks amazing. I watched nature documentaries on it when making the map. It does look amazing. So a reminder, we are streaming in 4 places: my stream and my YouTube, and the Onamaru stream and the Onamaru YouTube, so go give the Onamaru stream a follow too. We're up to 1,956 followers on the Onamaru Twitch stream, so thank you everyone who's been supporting it. And we'll see what map these players pick now. Looks like Monte Pascual for Game 2. Romans against Inca. Inca? I've not seen that picked. Lewis with the 1-bit cheer. Lewis spending his prize money on Twitch bits, giving it to the Onamaru stream. Thank you so much, Lewis. Let's keep Miguel in green. So, game number 2. Onamaru is paying well, I'll just have to pay it back. That's the type of celebration Lewis has now that he's making it to a LAN. So we will have both players doing the TCs on the islands. Romans versus Inca. Now the Inca have the bonus that they only have to do 1 house at the start. 25 wood saved for Miguel. I guess that's something. haven't really seen them picked at all in this event, and here they are being played on a nomad map of all maps. You have 1 bit for every game Miguel wins. So 1 bit so far for the debated, looked like Miguel was winning before the drop happened. So both players doing docks on the starting island. They will have whales somewhat towards the back of the map, and then another 2 whales in the back corner. Scouting with the transport ship is Miguel. And each player does have a pair of capybaras they can use to scout the mainland. Sometimes players transport the capybaras back to their starting island. But here you're using them on the mainland. And we've seen Celts a couple of times on the map, simply for the wood chopping bonus. And you can get off to a really nice start if you focus your fishing ships on the whale. Since you start with a lumber camp, when you do the dock, you have your 2 feudal age buildings to go up. You don't actually need to transport to the mainland for a mill or a mining camp. You can stay on your starting island. The wood will run out, and rather quickly. But you do have an easy access to 1,000 gold, and if you win the water and dock, there are more whales you can take. Another 1,000 gold for each of these 2 whales in the corner, and potentially even if you win the water really fast, you can take your opponent's whale. Looks like Lucho is doing the bring the capybaras back strategy. To be honest, I was not expecting that to happen when I scripted the map. People reverse migrating the herdables, but it does make sense. Lets you stay on the starting island longer. And check the scouting. Miguel sees where the top of the mountain is. One thing he hasn't found is a gold location on the beach. Was close to 2 of them that he just didn't scout. I think those are the important things to scout. Maybe a big wood line in the middle, along with a couple of golds, so that when you head over and transport eventually, you'll know where to go. Some javelinas, if you want to lure them later, can be nice, but I think the immediate lumber camp location, potentially a TC spot, is what you want to focus on scouting. They should start with the settlements instead. Yeah, we have the unique lumber camp graphics for Miguel. If you place a mill in a map script, they start with a settlement. But if you place a mining camp or a lumber camp, they start with those buildings instead. Don't know why they don't start with a settlement, but the map auto replaces the building. Which of these locations is closest to where the Brazil LAN will be held? I think we do want to make a Sao Paulo themed map for the LAN itself, so assuming we do make that, that will be the closest. So, transport for Miguel, no transport for Lucho. And we'll see Miguel falling behind in res collected as he goes for the transport, and then he will do his own settlement now on the mainland. The Inca bonus for the settlement is that it provides +5 population space. Yeah, it would be a really nice bonus for them if they started with the settlement and the +5 pop space. So Miguel up to feudal. And gonna transport more vills. Triple docks, and he's opening with galleys. Triple docks with fire galleys for Lucho. So if you're opening galleys, the question then becomes how quickly do you get your blacksmith and fletching?
Yum.
And Miguel, maybe a side effect of not having scouted the golds, leaving the capybara here. But maybe it would have been nicer to have taken this settlement and moved it 2 or 3 tiles north of where it is now. Then he could take the gold from one settlement. Still won't see the gold by a tile. And just doing loom now. Galleys will find fishing ships, but won't be able to snipe them off. too much. You like the Inca docks? Yep, the Inca now use the architecture from the expansion from the last chieftains. Lucho doing us the honor of showing what it looks like when the architecture's on fire. Inca, I mean, more than a decent navy, their housing bonus means they have a wood bonus for the navy. No real naval bonus in feudal other than they have a smooth eco for it. Not the best eco bonus by any means, but at least decent, needing only half as many houses. So Miguel will be defending by the docks. As Lucho pushes forward, he will force some garrisons. And pretty difficult to deal with garrisons if the fishing ships are the only gold sources. Miguel still isn't on gold on the mainland. And my Friday Films 13, thank you for the follow. Also Azar earlier, thank you for the follow. And we'll have Fletching just now added in. So Miguel had to camp the docks until Fletching comes in. And he's gonna hope that he has enough galleys that they'll do damage to the fires, despite fires being something of a counter. And we'll have to figure out how to take this fight. It will be tricky with the high armor that the fires have. We should play Huns on islands. Well, the Hun, of course, might still be nice for this map. I think the Huns probably want to go for a mainland TC, though. Huns always were a classic pick for islands. Maybe not so much compared to Vikings in 1v1s, but in the 4v4 team games. It was usually Vikings, Japanese, Huns, and then either Mongols or Saracens, depending on the map. So Fire is now trying to push into the docks and into the galleys. And Miguel has to fall back to his docks, use the garrison fishing ships. But now you can see he's struggling on production, as that garrison means he only has 16 gold left, and he's losing some galleys to the fires. Lucho pushing in with the composition of 2 ships, and you really do need a second ship type these days. Pure galleys, even with Fletching, can't simply be microed against fires like they could before the water rework. And feels like Lucho in domination mode now, as he is about to clean all of these galleys. Miguel will lose everything. And unlike the previous game where he won the water, will not be winning it here. Romans a strong eco and now can raid vills on Miguel's island. And blacksmith plus lumber camp as Lucho has started moving vills over to the mainland. And he'll call GG. Lucho will be up 2-0. And 16-4 military. KD for Lucho. Pretty easy for him, and felt like a bit of a different build from Miguel, opening galleys rather than fires, and not getting Fletching early, not making a second ship type, trying to play pure galleys. Something that doesn't really seem possible right now with the way balance worked. So that's Lucho up 2-0. The Inca did lose. I'm still not entirely sure why the Inca were the pick there. He does have Armenians as an option, or even Malians you'd think of as more of a water civ. And it'll be Coast Arena for our game number 3. Potentially the final game if Lucho is able to finish the set off. Miguel is not an arena player? He is the first ever Masters of Arena champion, if I recall, from many years ago. Miguel's playstyle on Arena always has been add TCs and boom. I think it was Masters of Arena 4, where the finals was Eddie against Miguel, and a big clash of styles of Eddie going 1 TC Monk Rush against Miguel going 4 TC Boom pretty much every game. He's also the People's Champion. That was also, what was that 2v2 tournament? I think it was Doubt Eddie Miguel against Metal and Stefan in that infamous "we just won the tournament" game. So, Coast Arena start. Getting the build order right here is crucial, so that you have the right mixture of fishing ships and uptiming and naval pressure if you do go to the middle. Portuguese for organ guns can be strong, but the Armenians can offer a monk defense from fortified churches. Villager hitting the boar. And Vils will take the boar out under the TC. So far, just a basic dock. Miguel doing the dock kind of far to the side. That's interesting. More of a standard middle dock from Lucho. Dock location, aside from the seawall, doesn't really affect much. There's basically one line of deep fish around the island. You don't get too big of an advantage from the corner, if any advantage at all. And scout fight looks pretty close. Miguel will try to run. Could always send a Vil to go fight the scout. And he'll bring the scout into his base. Did Lucho want this? Was Lucho not paying attention for a moment? But he'll get inside. Lucho may be surprised, wasn't planning on that. And Miguel takes an extra hit. The 2v2, we won the tournament. Oh, gosh, I have no idea what that was called. I think that was game number 6 out of 7, though. They had a 3-2 lead, broke into someone's base, and he typed, "We just won the tournament," thinking they were going to win easily. Then lost the game and lost the set. That's probably the best chat message in AoE history right there. that and the other one I remember is Viper's GG well walled against Tim back in 2012. Those were the days. So Golden Stone's always forward on this map. Since Lucho is inside, he does have the advantage of being able to scout what Miguel will do. But he'd be able to scout that anyway with the resources so far forward. Nice little V of houses at the front of Lucho's base. I've not seen someone wall like this yet. Well, if he gets pushed at the front, he'll be able to wall it out. Yeah, found you too. That was a good one. And there'll be a mill for Miguel over on his berries. And Lucho will be up first. Now, up first isn't always the best thing. You can have a slightly slower build on this map and still be okay if you can defend your docks and keep your fish working. And that's what maybe the side dock from Miguel lets him do. Fish outside of the seawall area at the start, then go up and save the back fish for later. Or at least signed up for USA Cup. So feudal age, a minute slower for Miguel. Does have that scout trapped in his base. He doesn't have loom, so 18 HP. Could a feudal scout threaten loomless vills? Are there any weak vills from luring a boar? Or they're under the TC? I don't think any elo's too low for USA Cup. And there he is, and he might try to fight a vill. Or the vills will try to fight the scout. So who wins this fight? Now the scout gets 2 hits. Scout definitely wins that, and gets the vill. So Miguel sent his scout forward, not wanting to fight Lucho's scout, but didn't get enough HP off of it to the point where it wouldn't threaten vills. And now he has to wait until he's feudal before he cleans the scout. He brought his scout back, and Lucho might kill the scout. Yes, he does. Down to 6 HP, so he can't pick any more vills, but that was rough for Miguel. Everything going wrong there. Now down by a scout and down by a vill. Market Blacksmith, and he can't scout the rest of Lucho's base as Lucho moves vills over to stone. Miguel did not scout the stone, did not see the mining camp. And as much as you can maybe anticipate the castle drop is the Portuguese, won't know for certain that that's the strat Lucho's going for. Portuguese could also just do a basic monk rush. As much as they do like the organ guns. Monk rush versus fortified churches? Well, you could say the same thing, monk rush versus organ guns, or versus a castle. So fishing lines for Lucho, making hulks. Miguel making hulks and then a couple of galleys. Going for 2 ships this time. And Lucho up to the castle age. We'll have bowsaw and medium warships, both for Lucho. And there's the forward castle. Forward enough to deny 2 golds. Now, the castle's on one half of the map. Miguel, with a mule cart, will be able pretty easily to come down to this stone. Or, I mean, to come down to this gold outside of his walls to the south. There's a couple of options there. And he does see the castle. He does see it. What, do they have a gap? Here he deleted it, yes. Otherwise, the walls only spawn on the shallow terrain. So if there's a small gap in the shallows, occasionally the walls might have a couple of tiles where there's a gap, but usually far away. All of your shallows will be covered by the walls, so you can't just run in on land. And Miguel losing his hulks on the water as he's being castle dropped. Medium warships, bowsaw, bodkin arrow for him. Doing everything he can to upgrade to war galley and fight the hulks properly. But after suffering some initial losses, that'll be. So he will want a workshop, or no, just go to the gold on the mule carts. Okay, yeah, there's the workshop, so it'll be a mangonel defense against the petard organ gun push. Mangonels and then a fortified church. We'll get the relic as the Armenians, can still do warrior priests to try to pick up relics. There's the petard being useful. Lucho got an imp. Fast imp, certainly a possibility on this map. Yeah, let's check the wall HP. This one, 314 left, almost going down. The castle's not attacking the wall. Something castles don't automatically attack walls, so you have to right-click manually. So Lucho could definitely be in now. I think the petard, when the castle is on the wall, is a bit of a waste. So Miguel trying to stay alive on water, now being pushed back by fires. He's not too far off from Imp 2, but he has to buy some wood, maybe just needing to do a TC. And there's his TC. Has that low HP scout still alive to scout. Miguel will re-wall that with some stone. Try to hide the fact he came out here if the scout doesn't see it. And the scout just won't see it, missing it by a tile. And Miguel will look for a mangonel hit. So not too many organ guns being produced, and with that, Miguel should be able to tell that it's Lucho going Imp. So no attack ground for Miguel. Not wasting the APM, maybe knowing Lucho's young and would dodge. Vittoria's in a 1TC Imp with the right timing can be strong. Can be expensive if you're selling everything to go up and then don't have stone for them. But they also do pay off with how quickly you can add them in. And get about 10 extra vills for each of them. 20 pop space, around 10 vills or so of efficiency is what I usually think of for them. And now forging for these hulks. Miguel, 16 fishing ships and keeping them alive. War hulks attacking the fires now. And we'll try to have a bigger eco as he goes Imp. Or might try to stay Castle Age and do something in Castle to rush down the Imp Portuguese. Don't know what that would be, though. Why are they playing again? Because we have one more qualifier. This is for the final spot. This is our Latin American qualifier. One final player will have a chance to qualify. Fire ships all going down to the hulks. And here we have clinker construction for Miguel. But more fires pushing from Lucho against hulks. Miguel managing to keep most of his fish alive. Still has 10. He is still ahead in resources collected. But we'll be facing Trebs and Cannon as soon as Lucho gets up. Lucho doesn't really have much in the way of organ guns, spending all of his wood and gold on Navy. Miguel at the very least managing to stay alive on water, and is taking mostly Hulk versus fire fights, which have been good for him. Has another dock around the side we can keep fishing too. So Priest Ram Push? That could be an option, Priest Ram Push. Not the best at dealing with mangonels. But he has been collecting relics, so he does at least have 2 of them. 2 to 4, so the Armenian relic boost helping him not fall too far behind. Mangonel for him, gonna go 50-50 here. Or 50-50 shot at who wins the Mangonel fight. There, Horse Collar for Lucho as he's about to hit Imp. Miguel deciding to stay Castle. And this is huge to win the water while going Imp. Or at least be able to push Miguel enough on the water while going Imp. All of the hulks are at the top away from the bottom, as there'll be wheelbarrow for Miguel. Lucho ready to go Imp again with those resources almost. And there's the first trebuchet. What he's not doing is mining stone, so it won't be Vittoria's if he's not on stone. Doing University, and now Miguel pretty much can't go Imp, because this TC will be trebbed. And this TC kind of in treb range too. Yeah, house for a minute, that's not good. But I think Warrior Priest Ram sounds like the best option for him now. Get close to the mangonels, eject the Warrior Priests, and try to run them down. Hope that you can keep organ guns away. And also push the treb. We'll probably lose that middle workshop, though. And Lucho not even that far behind in res collected. Based on rough calculations, they pay back in about 4 minutes. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Overall, they are less efficient pop-wise than villagers. But if you have a timing advantage with them, like you do in a 1TC Imp, that's where I think they're at their strongest. So, nice raids from Miguel. Feels like he still does have a lead on water. Don't think heavy warships is affordable now for Lucho. Wants to continue this push. Yeah, trebbing a TC. Redemption Monks from Lucho. Miguel's a stone for a castle. He's gonna castle Lucho's main gold. Lucho still does have gold under the TC. Mangonel destroys a treb. Now, can this castle be stopped? It will be trebbed, but if this castle is being trebbed, the main base isn't. Nice job on that fortified church and Miguel defending against the push so far. So, Imperial Age monks are scary. Miguel losing the TC. Iron casting light cav. Now, if you're at a position where you win the water, and you have 50 fishing ships, then you can spam light cav. But if you're equal on water while still being down in age, you're not going to spam that many light cav. Maybe this is the fight Miguel on water needs. But maybe I don't think it came fast enough for him to get numbers on land. Heavy warships even for Lucho, but that's as he loses his fleet. So maybe he even would want to cancel that now. Nope, the trip was destroyed by Miguel to Miguel there. So Fort Castle, what damage will that do though? If it destroys a wall, even just one composite bowman on the inside would be hectic to contain for Lucho. Miguel not really going that route though, he's just mining more stone. Not sure what it'll accomplish with that stone though. Doing armor. Trying to amass light cav, only has 6 of them though. If he ever amasses enough light cav to fight, he can take the fight and hope to have a better eco to win the game. But he's going to show the light cav now, and I don't think he has enough of them. I don't think he has enough mangonel shots on light cav. 1 light cav converted. The monks will mostly go down, but that will be a GG for Miguel as he can't get enough value, and the mangonel shots rain upon his light cav. Lucho will advance to the next round. 3-0 win over Miguel. Miguel certainly put up a fight, especially in game number 1. Not enough food eco on the water. Lucho staying just enough on water that Miguel couldn't spam light cav like he wanted to. Ecos were very similar, but Lucho managed it more nicely to get up to imp at the right timing. Fast castle a bit faster for him too, and the second TC for Miguel did not pay off. Yeah, 6 light cav wasn't enough. I thought he still would have had a chance in that game if he cleared that. But 6 light cav, definitely not enough there. It's one thing if you do 6 light cav, lose them, and then have more light cav production. Portuguese are the win for Lucho. So let's see if I can find another set to cast. What'll be going on next? Now, it looks like we have Kingstone versus Uzi. We also had 2 sets happening that were Hart versus Stark and Gully versus DeGao. Those are done, but we have wrecks of those. So let's do Kingstone versus Uzi. We'll join that in progress. So we have Kingstone up 1-0. And they did just start game 2 on Lençóis Maranhenses. So here we are. Kingstone, the blue Italians to the north, Uzi, the red Romans to the east. Kingstone did win game number 1. And he'll have a Vil out for a dock. Same thing with Uzi, although Kingstone's scout getting close to the unloomed Vil. But Uzi having his scout there should be enough to protect it, or to protect the Vil. And he'll even get the first hit on Kingstone's scout. So all things good for Uzi in terms of the dock. We'll have a lumber camp on the wood line for both of these players, and no one going for that super early drush or barracks. So as we're casting this, let me also just grab what their map and civ drafts look like. And have that set up for when we get back out of the game. So if you want to know what happened in game number 1, that was Sea dos Corajas, won by Kingstone. And the civs for that were Hindustanis winning over the Chinese. The Chinese were the very first pick for Uzi. Uzi will wall up towards the wood line, same thing with Kingstone. That's pretty much what we see on this map. You have a safe wood line that you can wall to, and the rest of the map is very open. In terms of gold positions, great position for Kingstone, also for Uzi in the back. Should be able to keep them safe well behind the walls. And moving out to the fish. Neither player taking a whale, both focusing on fish. And both players collecting a few goats, bringing them back to their TCs. Lots of neutral goats on this map. No Britons. But the Romans at least will collect from the goats faster. Harris loading Warcraft. I don't think he's exiting AoE 2. I think he's just playing a different strategy game. Because why not? Why don't they put it inside the forest? Well, all the way over here, I think that's way too much walking time. I want to minimize the walking time of the vills to the lumber camp, too. Yeah, they could walk around all the way to the back, but you don't really gain too much from that. And this wall here also protects the rest of your eco. It's not just a wall for the woodlines, it's a wall also for the entire back area of your base. So they'd still want to go for the same wall anyway, regardless of the lumber camp position. We have occasionally seen the map played with a different setup, but it's always pretty much been the same thing of wall here to the TC and then do a lumber camp on the wood. Let me also not forget to look at the Onamaru YouTube chat too. Yes, this is a Latin American qualifier. Regional, not just for Brazil. Degao, seed number 3. The highest ranked Brazilian player. So there's Kingstone up to feudal. And a barracks forward for Kingstone. Uzi also up to feudal. And double bit axe for Uzi. And Galley plus Hulk for Uzi. Double dock for Kingstone opening with fires. We do have a barracks also from both players, so neither player going pure water, both of them adding the barracks. And both saves could open scouts, could be either archers or scouts. I think the range would be more common. Scouts a possibility too of eventually picking vills out on the shallows, on the fishing areas. And, well, Kingstone has to be careful with the scout under the TC. His fires will go back, and the players fishing pretty far apart from each other. So this won't be a very aggressive water battle. Fairly passive. And there's another archery range for Uzi. As he's sending more vills out to the water to his docks, could be for repairing fish, or could be for repairing docks or repairing galleys. But also could be for a mining camp out here. Or it also could just be a TC misclick. Could be one of those misclicks too. Maybe he wants to take the shorefish. Does grab more goats because of it. When is the finals? Tomorrow, MPL. Tomorrow. This was very quick. We were given just about 2 weeks to get all the qualifiers done before Warlords. So we had to pack it in very tightly. I do wish we had more time, and that there was a bit more time before events, because we basically had Red Bull this Warlords back-to-back. Well, we're trying to make the best out of the time we're given. So here is a very quick Vil fight, and the Uzi will get a kill. And we'll forget about the scout and lose to the other Vil. So if I'm Kingstone, I'm probably happy with that trade to kill the scout. Scouting, seeing Uzi's walling up to the back. And fletching for Uzi. And Kingstone, importantly, will see that Uzi is milling this pond, so he'll know Vils will be out there if he wants to run around later, as he does have a few archers to send forward.
Impero.
So 7 galleys, 4 fires against Uzi, who is going pretty much full galley on the water. Now, we saw Miguel mostly going galleys in a couple of his matches, but it seemed like it wasn't doing as well as the combination. That being said, though, there is no fletching yet for Kingstone. He needs to add in fletching. And a few fires for Uzi are coming forward perhaps just in time to tank some damage. That fire was spending more time pathing than it was fighting. And there we go, archers immediately. Kingstone knew that mill was there, sent the archers forward, keeps the Vils off the pond. And Uzi will have to react and send his archers back, but Kingstone will loop around and maybe try to find Vils on the docks. A bit hard to kill Vils if fishing ships garrison to keep the archers away, so not free kills like it would have been in the past, but he is properly scouting for this. And will he see the Vils? The scout is right there. Bit of a respite from fighting on the water, so Kingstone can pay attention to this. And he is just not going to scout it. He'll pick up the goats and keep walking with the archers, but get back to his own docks. So if he's looking for Vils out here, he will actually maybe see one.
Impera. Prontus.
Tibi Servio.
And a castle age for Kingstone.
Salve.
Uzi finally pushing the dock. And as we've been seeing on this map, it feels like whoever wins the water loses the game. So Kingstone will be focusing on castle rather than fighting on the water. And with pretty much all of his non-galley ships destroyed, it's just galleys for him to try to flee to the corner. We'll run into another round of ships from Uzi. And should be able to trap this fairly well. Bit of weird pathing from the fires. Kingstone sailing along the edge of the map as far as he can, but gives it up as he sees nowhere else to go. And that will be Uzi winning the water. Not too far away from clicking up himself. As soon as that market's finished, he'll buy himself up. A good timing advantage for Kingstone. And the dock goes down. And what military buildings do we have? Double ranges, so it will be full crossbows now with probably a forward workshop with that Vil. And skirm defense from Uzi, who is going to throw in triple stables. So what is Uzi's thought process here? He sees he'll be against siege and crossbows. He can defend for at least a few seconds with skirms, and will rely on towers. Kingstone not scouting this transition. If Kingstone saw the skirms without armor, maybe he can think something's up on the scout. He'll picked off by crossbows. And Uzi hoping that the fishing ships now, with fish plus whales, will be enough food eco that he'll be able to make knights. Will that be true? He did not even do the first fishing lines upgrade, which you do kind of need these days, as fishing ships were nerfed. And for now, it'll just be holding at the TC. Degal might even have a decision to make if he sees there aren't many vills by the TC. It's only 2 vills. So if the skirms weren't there, he could probably think about running in. But he does still have his scout. Might be able to run in just with the scout and try to see the stables. So it'll be a defensive workshop from Uzi. There goes the triple stable knight production. They have bloodlines and +1 armor. And behind this, no extra TCs for Kingstone, focusing fully on this siege push. And triple knights, how many knights does he need to amass before engaging? Kingstone has the monastery now. And maybe 6 knights would be the sweet spot if he had one more round of production. We'll have 5 knights. And he will go forward. Now, Kingstone mostly walled, so the knights shouldn't be able to get in. But they could loop around and hit the mangonels. Maybe could find vills heading to the pond. But now, Uzi will show the knights to Kingstone. There he goes. We'll show the knights. Kingstone can wall this off. And he will react with a mangonel, though. Knights hitting the wall maybe drew Kingstone's attention away for a moment. And he'll get 1 mangonel shot and a second decent hit, at least getting some HP down. No vill there to wall in time, so the wall's not reinforced. The knights are in, and Kingstone will have to do some quick walling on the TC. We'll have to do some quick walling. Gets the house, gets the house. And another TC up. Second TC for Uzi, but 1, 2, 3 TCs for Kingstone, who has docked the shallows. Will be taking the shorefish. Bowsaw here for Uzi. As the knights are going to look for more damage. But the vill count of actual villagers, not fishing ships, will start to decline for Kingstone. As Uzi's still no fishing lines upgrade. For how heavily he's relying on the fishing ships now, it will be very slow, far from the docks, without any upgrades. Fish that are near his docks have mostly run out. And Sato, for the moment, has managed to expand while remaining pretty much walled up. A couple of holes he could think about patching up. And never actually sent a vill to finish that house. At the front, they're still mostly trading with mangonels. Did I say Sato? I mean Kingstone. Oh my gosh. That's what happens when you cast 7 days in a row. You see you see someone picking a color, and you start associating the color with a player, and then you say the wrong name. Let's see, hopefully, might have had a brief drop. Hopefully OBS is okay. And it's like whenever you see someone playing yellow, you start calling them Viper, even if they're not Viper. We casted Degao earlier today. I put him in green, though. Hopefully I didn't mess that up. What would trip me up would be the green in the Mexican flag. I'd look at that. Then I'd associate green with Degao, and then I'd say Degao. I think we need to add about 30 to 40 more colors to AoE 2 so every player can have a unique color. Oh, that's true. MBL's the Viper now. Yellow player needs to be MBL. So, Kingstone here with crossbows and a ton of outposts. I might start accidentally calling him Lewis with all these outposts. Can he land a mangonel shot on the knight? That'd be sick. So, Town Watch for Kingstone. As the Vil deleted so the monk doesn't get a conversion. And monk picked off by crossbows. So Uzi's still with a huge eco lead and a huge score lead. But Kingstone doing what he can to boom back. Orange is the best AoE 2 color. Backed would agree with that. And now the defensive mangonels from Uzi as the push kind of has petered out a bit for Kingstone. We'll move forward, start attacking the house. And break through. So Kingstone will throw up a quick castle behind this. A few Vils going for a defensive workshop as the mangonels push forward. Could stop those Vils. A lot of HP on that workshop, but the mangonels should break through quickly. Scouts, light cav getting through. Quick wall's not going up as knights come into the Vils, but enough Vils building the castle that Kingstone will construct it. Kingstone will finish it, and he'll stop the mangonel push for now, destroy one mangonel. Armor for Uzi as he will find a bunch of Kingstone's Vils out on the stone. And the light cav were added for the monks, but are certainly helpful for raiding and giving some extra line of sight. Knights themselves don't have much vision. And Kingstone taking some damage from Uzi. Monks want conversions, but Uzi still can run away. And, oh, TC denied from Uzi. Kingstone had crossbows out there in position. He was going to have to run off of these mines. So, yeah, third TC for Uzi denied. And that TC is so far away that he's not going to be able to get Vils out there to finish it anytime soon. Kingstone's still 12 Vils on stone if he wants another castle. Some of Uzi's knights will go down. Monk gets a conversion. But Uzi will hold in there, not pick off a monk though, some clutch healing at the end. And maybe too many crossbowmen out now for the light cav to be successful, even though they could maybe find more Vils in that pond. He's worried about protecting his mangonel push, which has done some damage so far, no doubt about that. But the eco score in actual villagers is the lead for Kingstone, as the fish still very far away from the docks, working on the less efficient shorefish. And still, we have one upgrade, but we don't have gill nets. Finally, we have fishing lines. Uzi floating wood. Now, that's something that can happen if you're relying on fish and not really farming. See, he has 32 farms, but that much wood, he could still be farther ahead with the farms. He is about to click up in terms of food, so maybe selling wood gets him up. That's another thing that happens when you win water. You gotta be extra careful about the rate at which you add farms, or how you distribute your wood Vils. Because you do have sudden swings where you might need to add a lot of farms. So, mangonels... So far, so good for that crossbow defense. The mangonel goes down, but only light cav are fighting without mangonel support. And now some Genoese crossbowmen from Kingstone, as Imp is clicked for Uzi. So he will be Imp, still not finishing his TC. Kingstone not far behind, though. And decent mangonel hit. Picking off Genoese crossbowmen might be even more valuable since there are some cav on the field. And we're getting now towards late game, where Kingstone has buildings all the way across the map. Still has outposts literally everywhere. But Uzi will be pushing forward. He's adding in barracks, he's adding in men-at-arms, and he's going to go legionaries. He'll go legionaries. They'll get double blacksmith armor, but won't have the final armor. And they also don't have arson. We'll have to rely on infantry units themselves simply being good against buildings for siege, maybe it'll be rams plus legionaries. Ah, there's a mangonel. Vale's quick walling his Genoese crossbowmen killed a cav. And as much as Genoese crossbowmen specialize against cav, and there's a petard from Kingstone. Kingstone with the knight will see the barracks and he will know what's happening. Long swordsman for Uzi, who can click legionaries once he's up if he has the food, but he doesn't yet have the food. So despite all of the farms he's added in, no horse collar, no wheelbarrow. So they haven't been very efficient farms. And as chat pointed out, floating wood for a while. So could have had more farms, could have had upgrades for a while. Good to Kingstone's eco. Wheelbarrow, horse collar. Set up a bit more properly, perhaps. As the castle now will be on the hill, so it will be a hill advantage for Uzi and the Trebor. But he didn't have the imp timing he perhaps wanted for getting the Trebs out immediately. And along the water, more outposts for Kingstone. Just wants vision. Just wants vision of everything. You don't see any skirms on the map? That's true. Where's the best unit in the game? No skirms. And double castle for Kingstone. Trebs out first for Kingstone. And Uzi might really need rams in the push, as Kingstone will add chemistry, and if he wants to push fast enough, he'll need to push before too many bombard cannon come out. Why do buildings have so much HP? In general, it was a change from AoE 1 to AoE 2, where AoE 1 buildings had less HP. Ensemble Studios must have thought they needed to be sturdier for AoE 2. And Siege is a bit more specialized at taking down buildings. So Treb's on this hill still for Uzi, but not being used. Finally putting the second Treb to work. Ram push, and with all the archers, no easy melee unit for Kingstone to fight the Rams. Kingstone has a few crossbows forward, still pressuring Uzi, trying to idle the eco. So Kingstone far ahead in Vills, but both players with 20 plus idols. As it looks like they both might lose castles. Now the Rams are great at absorbing arrow fire, but so far there's nothing for Uzi to do to kill the archers. And perhaps the Trebs would destroy the castle, but he doesn't have access to any more Trebs with his castle going down. And his eco at home, no buildings to deal with the crossbows, so Kingstone will hold on. And once again, we see the player who wins the water end up losing the game. As the fish do not pay off for Uzi. When I first made the map, I was worried that there were too many fish, but I think I've been wrong about that. So that's 2-0 for Kingstone. Yeah, resin population trap. On my YouTube chat, someone's gonna go watch it live. So we might have another Coast Arena game. That's Uzi's next home map. As Romans losing to Italians on Linsois Marinensis. And indeed, it will be Coast Arena. Bengalis versus Burgundians. Yeah, Dagao will have to go through Kingstone, Nikov, and Hart in all likelihood if he wants to qualify, so that would be a tough road for him. But he is still the 3rd seed. I guess that does mean he has to go through 2 and 3, in all likelihood, but if you want to qualify, it's going to be hard for anyone, even Hart. Hart has some really good competition. So, Burgundians for Uzi, he'll be playing to the north in the red. Bengalis for Kingstone, he'll be playing the blue to the south.
Hey.
And after you pointed it out in the chat, I am now extra focused on not accidentally calling Kingstone Sato. I don't know why the blue colors reminded me of Sato when Kingstone's playing. For some reason it is. So Kingstone adding in the house on the way to lure in the boar, probably do a dock. Oyster is on the map, means you can get gold early. Stream title not updated, thank you. There we go. And dock for Kingstone. Yeah, that's actually the meta when you're casting several sets all day. Just don't put the player names in your title, and you don't have to remember to update it. But I think it's nice to have the names in the title. At least for the Twitch stream. Especially if we have simultaneous sets and people want to pick what they're going to watch.
Hi.
And up. Oh, as Kingstone is hunting the boar, a wonderful pause. Now, I think he wins this. 1 HP left on the boar, but that is always horrifying when there's a pause while hunting your boar. Let's see. Pause by Uzi. Now I frantically have to check the map and make sure it's not bugged. Looks fine. It's just an Uzi needing to pause moment. Has that ever happened to you, chat? You get that annoying pause just as you're hunting your boar? I remember that happened back on the HD days.
Yes.
You had to shoot the boar twice. And the pause came where you're trying to micro the Vil back, and you're hoping that it'll respond to your commands. The villagers are buff. Oh yeah, the Vils. Those Vils go to the gym. Yeah, look at the muscles on that guy. He can jam that knife into the ground really well. And, oh, that Vil, a bit of lag, kills the capybara while luring the boar. A bit of a misclick from Uzi. Yeah, maybe they get so strong from fighting boars all their lives. So double dock from Kingstone. And fish booming definitely is the meta on this map. But how many fish do you go for is a good question versus naval ships versus actually going for that forward castle. Bengalis and Burgundians, 2 castle drop civs. Also 2 good monk civs and 2 decent naval civs. So lots of aspects going for both of them for the map. Early eco upgrades for the Burgundians. I believe that means they can do a Dark Age fishing lines. So really nice fishing eco these days.
Si.
And that'll be a house for Uzi. Or house for Kingstone. House for both of them. And split up lumber camp for Uzi. Kingstone's staying on 1 lumber camp. Maybe a bit greedy to save wood and get as many fishing ships out as he can.
Yes.
So in terms of resource locations in the middle, there should be a fairly even spread of relics, golds, and stones all strewn throughout. The castle drop goes right in the middle here, though. Could deny stone from all one side of the map, but gold should still be accessible. Feudal Age for Kingstone. And Loom now for Uzi. As they'll go take the turkeys far away from the TC, but probably just wants to focus wood and gold. Mining camp on stone, too. So taking oysters potentially will be Uzi if he skips the mining camp on gold. Gives you a few different options for your build order there. He does Loom, too. So he keeps adding vills. So it does look like this might be a castle drop from him. Loomed vills on stone. The house for Kingstone as he sends more vills out to the stone. And he will be up 90 seconds faster than Uzi. So, dueling castle drops. Alright, we'll see who gets the castle up first, and in all likelihood it's Kingstone with the better uptiming. Looks like his eco is set up pretty darn well for clicking up immediately to the castle age with 2 buildings, just about there with the wood he'll need. And there he goes, market and blacksmith. Loom and then another vill for him, and he'll be good. Quarterfinals also today? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. 2 sets today, then 2 sets, or 2 rounds today, then 2 rounds tomorrow. It is a very tight timeline we have to try to schedule everything. So we do appreciate the players doing their best to schedule as well. We know it's definitely not easy for them.
Hi.
Hey.
So even though Uzi is up slower, he does have more vills. So he will have the better eco, and if they get a castle drop on each other's base, maybe a fast imp is easier for him if he has the better eco for it. Here can we see the results bracket? We have a lovely website. Right there. It's also on Wikipedia if you want it. And then blacksmith for Uzi. As Uzi has the scout HP lead. I think the playstyle on this map I found most interesting of everyone was Niaz with the Vikings, where he fish boomed and went longboat defense while also adding in archers. And archers stop a forward castle drop while he booms with longboats. And then he can imp in time
Hey.
by the time the next castle would come out and go for a Trebor. So how much investment players have onto warships is a good question, and how defensive versus offensive they try to go too. So Kingstone has been fighting the scout to the left, has a spear, or a pair of spears, just worried about Uzi making scouts, and will be dropping the castle on the gold. That does leave room for Uzi to sneak out the left side. And right on the walls, so he will see this, and he will start walling up. It will be Rothas for Kingstone. And then the question is, where does the castle go for Uzi? Kind of has 2 areas he needs to defend, one over here by the TC, and then another over here by the outside resources. Could go forward for his castle too, but then would have to deal with Rothas, and that might be a bit too risky for him with this timing difference. Tulks he can push into the fire, and try to disrupt Kingstone's fishing. But then medium warships is in first, and it will be Uzi going for a full stone wall. Transport castle, that would be insane. That would actually be insane, transport for a castle drop. We have seen transports for men-at-arms or forwards or drushes. That's something we haven't seen, the transport castle drop.
Si.
And there he goes. Can go forward for the castle drop, but it will be a more defensive castle. So it makes sense to secure a gold pile with the castle, and be far enough back that it won't be an instant fight. Now, medium warships for Uzi 2, as Kingstone sails around the back. And the castle will be discovered as more vills rush out to finish it. So castle is there, and now with the workshop, Kingstone, so he has some options here. He can think fight on the water, go imp, push with trebs, or he can think rams, elephant rams, and push. Now with all of the water fish he has, elephant rams seem like an option. He'll be stonewalling his own base, double stone walls, worried about petards. And Custilier, the option for Uzi, but then you have to worry Custilier versus Ratha with how mobile the Ratha are, if this actually does mean the Custilier can win. It'd be very difficult to take a fight, I think. The monastery is up for Kingstone. Monastery for Uzi as an outpost is also forward for Kingstone. And we have scalebarding armor plus bowsaw. Fletching on the way too for Kingstone. War Hulk fight. War Hulk fight in the back of Kingstone's base. So Kingstone's fish idled. Doesn't look like he's fishing anywhere near as much as Uzi is. So while Uzi has to deal with Rathas in his base, he has some Custilier out, and he still has a better fishing eco. So that's 20 versus 8 idols. Monastery also for Uzi. And it feels like he's somewhat at least stalled out the push. If he can destroy that elephant, that'd be sick. If he can pick the Vill, it'd be sick too. But he'll use his own gates to navigate in and out, as Kingstone's going through some houses.
Hi.
Because he has to worry about monks, maybe think about devotion. But it feels like he has the water control to keep fishing. And as long as he's fishing, he'll have an eco advantage. And maybe even an imp timing advantage. The downside is that Sato doesn't need... I called him Sato again, I did it. That Kingstone, there we go. Does not need food for the Ratha. That he only needs wood and gold. So he's not spending as much food unless he's adding in elephant rams. At least I caught myself when I said the wrong name. So there we have Vils going for the house as the elephant archer, or the elephant ram will push through the houses. And monk pops out of the monastery. How Elo if you can beat computer on hard? I don't know if there's a translation. I think the extreme AI probably means somewhere between 900 to 1100 Elo. And hello, Galley. So the Roth is here on the wood line from Uzi. Hills will have to run back. And 8 HP, have to worry about that burning house. Now scores will flip, Kingstone taking the score lead. Another TC in the middle for Uzi. Both players full castle age, lots of wood being floated for Kingstone. As he's now pushing the docks of Uzi. Uzi has to idle some fishing ships. Garrison in the docks. No war galleys, so he can't hit the wood line. Honestly, imagine a transport ship here for Custilier. Look in the admin chat. And Warhulks pushing each other. It looks like Kingstone finally using his wood as he's in with the Rathas, taking down monks. Monks want conversions. And Uzi needs these conversions to survive. He gets one. Monk will dodge a bit. But now this woodline has Ralthas in melee mode, and this is going to be some dead vills. Finally, someone really getting some vill kills here. Kingstone pulling ahead 11 to 1 eco KD. He did get into the fish earlier. And now the vills trying to run, can't really go anywhere. Raiding party. At the same time, Custilier getting around the outside. They are in Kingstone's base, but Kingstone has some monks back. He has some monks back to defend. The wall went down. We didn't need a transport ship for the Custilier, but the vills managed to wall themselves in. No war galleys to shoot over the walls. And Kingstone will defend from this raid while also raiding everywhere. Ratha's on the other wood line too. No more wood for Uzi. And look, it's looking like Kingstone's going to advance to the next round, as monks will convert the Custilier. And Sanctity will be on the way for Uzi. This is a Ratha uncomfortable position. Kingstone will even add a TC. And Bodkin arrow for Kingstone. It'll be Sanctity for Uzi. Custilier doing what they can. To raid. Conversion comes in. And the Custilier all go down. We're about to have the starting TC destroyed if the elephant stays there. Oh, only on 14 HP. Elephant will be healed and then attack the TC. Roth is killing the monk. Why do they feel so much better than knights when raiding? If 5 knights were in that woodline, 3 vills would have died with the knights bumping into each other. The Rotha do have a bit of splash damage, so that certainly helps out. There's the TC that goes down. And with the TC falling, Uzi will call the GG. And Kingstone will advance to the next round, winning 3-0. I feel that the Bengalis are probably the better civ for that FC unique unit play. Not that Burgundians are bad at it. But Kingstone did a great job of balancing his water gameplay, staying on water enough that he eventually disrupted Uzi's fish. And GG. So I think we'll see if there's... We might have a quick break before the next set. We might also advance into the next round. Let me just check out what else is going on. Be right back. And stay tuned. Alright, give me a moment. We're going to head into Hart versus Roderick's. You just handle some admin stuff. Sorry, just a moment. I'm reading Discord. Last chance for Hart? Yes. Is this the regional qualifier? Yes. Did I stream the Kapach game? I didn't catch the Kapach game earlier. That might be going on at the same time. Alright, I think that handles the admin stuff. Just doing. And now we're gonna hop into this game on Amazonia. Let me also get the draft set up between Hart and Roger. Oh, actually they're in game number. That makes it easier. They're in game 2, so I don't need to catch up to live time. Sorry for that. I had to deal with some admin stuff in between to make sure we get everything scheduled for today. And so, game number 1 of this set. Yeah, we need to admin, fix maps, and cast all at the same time. So this would be Amazonia 1 for Heart. And also, what were those civs we just got? It was Armenians versus Catans. So that brings us to game number 2, which will be again on Coast Arena. Lots of Coast Arena these days. And in order for myself to avoid confusing the players once again, Heart is going to be in the red, Roderick's will be in the blue. They had swapped those colors between the first 2 games. I'm going to keep them in the colors I think will be most likely for me not accidentally to call someone Sato again. Coast Arena, best arena? I do like Coast Arena. I liked it a bit more, I think, before the water change. So thanks everyone for bearing with us. And again, welcome everyone in all the streams we have. Maybe, oh, that's the good one. That's an explanation by YouTube, the ST from the stone and the Sato kind of running together. I'll run with that as my explanation. That's as good as anything. So let's go Coast Arena one more time. I enjoy Coast Arena. I'm happy to have more Coast Arena in my life. And we'll have Roderick's as the blue Japanese against Heart as the red Burgundians, hoping that Burgundians will be more successful against the Japanese than they were against the Bengalis. Yeah, Vala de Selva is apparently his arena too.
Bonjour.
So we'll have a house up for Heart, and how quickly will Heart dock 5 on wood? Probably with the next Vil. Interesting for the Burgundians whether they want to delay the dock for the wood upgrade, maybe. Is anyone familiar with the builds, maybe about having tuition? Looks like Heart is doing it. So that'll slightly delay the first fishing ship, but give him more wood income for future docks. So we'll have the Boar Lord under the TC. And a dock going up for Heart. So there's the dock after the double bit axe. And the next question is then, when do you do the Dark Age fishing lines? Is that is discounted and available in age early for the Burgundians like the rest of their eco-techs. So he'll add a few fishing ships and probably go for that technology. Japanese for Roderick's perhaps a bit easier to play. You don't have as many decisions to make about when to do your eco upgrades. Very simple 5 on wood with the dock. And will likely add more Vils to wood if he wants to go for the fast castle. If he wants to go for a fast feudal approach, which he could do, which I haven't seen have much success on this map, but that he could do, then he'd leave every Vil on food under the TC and leave 5 on wood. And he'd be clicking up around now. Maybe you do Loom and then click up? Or maybe you just do an extra Vil or 2, but he actually looks close to going up to the feudal age now. You see, very different build with 6 on wood with a wood upgrade for Heart. So 6 on one lumber camp, 6 on another, so 12 on wood. And this is clearly going to be a fast castle, add more fish build. This for Roderick's, he's going feudal. Okay, fast feudal on Coast Arena. Not something I've seen too often. And if you're the Japanese, maybe one reason you do this would be transport ship men-at-arms. But I don't think the barracks is up in time for that. And it'll be another lumber camp on the side for Roderick's.
attaché.
So another dock forward here. And it'll be a house for Hart at the front. And I'll have Feudal Age for Roderick soon. A few minutes faster than Hart, as Hart is still in the Dark Age. What I don't see, though, is a forward Vil for a forward dock. That's maybe what he'd want to do if he wanted to go fast feudal. And only 3 fishing ships, so this, well, 4th on the way, but this has to be aggression against the docks. Probably fires, but they're so far apart that Hart should be able to open with hulks to defend immediately. It will be hulks, though. Maybe the better option, because the counter to that would be galleys, and it's a bit longer to amass maybe the 4 galleys you need to fight hulks. But hulks also less efficient underneath docks, since they'll take more damage from the arrow fire. And feudal just now for Hart, who undoubtedly will fast castle. Another dock for Roderick's too. So triple docks, hulk opening, more fishing ships. Maybe there's an argument that the Japanese could do fishing lines and double bid axe and have a feudal age boom. But I think the fast castle is so potent, and you're not really delaying your feudal by all that much just to go for the fast castle, maybe 2 or 3 Vils. That I doubt that would be as efficient. They can sneak into the range of the dead zone of the docks, but the problem is they only have 1 range, so if they stay in that dead zone, it's still actually kind of hard to raid fish at the same time. And if you're going to be camping in the dead zone, the fire ships do more damage to the dock than the hulks do. And sneak dock around the outside for Hart. Here, Roderick is doing exactly that. Getting into the sneak range, or the minimum range of the dock within murder holes. Before murder holes, just like towers, docks do have a minimum range of 1. And that Vil will have to try to run away. We see how even fires with a longer range can sometimes be more efficient at hitting Vils by the dock. And here we're seeing just that problem. Hulk drawn away from the dock to go after the fishing ship. And the dock arrow fire just about destroys the Hulk. 5 HP left. And the fishing ships here will be destroyed by the Hulk. Can't hide around the dock like fires can, so one of the good things about the Hulk, despite the range, they can still grapple over buildings, unlike the fire ships. I don't know how their ropes go through a building, but we'll have Roderick's eventually losing this fight here. Hart even could repair, so that Hulk will go down. This Hulk still raiding the fish, and Roderick's actually killing 4 fishing ships. That feels more like a mistake from Hart not garrisoning enough. Roderick's will be pushed back, and withal, I withal, L withal. I can't tell what letter that is, but thank you for the follow. So maybe this build would have a bit more damage done if Roderick's were to have sent a Vil forward early on for doing another dock forward and then open fires. And if you open fires, I still think you do a lot more damage to docks. And yeah, Hart still goes for the Hulk defense. That's maybe the one reason not to do fires, because the Hulk defense is a bit easier against fires than galleys are against Hulks, and we still see Hart opening Hulk. And Hulk versus Hulk, Roderick's could hope to have a numbers advantage. But still fighting under the docks, I think it's hard to have enough of a numbers advantage, actually, to damage the fish. They go over the building and still do enough damage by grappling. That is some physics. Two-minute uptime advantage now for Roderick's. And galleys not patrolling. Hulks not. Neither player patrolling. The galleys will run into the Hulks. Still should counter the Hulks, but need to be microed. And rough fight for Rodrix. Now Heart's up to the Castle Age. Hart already has Bowsaw. But Rodrix should be able to clear these Hulks with the galleys. Galleys in a bit of dock garrison, and he should be fine. 2 very low HP Hulks, though, that he probably could have stopped with the galleys earlier. Some awkward micro. And Rodrix is up to the Castle Age. Res collected actually is far ahead for Hart. So 1,000 res collected again with the fast castle approach. And again, I feel that you simply can't do enough damage with a Feudal Age approach on this map. What's the point of having water out here? Fishing eco. This map often becomes a fast imp. I guess it's very civ dependent, but more fish gives you the food you need for Imperial Age. Kind of the opposite of some of the hybrid maps like Lensois Mariensis or Amazonia that we've seen. That winning the water actually can win the game here. Sometimes we see a player lose water and just YOLO their castle drop forward. You can have an asymmetrical game where one player wins water and the other goes land. But I don't know if a Feudal Age really forces that condition here with how strong the fish boom is. And Monk bringing in the relic. As we have Bowsaw and Bodkin Arrow both in for Rodrix. And War Galley defense, scores are still fairly close. That might deceive Rodrix as to the eco difference, with Hart really far ahead, and even has gill nets too for the fishing ships. So really efficient Burgundian fishing, and feels like he has the military advantage on the water too, as he's also picking up relics. Had 50 fish in light cav. I think that was Sebastian Yo that you're thinking of. Man, that game was so rough. It still felt like if Sebastian had the right light cav numbers and took the right fights, he might have still won, but light cav get massacred by organ guns. That's what we can learn from that game. It's not enough to have good numbers, you need overwhelmingly higher numbers. So Warhulk's trying to defend against the fires. Another thing that makes this map tricky is once you see the ship composition, it's so far from the reinforcements that the defender can make the right type of ship. And both scouts going down, first to a scout, then to a long-distance poke from the spear, and that'll mean Hart continues picking up relics. Burgundians will get food from the relics too, and that's at least 3 relics for Hart. As he's adding in a university, those will be all the buildings he needs to go to the next stage. Has 2 TCs for pumping out villagers from the fish boom. Organ guns massacre anything without enough pierce armor. As fire ships forced back by hulks now. And a lot of the fish still surviving, but on oysters, so not on deep fish, and Hart will have another attack from the other side. Mostly fires, but a couple of hulks mixed in. And he's pressing on both sides on water. A lot more investment into water, but working out for him as he's adding in horse collar as he starts to do farms. And Fire is trying to sail off the edge of the map, as Rodrix will push around the side, but Hart can reamass ships by his docks and hold. Delaying dock and going for the wood upgrade. Well, however he did it, I think he'd still be ahead with the fast castle versus fast feudal approach. Clinker construction for Hart. Now, fast feudal is an approach I think probably could have worked before the water rework. But these days, even on the open water maps, we see fast castles. On this one, when you have a pretty good fortification and rush distances, and the rush distance is so large between the players, it takes so long to sail across. I really don't see fast feudal working. Yeah, first time you've seen it without a crazy all-in. Bit more like a standard map now, like a standard arena game. Monks and relics. Conversions on the scout. But Hart 3-to-1 relics, with a scout by the final one. Dominating the relic victory, or the relic capturing right now. So wheelbarrow, gold mining, both in for Hart. More Hulk for Rodrix. Fires keep pushing in against the war galleys. As wheelbarrow in for Hart. Stream title, thank you. Yeah, looks a lot like a GG. Well, we do have Rodrix up to Imp first. Not by a lot, but ever so slightly first. This map always does give you the opportunity, I think no matter the status, it gives you a chance with a Treb War. Now, I think it's a slim chance. It'll be around a 40-second difference, and Hart, by the looks of it, should be able to do a second castle, and also as Burgundians, we'll have chemistry and bombard cannon that do 25% extra attack. And the Japanese, who don't have access to cannon, and yeah, their Trebs could get Catapruto, but that's going to cut into your Treb production, will have their work cut out for them. 30-0 military. That's on the water, though. That's on the water. Yeah, Hart has 19 fishing ships, but they're not going to give you wood and gold for the Treb fight. Very slim chance for Rodrix, and I wouldn't be surprised if he calls a GG as when he sees Hart hit Imp, but still a chance if he can go for a Treb fight. Hart would have to make some pretty big mistakes in the Treb fight, though. You never know, though. Maybe Hart has, just like Sebastian, select all TCs and delete all on the same hotkey, and he tries to delete walls and deletes his TCs and doesn't get Imp. Slim chances, but it could still happen. That's something I remember from setting up LANs when we didn't have our own hotkeys, and we had all the player hotkeys, and we were trying to do tests for all the scenes and whatnot. Tato had delete on F1 back in the Voobly days, and I just remembered thinking, he must really prioritize being able to delete stuff fast. Why does he put it on that hotkey? How relevant is water on Imp? Cannon galleons from the shoreline look like they could be a serious problem. I've actually seen both situations where someone has cannon galleons or dromons on the outside, and they're destroying lumber camps on the inside, and also where someone has trebs on the inside, and they're destroying lumber camps on the outside. So it can be useful for wood control, but they don't do much to control the gold and the stone, which is all in the middle. So useful, can also pressure the back of your opponent's base, but there's also so much room in the middle of the map that the damage they can do is kind of limited. So here we have the double castles from Hart, not yet starting the Treb production, prioritizing chemistry. And we'll have the defensive walls for Rodrix, both defending for the Treb fight, and also stopping Pustilier from trying to rush the walls. We'll be adding in Japanese cav archers. Japanese is I feel if you get full upgrades on the heavy cav archers, a unit that Burgundians, they don't have the final upgrade on the skirms. Cav archers usually pretty good against gunpowder. Can be a bit of a struggle for them. Hart, he's not going to go for the Treb fight, though. He's going for conscription and petards. He has outposts all over. He sees it's only a single set of walls for Roderick's. Roderick's still on stone, so Hart? Okay, interesting play. He has petards. He doesn't have much army. Oh wait, Cav Archers dove the castle? What did Roderick's just do there? He dove the castle to try to maybe snipe Repairvilles. And here I am looking at the petards. Roderick's Titanics his army under the castle fire. Hart didn't have murder holes, but still, I think what Roderick was thinking there was he really needed to win the Treb fight, and he wanted to send Cav Archers under the castle to try to stop Vills from repairing the castle, and destroy the castle fast enough in Imp that he'd still have a chance before Trebs came out. But didn't work out for him there. The petards managed to hold their barrels. Don't even need to use it. And there we go. Hart winning 2 games. Sorry if I didn't have the scoreboard updated. As I said, this was game number 2. Did win the first game on Amazonia as well. So he goes up 2-0. And 69-40, nice KD. Before every pro uses F1. Copied it from Viper. So GG from Hart. The eco difference from the fast castle. That's only, what, 2 minutes in timing difference, but huge eco difference. Pretty clear. And Roderick's might once again try to play a water map. But tried to do something different from what we've usually seen on Coast Arena. It didn't work out. I wonder how much he's practiced that and if he's gotten it to work in practice games. Because I would be curious if players end up being successful with that. Did Sebastian do that? Yeah, yes. Yesterday we casted Sebastian. He deleted all of his docks, and as the Dravidians, housed himself heavily. Very heavily. Let's see here, it'll be... Okay, it won't be a water map, it'll be Satan? Georgians versus Vietnamese. Let me keep the players in their same colors. And here we are. So Roderick's will be the blue Vietnamese, Hart the red Georgians. Hart immediately going for a mule cart to the wood line. His golds are kind of far from a wood. Gabby had signed up, but I guess didn't hit the... It was the top 16 players in the seeding, and didn't look like she was in that for the seeding, unfortunately. Unfortunately, we only had 2 days to do this. I would love to have done a bigger bracket. Originally, it was going to be 8 players, but we pushed to make it 16. That does make it harder for us to admin and schedule. And we try to include as many players as we could. I'd love to do some type of other event. Maybe like some type of Silver League, or maybe even just a Brazil-only tournament in the lead-up to it, so we have something to fill the time before July. But we'll need to have some discussions about that. And see what's possible for us to fit in on the schedule. So Hart here doing a mill. That'll be on the pineapple bushes. And Javelina will be lured in from Roderick's. And shot by the TC. As these rays will be pushed by this scout. Yeah, that was what Sebastian said. He didn't actually bind a hotkey for delete, and he only had a hotkey for delete all. Everyone has some custom hotkey quirk. And I mean, it is fair, it does save a hotkey. I mean, I don't have go-to building hotkeys, I only have select all building hotkeys now. Left click for delete all selected buildings, that's a good one. Vil's shooting the Rhea. And we'll have Feudal Age for Hart. Loom for Rodrix as he shoots that Rhea. And that scout keeps pushing in the Rhea. So all the Rhea's taken for Hart. Just going pretty standard so far. Mill, Woodline. And we'll try to get the Rhea pushed in. Looks like it'll be scouts from both players. We've seen some very aggressive men-at-arms openings on the map. But here looks like it'll be scouts. So mirrored scouts war. Vietnamese a pretty good eco for the scouts. Georgians have the scouts that'll heal slightly, more so in the Castle Age. Yeah, if you need to prioritize units in certain buildings, you still then need to go to control groups on the buildings. And faster feudal from Hart, he'll take the fight against Rodrix. Rodrix will run to the hill, run off the hill. And at this point, he just really doesn't want to fight the scout if he can avoid it. And we'll keep his scout alive at least, 10 seconds away, and we'll be near the Vils. Hart diving and committing, and he'll lose HP to the Vils. So feudal in for Rodrix with that final fight. A bit more idle time on his Vils. So you can see Hart ahead in eco, but he will add the stable. No spear yet from Hart, just queuing scouts. No spear and instead going horse collar, prioritizing the farming upgrade. Hasn't added any farms yet. So house and stable for Rodrix. Match, use a pound symbol instead of an exclamation mark. There you go. So defensive spear now for Rodrix. Over to his reskinned berries. Hart continues pumping out scouts. Georgians will have a smooth early game eco for this with the mule cart. Mule carts will be great for the acacia tree woodlines on the map too. Rodrix has to make sure he's not going to be open as he walls. And Spear will try to push the scouts away. The Vils run back to the TC. Rodrix maybe can add a few houses. Needs to quick wall now. Quick gate. One more wall. Gets the wall. And he is walled. Just gets the quick walls down in time. Spear probably not enough to keep all those scouts away from Vils. And that'll keep him safe. Didn't lose anything. And more spears will wander around trying to poke the scouts. So this is definitely a tough matchup for Rodrix. Definitely tough for him against Hart. But so far at least he hasn't lost a Vil. Around 200 res collected beneath, and maybe I just jinxed him, as he will lose a Vil, the scout over the wall attacking the Vil even, poking him through the holes of that palisade. DE and his diagonal attacks. Spear from Rodrix will run forward. Have some Vils still collecting wood and farming by the TC. Town Watch for Hart. And Roderick's, he's going to lose control of the scouts and fight the spears. Wasn't on stand ground there. And takes a big poke as he's maybe just looking and hoping to stay quick-walled or small-walled against Hart's scouts. As they're around his base now. And the spear will go for some pokes. Quite a few scouts poking the spear. Spear goes down. And we'll take another fight against the spear. Roderick's rough fights against spears. Going down to scouts. And more spears on the way, so the scouts won't be able to hit Vils. And houses go up here for Roderick's. And scout on the hill goes down. Wheelbarrow for Hart. Some more houses go up, and the scouts are trapped. Nice quick walls from Hart, trapping the scouts. Is there a hole in the wood line? Hart's looking for one, but there isn't one. And now Hart can just put spears into this enclosure. Kill the trapped scouts. Well, that's great. You take 4 scouts out of play. Oh, he's trying to get through the gate. Gates need to be locked, and he'll need to wall this. It'll be 2 spears from Roderick's, and at that point should be able to clear this. So nice trap. Spear pokes a scout in the back. It's hard to see. Am I saying the wrong player again? I've been casting too much recently. The Roderick's will trap Hart's scouts. There we go. Spear, 2 spears, a nice micro from Hart to run around the spears a bit. That'll take a 3rd spear to poke them all down, and Roderick's has a nice clear. At the same time, though, has to idle the berries? And I'm sure he would have loved to have kept maybe 1 more spear alive, as he'll have to pump a couple more to keep the scouts out of his base. 1 Vil outside of that mining camp. Yeah, Hart's eco is so smooth, that res collected difference. And that's against the Vietnamese too, a civ that usually has a smooth eco with the cheaper eco upgrades. Also between the 2 civs, you're usually thinking the Vietnamese are the ones with horse collar and wheelbarrow. And armor now for Hart's scouts. Roderick's trying to make a swap for archers. Hart might do that too, as he has a mule cart on gold. But no, actually Hart for the 2nd stable. The Georgians, I think I like them as a candidate for double stable scouts, because you can send the mule cart to gold if you need to get gold for bloodlines, and then move it over to a woodline again. I gotta love how that looks on the minimap. Now Vils will fight the scouts, but as the scouts have armor and the Vils won't be able to do too much damage to them. And Forging plus Bloodlines clicked also for Hart, as he's going to look to close out this set with double stable scouts and full feudal aggression. Roderick's hasn't scouted the 2nd stable yet, and seeing the mule cart on the gold might deceive him into thinking Hart's trying to go archers. Really, it's just gold for Bloodlines and an eventual Castle Age. Hart's going to leave only 1 Vil out there, maybe? Honestly, wouldn't mind seeing him just go to a woodline now. He has the gold for the Castle Age, and with Bloodlines, won't need any more gold unless he eventually tries to go archers. He wants to maybe buy his way up. So fletching for Roderick's, but it'll be tough for him to move out against 2 stable scout production. We'll need enough spears in the right positioning not to lose units to the scouts. Maybe this is a good start to it though if he can clear some scouts on the hill. But Hart with all of the feudal age upgrades now, all eco upgrades, all scout upgrades, he's just ready to pump double stable scouts. Okay, Hart's now killed 4 Vils, and he's trying to get into the woodline. Finally, there was an overchop, and the spear wasn't there. That's a 5th Vil down, and the Vils will have to help out the spear, but the scouts with all the upgrades, Vils can't really fight that. On the front, Roderick's trying to snipe a Vil, but Hart with enough scouts, and Vil over here will go down. Roderick's losing on the lumber camp now. Hart doesn't... he wants to get the snipe with the low HP scouts, and with that, Roderick will call the GG. You can translate for me, probably good luck. And Hart will win 3-0. So, GG. Nice trap from Roderick's, but Hart ultimately... I think you can tell how good of a player Hart is. Very tough map to play, and he played it well. Safe travels. Well, Hart hasn't qualified yet. Hasn't qualified just yet. Roderick's maybe favoring Hart like a lot of people have been. So right now we also have Kingstone versus Degao. That is just starting, so let's hop into that. I'll need your help, chat, to make sure I call Kingstone Kingstone again. No more. I think chat, my YouTube chat was right that the ST in it is making me say. It was causing my mind to say Sato accidentally. Where do I have these background wallpapers from? This is from our graphic designer. We had known as Akame or Control Elite, who has created the backgrounds for us and the logo and everything for the tournament. And we'll certainly have some more graphical stuff for the finals. So let me just grab the drafts. And what do we have here? Maps. And civs. And update the bands. And game number 1. If I can find where I put the dashboard. We'll be on Seiya dos Courageous. They're about 9 minutes in, so we'll catch up to real time. And I will spell Kingstone's name correctly. First step to saying it correctly is spelling it correctly. And here we are. Degao will be playing as the green Portuguese to the west, and Kingstone the blue Catans to the northeast. This is our terraced map with several different layers of elevation. An extra layer or so to the southeast. And both players will go up to feudal as we'll catch up to real time. And we'll see a barracks from Kingstone. So both Onomaru players. I think the 2 highest rated Onomaru players remaining trying to qualify. So I'm sure we'll have lots of Degao fans trying to get him to the land in his home country of Brazil. We saw Miguel did lose earlier today, so I think Degao's the final remaining Brazilian with a chance to qualify. We'll potentially have to go through Kingstone, Nikov, and Hart on his way to the finals if he wants to qualify, so he has his work cut out for him. And standard archers and scouts play, nothing too special here. Portuguese might want to go for a double gold composition of crossbow knight in the castle age since they do have a gold discount. Oh, look at that gold spawning on this ridge in the middle. Okay, look at that, this one tile ridge. I spent forever adjusting the map so that ridges like this would not be rock terrain and block all building placement in the middle if they're only one tile. And then we decided to make the terrain buildable instead of rock anyway. But the gold still spawns there. I think I've seen this map played quite a lot, actually. As far as these qualifiers are concerned. It's perhaps the most standard of the maps. Satan being maybe a bit too open, even though that one's fairly standard too. Brazil tournament will have no Brazil player? Don't count Degao out yet. Horse collar for Degao too. Time to add a Brazil-only qualifier. Might be fun to have I was thinking about this earlier to have a Brazil-only tournament on the maps sometime just as a fun event as a lead-up. And Berserk Moose, thank you for the follow. So Kingstone now on the defensive with Catan skirms, but pretty happy to make the faster producing skirms, as he's trying to get his pastures set up. Dagao is a bit ahead in eco thanks to all the pressure he's applied. Has a few fruit bushes from which he still can take the remaining fruit. And Daniela, thank you very much for rating Onamaru's channel. Welcome in, everyone. This is one of those fake arena maps, looks open, but is actually just a boom map. Yeah, we have been seeing that quite a lot. Maybe for the land event, we do have to replace the terrain with the unbuildable rock again. If players are going to wall, at least make them do a full circle of walls. That would definitely open it up a lot, but I think completely change how aggressive it is. It is fairly aggressive so far. But I always feel that the higher the level the players, the more defensive the maps become, and the better they are at figuring out how to wall and defend. So skirms will be chasing down these archers.
Sim. Quais são as vossas ordens?
And now we have this Jaguar. Jaguar going for the archers. Jaguar helping Kingstone out. As he will be Castle Age ever so slightly faster. Dagao, a bit of a better eco. As that Jaguar goes down, doesn't eat the archer. And Dagao, 10 seconds away from being up. Amassing tons of crossbowmen in his range. Always tricky to go crossbowmen against the Catans with their skirms. With, what's that, their skirmishers along with spears and scouts train faster. But Dagao may be hoping to go crossbow plus siege then against skirms. No knight queued for him. Elite skirm will be in for Kingstone. And knights without any armor, no bloodlines, really can't fight elite skirms. You need at least some upgrade for the knights, which might be a bit expensive at this point. Any idea when Nikov Prisma starts? We're still trying to figure out that in the scheduling. Hopefully soon, or at least hopefully soon we can get... now Prisma was around earlier, but had to leave for a bit. Hopefully he gets back soon to reply. Any idea what time it starts tomorrow? Probably 16 GMT again. But that will be determined tonight once all the players are determined for tomorrow. Scheduling for... Here's the bracket. Scheduling for a 16 player event in 2 days is rather rough. So we have skirms here still fighting crossbows. And all the vills taking gold now. Just trying to take gold, Mangonel keeping the skirms away enough that Dagao can push the army back. And wheelbarrow also for Dagao. Town center going up. So second TC now for both players. Kingstone had is running just a bit faster. And we'll be adding in more pastures. Now the pastures, they don't need to be next to a TC. Kingstone's done it for safety, but he can put the rest of his pastures in the back of his base if he wants to, if he feels confident in his walls. Here is wheelbarrow for Dagao. As one skirm will sneak around the back, but be picked off by a scout. So, both players with a workshop. Hill in between them. I feel like Dagao has maybe a bit of momentum in taking the hill. But Kingstone a bit more momentum in the boom. Stark about Sebastian's dock delete, saying he has too much media training. If it were me, I'd say I did it to flex. I'm sure that's what Dark would have said about sending his villain to Lewis's TC the other day. Oh, nice mangonel shot from Degao. A rocket cart and 2 Vills. 2 Vills. That was nice. And now we'll have a hill for attacking the workshop. Take the middle hill, you get a huge advantage. And Degao will do a house in the middle just to assert dominance, as Kingstone will pick up a relic. So trying to get 2 relics, that forward TC will be tricky to defend if the mangonels destroy this workshop. Third mangonel hoovering around for Degao, trying to hit the skirms. Doesn't get them. Looked like Kingstone might have not paid attention there, and attack round might have done it, but he turns just in time. And the camel goes down. Here's that second relic for Kingstone. Is Kapach? Yes, Kapach is playing. I think Kapach is on the top side of the bracket. Same side as Heart, so we'd have to go through Heart to make it. So workshop goes down. And Mangonel doesn't quite get the monk. Kingstone running away. And now some good pressure on the monastery to reject the relics for Mangonels from Degao. And not really an option for Kingstone to make a calf switch, since he doesn't have knights and step lancers don't have much pierce armor against all of those crossbows. And Kingstone now will have to try to play a Mangonel defense against, or a rocket cart defense against the uphill Mangonels. And Degao's the Portuguese can start adding knights. So it feels like Degao is right in the spot he wants to be in. Crossbow knight, Mangonel pressure. All gold army. And the Khitans that are so focused maybe on the counter units. Spears, skirms, step lancers, a bit more specialized. Have to find a way now to fight the generic units. And they can do that by having a better eco, and still Kingstone, despite the pressure, is slightly more resources collected and still more vills. Looks like he's mining stone, so he might be able to go for a castle to stop the push. Could also try to stay out on top of the terraces for gold. Could consider even a castle up here, but that leaves the rest of his base that's downhill, exposed. Mill's trying to repair. As the Mangonel and rocket cart go down. You know, it's the camel. TC goes down. A nice hit on the cross. Oh, weird. Mangonel's worrying me trying to hit the Jaguar. I thought they'd hit crossbows. That must have been a misclick on the Jaguar from Degao. Almost Titanic his vills. And now he wants a castle. As he gets the Repairville at least if he doesn't get the rocket cart. And will this castle go up? Kingstone maybe has a chance to deny it and kill some vills. And this is all about the skirm micro if he can kill vills, but will be tough with this massive army that Degao has. Yeah, that Jaguar was really picky about which villager to eat. And still a crossbow mass for Kingstone, but now he's got a castle. Not quite on his face, but pretty far forward. And time maybe for organ guns to help deal with some of the skirms. So Kingstone's castle will be around the south, making his way to try to TC some of the higher elevation with the gold. I mean, we could see a game where Kingstone has the hills, and Degao has the valleys. But Degao looking for Imp. Can use the market and sell when he wants to, selling a bit of wood and stone, even sell some food. Almost at that 800 gold to go up. Nikov still plays, yep. Had a bout of appendicitis during TTL, but he's presumably feeling better now. Imperial Age for Degao. Still repairing a Mangonel. That's a very low HP camel attacking a Mangonel. Dagao needs to notice in repair or attack with an organ gun, and all 3 Mangonel destroyed by Kingstone. Rocket Cart stops the Mangonel. And we'll have Kingstone up to Imp 2. Where is the Imp TC? Up here on the hill. Kingstone did not select all TCs and put Imp in this TC. At least he knows how to click up to Imp. And it's still only 2 TCs for Dagao, just adding his 3rd, so Kingstone still does have a nice villager lead. Still has a resources collected lead. And if he's holding, maybe there's some way he could engage in a Treb war. Dagao's starting to pick up relics, picking up the ones that Kingstone didn't, but Kingstone will win the foot race, and even though he lost 2 relics on the front, we'll recover some more relics and put them in the monastery up here. And full elite skirms now from Kingstone, so Dagao with a crossbow army can't particularly push up here. Would need Mangonel support, but all of a sudden ends up needing to push uphill. And Kingstone's still controlling more of the map. And a siege workshop now for Kingstone.
Esto pronto. Hola. Sim. Hola.
Mangonel hitting the skirms as the skirms are forced back.
Quais são as vossas ordens?
And another castle up for Dagao. And it'll be Imp on the way for Kingstone. Crossbows hit the monk, his organ guns. We'll try to climb the hill. Dagao wanting to regain some hill advantage as he does another castle. Kingstone's so close to being up, we'll have double workshops. Rocket carts are down. And he's gonna go mounted trebuchets. The camel trebuchet. Also a Liao Dao. Will this be a good composition? I feel like crossbows should counter the Liao Daos. That guy is heavily armored with a huge sword. And it'll be triple workshops for mounted trebuchets. I've never really seen this unit used. I've seen it occasionally, but I still don't have a good feel for it. Can it counter crossbowmen? Can it counter organ guns? Well, there it is. Well, can it counter crossbowmen? No. I think that's a resounding no. 6 HP left. Do you repair it or do you heal it with a monk? I don't know. Only 10 range, so the castle can snipe it. Castles get up to 11 range with bracer. So that unit feels kind of useless for Kingstone. Yeah, now Dagao has the hill advantage. He's the one with the hill advantage against the castle. Kingstone stole 20 more vills, doing ring archer armor for the skirms, getting a treb out at least. But the mounted trebs just were useless there. I did not expect them to be that bad. I did not expect the mounted trebs to be that bad, but I guess they don't have enough pierce armor against crossbows, particularly when the crossbows have the hill. There's another one. Oh yeah, only 4 pierce armor. So that is useless against the castle when the castle outranges it. Even with siege engineers, the castle would have the same range. Assuming it gets upgraded. And now with the cannon, the Dagao can take out the treb. Bill's doing what they can to repair, but too late as a lucky treb shot takes it down. And there's a GG from Kingstone as Dagao wins game number 1. Methodical push from Dagao. But works out owning the hill in the end. Kingstone with the eco advantage, still slower to Imp. Maybe a different game if he's able to click Imp a bit faster. As he consistently had the eco lead, but could not turn that into army to fight the Portuguese. Cheap crossbows, cheap knights, gold discount OP. And Dagao there goes up 1-0. Winning on Seados Karajas. And Kingstone, though, Kingstone picked some fun home maps for us. He picked some very fun home maps. Degao going for water maps, but Kingstone going for fun maps. It's unfair because Degao can talk to his villagers. Lidakor used to tell me he had the opposite problem. That since he's Hungarian, whenever he plays with the Magyars, he gets distracted because he can understand the units. Yeah, I felt like he was pretty far down in the game, to be honest. I don't think that was an early GG at all. Yeah, Portuguese rocket carts after conversions. So Kingstone gets to pick the map. They're in the lobby waiting for him to see the map pick. I'd love for him. Yesterday Barles finally used the barrels on Festa da Pulver. So maybe now players are aware of it. Maybe they'll shoot the barrels. But it will be Pantanal, picked for Kingstone. Selected that in the lobby. So Pantanal coming up next. And again, give a follow over to the Onamaru stream if you haven't already. We're almost at 2K followers there. It's at 1,978. Almost at 2K. Yeah, someone finally used the barrels. Giving Dave a mini heart attack. I think it surprised everyone when they finally saw it. But I think what I do, as it'll be Chinese versus Britons, I think what I do for the main event is I'll decrease the pierce armor of the barrels. Decrease the pierce armor and slightly more attack against buildings. And that way at least you can't quick wall immediately behind a palisade with a house. And Barrels killed about 20 vills with the barrels. And Cosmic Disarray, thank you very much for using your Prime sub on the Onamaru channel. Thank you so much for the support. Now, Arbase is streaming now. He's in his TTL community games. I can't make... I don't think I can make explosions contained by buildings, no. Imagine that, you quick wall to stop a barrel from exploding you. So, here we go. Once more, we'll have Kingstone as the blue doing his TC to the west. He'll be playing as the Chinese. He will get 3 extra vills once his TC is finished. Degao, he'll be playing in the green. He will be the Britons over to the east. He will have a great speed bonus that collecting from the capybaras. Late game, I think I probably like Britons over Chinese. I think Chinese would struggle to deal with longbowmen or long-range archers. Although they do have siege rams, which could be a great option. Siege rams and good skirms. immediately for Kingstone as he brings a capybara under the TC, and we'll do everything he can to minimize idle time. Javelina lured in next. So he'll want to queue a Vil, put the remaining Vils on the Javelina, and try to shoot that as a Vil is queued. So 4 seconds of idle time. You get a tiny bit of idle time while shooting the Javelina. So he just needs to make sure the second Vil's at a good time by having a force drop, but very smooth to play the Chinese on Nomad these days. The TC itself gives you enough pop space to produce Vils without needing to do houses at the start. Force drop hockey lets you drop off your food consistently, and that's only 3 seconds of idle time before the second Vil, so now for the third Vil and onwards he's good. Grabbing another Javelina. So we'll check on Degao as the Britons, picking up some of these capybaras. They can do heavy rocket cart, but the Britons outrange them. The Chinese do not have siege engineers, so they don't get up to their maximum range. And oh, Degao losing a Vil! Losing a Vil to the Javelina. Didn't have the house foundation on the right tile. Will it walk back? It's well behaved, waiting for the other Vil. But one Vil down for Degao.
Greeting?
Grayton?
Yay? Ready.
It's fine. Well, he's the Britons. He doesn't have Vils to spare. He's the Britons. He's already down 3 Vils. Now he's down slightly more Vils. I guess 2 Vils because of the loom. Outside, we have some hunt taken for Kingstone. So hunt from the mill also helps with getting the TC running. And another lumber camp, or first lumber camp for Kingstone. So we will be doing a lumber camp in the middle. These woodlines in the middle are not that large, but they do give you gold access. A couple of golds spawning on the peninsula up there in the north. Wonder why one didn't spawn down here. That's weird to see them together like that. I wish I had the ability to reproduce map seeds properly. Because that is weird. Let me make a note for myself. Because that seems quite weird to me. But anyway, they're both up to the feudal age. As I'll have a bunch of capybaras coming over to the TC. Javelina lured in. And taken by Kingstone. Luchuan and Chinese fast fire was OP before the Hulk things. So the Chinese have dragon ships. They don't apply on this map at all because you can't dock. I played one game where Ornlu made dragon ships and I was very underwhelmed by them. But that could also just be user error. Is this Nomad start? Yep, Nomad start. So they pick where to put the TCs. Oh, that is interesting. That's an extra gold. That's actually one of Degao's golds that spawned on that island. I know what causes that then. Okay, that I tested hundreds of generations and never saw that, but I understand what the bug is. That's too close. There's a placeholder that somehow covered both islands. What server is it? East US. Oh gosh, they're lagging. Weird, lagging a lot. Admin restart. I don't think this calls for an admin restart. Kingstone thinking about what the lag is. Maybe he's lagging too. So double bit axe for both players. And an archery range here from Kingstone. Man, you have a bug with a very low probability of it occurring, and you are guaranteed to see it. When you have a tournament game. Guaranteed.
Ready.
Well, if the servers are different, usually what happens is one player picks the game. We can restore if it's lagging hard, it's okay. Or the higher seed or coin flip determines who picks the server for game 1. And then whoever loses the game picks not just the map, but also the server for the next game, if there's a big difference. So if Kingstone wins, then we'll probably have Degao picking the Brazil server. There is South Central US, though, which I guess is maybe a bit more advantageous for Kingstone if he's closer to that than to East US, which is maybe worse for both of them. Because maybe that's why he lost the Ville to the boar.
Yay.
So fletching for Degao, fletching for Kingstone, and both of them opening archers. So both players with an archer opening, not going to be the fast castle unique unit fest we've seen a few times.
Mandatum.
And Kingstone's archer will force Degao away from the house. Degao sneaking around, and we need to check the scouting now. He did not see the mill on the outside, but does see the house on the outside. He killed a bunch of sheep with the archers? Oh yeah, he did kill a bunch of sheep with the archers. A laming of the sheep. Kingstone killing a sheep. Well, at least they still have food on them. It's not like Degao can't take them, there'll just be more decay under the TC. Oh my gosh, look at that. Look at all the decay.
Mandatum.
As the archers now from Kingstone looking for a mill on the outside, but Degao not on the outside, will actually just bypass the archers. Kingstone, ooh, he didn't scout the... Unfortunately didn't scout the res. So won't see them being hunted. Cappy Barbaric. And Castle Age first for Kingstone, so a couple of archers into a faster Castle Age. Has all of his capybaras alive. Has to be careful of the archers. Res collected still pretty darn close. And Degao's not far away from going up himself. Kingstone did sell 100 stone at the market for food. Britain Civ Watcher, but you're not sure they're doing very well in the qualifiers? They have certainly been picked a lot, but I think that's a kind of an accurate assessment. Not necessarily doing all that great.
Yay. Ready.
An archer fight here, Skirm taking down the archer.
Mandatum.
And Degao actually running into Kingstone's military, but able to chase and actually kill a couple of archers.
Yay.
And archers go down, so both players trading units there. Kingstone's being up first, though, means he's probably happy with trades. So question for him then, does he go archers? Does he go for a second TC? TC securing wood and stone on the outside could be nice. And Castle Age now for Kingstone.
Yay. Ready.
Weak Vills being killed by skirms.
Mandatum.
Mandatum.
And workshop for Kingstone. So, not going to be a boom for him. Still has 100 stone should he want a TC, but will simply be a rocket cart push on Degao's TC. Now, rocket carts against Britons, kind of tricky if Degao gets crossbows out because he will outrange them.
Yay.
And Degao looks like he might want one of those cheap Briton TCs on the outside of the map. Skirms will just miss the Vills. And so far it's Skirm for Kingstone, and he's going to hope there's no cav from the Britons. I mean, we have seen Briton Knights a couple of times, but Kingstone will add in a Knight, and he doesn't want to, or he will want to go rocket cart, anticipating there's no cav that would run in and snipe off the rocket cart, since he only has skirms to defend it. Now that could mean a monastery follow-up, or even a fire lancer follow-up with the barracks, if he ever does see a stable from Degao. But against the Britons, pretty confident, just he can go rocket cart. And Degao on the outside, still not castle age, so it does a tower. Well, if he wanted that TC, he won't have the stone for it anymore. And behind the pressure, Kingstone will add in his own TC. And still a slight eco advantage for him as the Chinese.
Mandatum. Yay. Ready. Mandatum. Yay. Mandatum. Ready.
And skirms killing each other. Also going for the archers.
Mandatum. Yay.
Archers all go down. And the knights swoop in. We'll have a workshop from Degao as he's being pressured by skirms and by knights. Knights kill the skirms. Rocket cart still attacking the TC. And Degao needs to camp his TC. He still has Britons though. He's doing crossbow. If he could maybe get to Bodkin, maybe, just maybe, he'd be able to hold. He needs to stay out of the range of the skirms. Gets his own mangonel. Is mangonel the right play here? Would there be any chance that ballistics and Bodkin might have been the better play if he needs to go crossbow defense anyway? Kingstone pulling back, going up the river. Pressure abating just a bit. And Miguel's gonna take that break to add in another TC, so Kingstone deciding to pull back for a moment. Maybe afraid of seeing the mangonels now. That he only has skirms, doesn't have that many knights. Should kill the range. An option for him, definitely. Gets a Vil. Yeah, Kingstone with a bit of everything, the AI army.
Yay.
Rocket carts against the mangonel.
Greeting.
Grayton. Mandat.
Fire Lancers still poking the Vil. TC hits the Fire Lancers. So he feels very dead. Like very, very dead. Down 12 Vils. Has to yellow out to the gold.
Mandatum.
And it's a slim chance he was going to come back from that difference in uptiming.
Mandatum.
Greeting.
But still had maybe some hope with Britain crossbows. He's going to run. Off of the wood line, leaving that TC there. Okay, losing mangoes can start a snowball. That it can. More Vils hit by the rocket cart. And elite skirm for Kingstone.
Ready.
Range down. Nice hit on the crossbows with the rocket cart.
Ready.
Beautiful hit. And the university for Kingstone in the back. It's 52 to 35 Vils. Kingstone getting that second TC added in is so smooth for his eco. Degao, 8 Vils on stone. He's got more on stone somewhere. Another TC from Kingstone. Wants maybe a castle? But he will call GG. Calling GG as the rocket cart shot is en route to his crossbowman. Thank you, Otter, for the raid. You get to watch a wonderful pause as we have Kingstone winning the game, and winning just as he was about to flatten some crossbows. Oh, that is beautiful right there. So here we will check the stats. Thank you, Tessa009, for the follow. And Shikso here too with the raid. Thank you. That's a 25 to 12 KD for Kingstone. Eco uptiming, I think, was the difference here. Pretty similar eco, slight lead for the Chinese. But that led to a huge uptiming difference of 3 minutes. Both of them with an archer's opening, but Kingstone with the better eco behind it. Yeah, amazing reflex to resign mid-air with the mangonel shot. So remember, if you're just coming in, also streaming on the Onamaru channel, so check them out too. As we're doing our region-specific qualifier for Latin America. Thank you, Baron Wastelander, for the follow. And hello, DJ Sapson. Welcome in, welcome in. And Lensois Mariniensis will be Degao's pick for the next map. And this one is on the Brazil server. So servers have gone Brazil, East, West, Brazil. So it looks like they are flipping back and forth between servers. Unfortunately, we don't really have a great option for a Central American server. And it'll be Wu versus Lithuanians on Lensois Mariniensis. Game number 3, this best of 5 has now been shortened to a best of 3. And 15 seconds, then we'll get going. And here we are. So Degao will be the Lithuanians to the northwest, Kingstone the Wu to the south. So green for Degao, blue for Kingstone. Once again, Lensois Mariniensis, where they will send Vils to dock, and potentially we'll again see a game where whoever wins the water loses the map. Start to listen to AOE2 music at work. That's what we have in the intermission. Everyone listening to the stream at work gets the same experience. So Kingstone, the way is woodline spawn, maybe a bit awkward to wall, but still will have that wall up to the TC. Same thing could be said for Degao, though. Has to go a bit far forward to wall it. No early drush. Degao will have a second gold towards the back. Kingstone, all the golds to the back. Masters of Houseboat, that should be the next tournament we do. Masters of Michi. Michi could be fun. I don't know if people would like Houseboat. Now respond to your bracket command. Let me copy and paste. There you go. There's the bracket.
Wait.
And Forwardville for Kingstone. Degao not docking. Degao not docking. So he's also not going for the early drush. Lithuanians could do the early drush. So, okay. Oh, there's the Vil for the dock. Just a later dock. Wanted to get more of a wood eco first. But Lithuanians, the civ you usually think of as going for the early dock. Still picking up some goats. And palisade your moat on Dark Age. You can do that on Lensois Mariniensis. Palisade the coastline. The entire coastline to keep your fish safe. Palisade in your little docks on the small moats. The small little ponds. And Miguel grabbing some more goats. Picking them up, we'll send him back to his TC. And still no barracks for him. Those goats need to pathfind back properly. So we have seen a few early aggressive drushes in Men-at-Arms, and they have had some success. But overall, I still think this map is usually easy enough to wall initially that the Men-at-Arms can't get in. You do have to go fast feudal and follow them up with towers. That means you can't focus on the water as much. Yeah, this map is great for late game chaos with how open it is. Since there is a lot of wood, but it's only on one side, so it leaves the rest of the map fairly open. I mean, right here, I can just like zoom in and have the entire screen not even have wood on it. At a decent zoom level. So Loom and Feudal Age there for Degao. Feudal also for Kingstone. Map with less than 15k wood. Have to be a lot of other resource sources, because you can't add that many farms then. Let me just try to double check on some admin stuff. We need players to keep scheduling. Like 50k food and berries. So mining camp in the back for Kingstone, mining camp for Degao. Pretty safe with how he's walled. Degao trying to wall to the edge on the wood line, stay extra safe. Kingstone not doing that yet. Will be exposed to feudal raids, but maybe a bit more focused on the water if he doesn't have to spend time walling. And double docks, pretty similar builds from both players. The Woo, every time they build a dock, they get additional food. And they get careening and dry dock for free, so that'll matter in Castle and Imperial Ages if they get there. So immediate war, or immediate double bidacks for both. Double fires for Kingstone, double fires for Degao. Both open fires. And third dock for Kingstone. Triple docks. As Ville out here will look to do another dock potentially. He might go triple docks himself too. Has a bit of wood he's floating. So nothing too special other than they're all going ships. And very few Villes on food for both of them. Lots of goats left over for Degao. Lots of neutral goats. Some left over for Kingstone. The Degao. Ooh, Degao. Steal the goats. Oh. Had a moment where there were no Villes under the TC, he could have yoinked all the goats. Let's be careful scouting near that mining camp. They're microing on the water, but you can tell if Kingstone were the Viper, that would have been walls around the scout to trap it. So no one pushing yet on the water, both with fires. And blacksmith for Kingstone. Fires do not need a blacksmith upgrade. But if you're going to swap to galleys, you need fletching. If you're going to swap to hulks, you can do forging on them. And getting back by the docks. A few galleys now for Kingstone. Trying to go galley plus fire. Degao adding in galleys himself now. And still never going to have a demo, unfortunately. I always hope for a demo, but not having one yet. Doubt we'll see one at all, but we can dream. On land, nothing really happening. Blacksmith now for Degao. No men-at-arms, no archers this game. Both players focusing fully on the water, which is an approach we've seen backfire time and time again. Whoever focuses more invests more. Yeah, separate upgrade tech really killed demos. So fletching for Kingstone, fletching for Degao, similar timings for both. And neither going hulks, both fire plus galley. The main approach we've seen, and if you're by docks, the fires are the ship that end up closer to the dock. It'll tank the dock fire a bit better. And now hulks. A couple of fires with hulks. The fire can help defend against hulks. Or the hulk can help defend against fires, as now other fires will attack the dock. I want fires being the ship attacking the dock, they'll do the most damage. Ville losing some HP to the scout as the galleys try to hit the scout, but the scout will run the Ville away from the coastline. No repair Ville, so the dock looks close to going down. However, there is a lot of coastline should you want to add more docks, but without the Ville, that might be difficult for Degao. Remember Degao, the final Brazilian player remaining. Galleys from Kingstone snipe off the galleys from Dagao. And Dagao losing the water. Well, maybe that means he just won the game, but he will lose the water. And it's only 4 fishing ships for Kingstone. Kingstone, who looks like he might even keep investing into warships. 2 more fire galleys are queued. Part of me feels like this should be an immediate cancel the fire galley moment. Oh, he's even queuing more fire galleys. Has a 3rd. Oh, Kingstone, don't overinvest. No, don't make the mistake literally everyone has made on this map. Dagao will start moving out to the shorefish. And he's adding in a stable for a scout. Lithuanians will want to pick up relics. And eventually probably go knights or Latus on the map.
何种命令？准备就绪。
And Dagao might just find a Wallingville. The scout is weak though. I did see the barrow play, someone finally using it. I wasn't casting it live, but I did see the clips. There's Dagao off the water. But he's closer to the castle age with a market he could buy himself up. He's doing the market now. Actually, Kingstone already there. Already there to the castle age. And there's a market. Market plus blacksmith. And once the market's done, Kingstone will be up. So winning the water and having the better up timing. Market here for Dagao. Still needs to buy his way up. What is a barrel play? Well, we'll see if we get to Kingstone's next home map. We'll see. We have a gunpowder keg-filled map where you destroy the barrels filled with gunpowder to cause explosions. So back range for Kingstone as he finishes his wall. Dagao will see the wall. Fishing lines now for Kingstone as he's up to 7 fishing ships. And hiding the ranges. So trying to hide his next play from Dagao. Not adding anything yet. How are the Wu Cav Archers? Horrible and Imp. But mobility is so important on this map, maybe he'll still go Cav Archers. This is the Latin American qualifier. Draushi. This will be whoever wins this is going to be the winner of the top 16 Latin American players who qualified for it. Yeah, we'll see if Kingstone does make any warships in his pond dock. Might end up with a few hulks there. Well, it was the winning play against Miguel, but now he's adding a stable. Stable, gold mining, and he's up. Doesn't have enough wood for a TC. Imagine he had done 2 fewer warships, would have a TC queued right now. But double range Cav Archers for him. And a palisade gate now from Kingstone. Go up to the castle age. Bodkin and Bosaw also from Dagao. What is the damage of the barrels? 95 melee damage. And 200 some odd damage to buildings. So, similar booms from both, but Kingstone with fishing ships. Has to make sure he doesn't overinvest into the fishing ships. Doesn't have gill nets yet. Doing wheelbarrow. He has 4 docks, but they're really close together. They're not spread out, so that gives him a bit less access to the fish. So Cav Archers. So Cav Archers from both. Cav Archers. 2026, and this still is the meta, Cav Archers. And Kingstone pretty far ahead in res collected, but not overwhelmingly far ahead. The fishing ships don't seem to be the boost that most players hope they are on this map. University and 3rd TC for Kingstone. Yeah, the Wu Cav Archer civilization. Who would have thought?
什么？准备就绪。
Wheelbarrow also from Degao. And we'll have ballistics for Kingstone. As with ballistics, you can probably start trying to force engagements. Bloodlines, ballistics, will just be missing his armor. Does not have thumb ring. Lithuanians at least have thumb ring, so in the Castle Age they'll have full cav archers. The only thing they'll miss is Parthian. So their cav archers do scale a bit better. And I'm still not sure what to think about this from the Wu. They do not have upgrades for their cav archers. Degao with the TC. But as long as Degao can occupy the cav archers and doesn't have to take a fight, he is moving for docks out here. Maybe Degao needs military units from the docks, as he'll have 4 vills exposed. Does run them immediately. With ballistics, maybe Kingstone could kill 1. Downhill, though, needs an uphill hit. Gets 1. Ballistics OP. No ballistics and that vill survives.
何种命令？
An elite skirm from Kingstone. Still, he's trying not to throw with a water advantage. 61 to 55 actual villagers. We're doing a workshop in the middle of nowhere. Now that is a workshop. Where's the vill? There's the vill. Long ways away. I don't think he has the cav archer numbers to do that. We'll try to take the hill, but ballistics will now be in for Degao. Well, if Degao runs away, then sure, that might go up. There's one single spot from the regional qualifier. One single spot. Hera was invited at first. 5 from each of the 2 international qualifiers, and our 12th player will qualify tomorrow. And Degao trying to micro the cav archers, but now running into skirms. Still booming away. Late game, the 3 kingdom civs do tend to fall off. I think the Wu in particular have felt a bit underpowered to a lot of people. Now that monk could deny the forward workshop if Degao pays attention and sees it, doing his own defensive workshop. And all he needs to do is start chanting at that vill. And he should get a conversion if Kingstone doesn't delete. But Degao is shift queued onto the relic and doesn't actually realize that, as he had been fighting with cav archers but fighting a losing battle. As that workshop will stay. Will be finished. He'll get his own workshop too. And will be elite skirm and leather archer armor.
何种命令？
Pretty good late game. Maybe it's just the fire archers that I've seen feel underwhelming. We have seen them more and more though. Maybe it's just a situation players need to get used to using the unit. Oh yeah, this is the Wu. I'm reading the chat and I can't even tell the difference between the civs. Oh my gosh.
准备就绪。什么？
I mean, we've seen the Wei lose too. It's a weird thing where traction trebs are so strong against units, but can't particularly well push buildings. Maybe the traction trebs in some effect give you some mobility with workshop locations, since you can train them more easily than you can trebs. And bad? I mean, they're mostly picked for the hybrid maps. Good dock opening, and Jin Swordsman can be great mid-game. The Mangonels will try to dodge. Gotta be careful when you're in the ponds, because you actually are downhill then. And ooh, the Mangonel micro there for Degao. They both go down. Kingstone clicks up to Imp. And Degao was the favorite for this set. Did win the first game, but Kingstone on the verge of going up 2-1. Oh, and that's so painful. 2 Mangonels down when you're already down in score. You know you've lost the water. Could this be maybe the first time? I've seen the player who wins the water lose so often. Feels weird that Kingstone's actually winning and up to Imp. Maybe we've finally gotten someone at a high enough level that he's managed the build order, threaded the needle between fishing and farming properly. The Wu have, yes, Sitting Tiger for traction trebs and Luchuans that fire additional projectiles. Kingstone, that workshop, he'll try to force it up, gets it. And Forward Castle from Degao. Forward Castle, he's not up yet. He does, though, have 3 relics as Lithuanians. He'll have faster moving skirms. Trying to repair his own mangonel, doing what he can to get mangonel hits. Kingstone clearing skirms. Degao still wants that castle. Don't think Kingstone has the army to stop the castle. And he's imp too, so double castle latest could be his plan. No immediate castles for Kingstone, so he could do one, but it might be traction trebs for him, so he won't need the castle for traction trebs, not going to go for one. Has the stone if he needs it to defend, but doesn't need it right now. Well, there he goes, wants a defensive location for traction trebs, that mangonel's to get off. Oh, the pathing. What is this pathing? There we go. So pikeman upgrade also for Kingstone, maybe anticipating the Knight Paladin latest swap of some sort from Degao. The downside is these cav archers feel so useless now. Doesn't have heavy cav archer. Does not have Thumbring or Parthian. And if Degao upgrades his cav archers, he will dominate the fight. Two-man Saw for Kingstone, instant eco upgrades. So 2k score lead, and he'll have to win a traction treb versus treb fight. Degao has 2 castles, also can do chemistry for bombard cannon. Looking at the fish, there's still a whale, but otherwise the fish pretty far from the docks. A couple of fish traps added for Kingstone. Another dock down the far side of the coastline. Cannon Galleon actually could attack the TC. Or, not a cannon, yeah, Luchuan. Yeah, Luchuan attacking the TC, that'd be sick. Could also dock the ponds and do Luchuans in the ponds. Yeah, you want to see Luchuans in the small ponds. Hello, no zombie. That's what I want to see, too. So, Trebs attacking the castle. We'll have Tower Shield, Bracer, and Chemistry for Degao. And Lithuanians are still a really good late-game civ. Especially if they can get to latest plus skirm with upgrades. But right now, Degao needs upgrades. Tower Shields, he's going full skirm. Well, against Cav Archer, Pike, skirm, maybe that's the play, hoping that there's no onager from Kingstone. Knowing that there's no siege engineers. The guy's going to want a lot of skirms very quickly. He's down by 40 pop. He needs a raid to happen. And whatever he's going to get needs it to happen fast. Picks an outpost Vil. Again, it's only one Vil. Vil count's still pretty darn similar. Even if the res collected are hugely in Kingstone's favor. And there is chemistry. Another castle from Kingstone. Treb goes down for Degao. Treb goes down. He's trying to do another trip, but he's housed. He's housed. His houses. Doing the final armor for his skirms. This unit now at 10 pierce armor. 10. The Cav Archers will not be useful. This Cav Archer is really useless. And oh, what do we have? We do have the unique tech. We do have Sitting Tiger. We do have the extra projectiles in the traction trebs as the skirms need to dodge. Neutrons are better than traction trebs against buildings. Does not surprise me at all. Yeah, so extra tiny projectiles. Tiny projectiles. As is now 3k score ahead for Kingstone. As they look at all those projectiles raining down on the castle that do no damage to it. Oh yeah, not too hard to repair yet. Iron casting for Kingstone as he still is raiding with Cav Archers. not good cav archers at all. And a Lucho on the water destroys a TC, stops some farming space, stops Degao from taking some gold. He has elite Latis though. He has none of them queued. The tech is queued. He needs one more armor. That tech, if he could get maybe 7 or 8 and then run this down under the skirms, that'd be one thing. He's gonna need to hope right now that Kingstone is so overinvested into traction trebs that he doesn't scout the latest swap from Degao. Ballistics is in for the skirms, but Degao can probably do a better job of trapping the cav archers. Does he have architecture? Nope, he has masonry though. No architecture, no hoardings. Doing the final cav armor. Trying to amass more Lechai. We'll see heavy Huiguan cav. Well, that's a unit with high armor, low HP that the armor ignoring Latis should be good against. And maybe Degao doesn't have the timing if there will be a castle here from Kingstone. Show the Lechai and try to go for traction trebs. Now these things will probably die pretty quickly, but so will the Lechai if they don't have their final armor, which they didn't until just now. And that initial army composition goes down. And right now it's just skirm for Degao as he tries to amass more Lechai, but he only has 3 on the queue, on the field, 7 in the queue. But he's going to need repairs on that castle. You can repair it forever against traction trebs. That forever might be coming soon if Kingstone keeps the pressure up. It's over. Now the Halbs are here. And pure Halb against Lechai while plate mail armor and blast furnace come in. And the Halbs will push the cav back. As the cannon goes down. Looks like he underinvests in army. Feels like in some ways that's also what Peak Hera and Peak Viper is under, like, very low army investment. Well, I guess the difference is there's a very fine line between as low as possible and too low. Needs more cannon to buy time. Well, he's bought all the time he could as his castle crumbles. And Kingstone might be taking a 2-to-1 lead over the player who was favored. Degao certainly favored, at least in the seeding, but 2 Onamaru teammates, there's a GG. And Kingstone going up 2-to-1. 2-to-1 over Degao, as winning the water did win him the game this time. 133 to 101 KD. More eco and GG. Why is he the favorite? He is the higher seed. That is why. He picked even to draft on the right side of the draft, but Degao is the higher seed. Based on tournament elo. And I don't think either of these players was past the cutoff, but then based on ladder elo. So Wu, the very first pick for Kingstone. Degao now has Vikings for Fernando de Noronha. That is his remaining home map if he chooses to play it here. Let's see, it says it's not live. There's also Kapach Lucho going on right now. They are in game 4 with Lucho winning right now 2-to-1 over Kapach. I believe that would set up Lucho versus Hart tomorrow in the semifinals. Let's see, will Degao Looking for the map, I see the dashboard stopped picking up this set. That's weird. So Kingstone gonna host again. I do at least have the spectator link so I can find it myself, but weird that it's not picked up on the dashboard. But there we go, there we go. Now I got it. Armenian should be brutal on the water map? I think he just goes Vikings though. On the water map, from what I've seen, longboats have been unstoppable. It wouldn't actually surprise me if Kingstone were to go Spanish on the water map and try some type of conquistador play. I guess it does become really obvious you go for a landing if that's the civ you pick, though. In all likelihood, it might be Malay, but from those civs to save for Pesta de Pulvera, I do kind of like Malay there. Imagine how many karambits could be killed by a single barrel. Well, remember the bans are global. Sometimes people might be wanting to pick Spanish themselves. I still do find it crazy that the elite conks were buffed. And it will indeed be our islands map, Fernando de Noronha. Do elite conks see much play? The thing is, Spanish have a lot of options in Imp that kind of outshine them. As elite conks themselves are pretty strong, but usually the Spanish are played as a paladin civ if they're, say, in a pocket position. Or conks are so strong the game is kind of decided by the time you get Imp anyway. Alright, so the players swapped their colors around. Before they had been Kingstone in blue, Dagao in red. Now Kingstone picks cyan. And Dagao goes blue, so I'll keep it as blue versus green. And Malay Vikings the Civ matchup. And how do Malay deal with Vikings? I don't know. Although Malay could be a sneaky Civ to go for a landing. We saw the other day, I think it was Vinch Nikov, where the Berbers were the Civ pick that were kind of obvious. Well, maybe not obvious. I mean, they could play water. But kind of obvious with the uptiming that they went for the landing. Maybe not as obvious as Tata with Sicilians. But castle dropping for Kingstone to Karambits could still maybe work. I think the hard part about landing on the map is keeping it hidden and going water enough that your opponent isn't expecting it. so let's just get the colors. Degao again in green, Kingstone in blue. And there we go. Oh, I need to change the map title. Fernando de Naranja. And we'll have gamed before with Dogao. He is the higher seed. I guess technically Kingstone better elo, and definitely can see the set going either way, but Dogao now losing 1-2 to Kingstone. Dogao, the final remaining Brazilian player with a chance to qualify. He'll be the Vikings to the west, against Kingstone will be the Blue Malay to the east. Vikings with longboats. I did see one game where they lost on this map. I didn't spectate it myself, but I saw that it happened. Personally, I have no idea how to fight longboats on water. Kingstone may be hoping that the Malay with their faster uptiming might have some solution. And he's going to go for a very forward dock.
Yeah.
Honestly, good for him not to dock there because there would have been not much fish for him. This will be a LAN tournament. Yes, Red Neil. First week of July in Sao Paulo. This will be a LAN. Kingstone Civ is Kingstone. Oh, Kingstone playing the Kingstone Civ. He's the Malay. There we go.
Apa sasananya,
Siap.
Baginda? Siap.
Want to see a full turtle versus longboat game. That would be sick. I have seen Portuguese versus Vikings, but caravels were pretty underwhelming. Because Vikings don't need to go only longboats, and when you start mixing fires in with longboats, then the caravels die to the fires. I also try to keep up with the Onamaro YouTube chat. Alright. The berries here always kind of trip me up because you see the outlines of berries behind other berries. And the pineapples have all these little grass plants near them. I feel like there are plants in front of them. I wonder if the players are actually playing with the pineapple bush graphics or if they've modded them to be berry graphics. They might be playing only berries. Yeah, small pineapples mod. Pineapples with fewer leaves mod, potentially. Wood choppers are the most relaxing sound ever. Well, we can look at the wood lines. We have 9 plus 4 for 13 vills on wood. This is going to be a fast castle from Kingstone. Degao, though. What is this from Degao? He did a forward dock. And he might be looking to go fast feudal, then. Fast feudal is Vikings? I guess this has to be a galley opening. Trusting that even if he maybe gets pushed back in early castle age, he still can go longboats. Everyone's on wood. There's not even a mining camp on gold yet, so this is kind of a classic Vikings build. Double dock. We'll swap to a mining camp at some point on the way up. Unless he's gonna fast castle off of this, but with only 5 fishing ships, I don't see that. Pineapples are huge in comparison. That's true. The pineapple is basically the size of a villager. When you look at it, or at least like the size of like the villager's chest. And as we remarked earlier, Melville, oh, he's gone to the gym. He's been building that chest. So 1, 2, 3 docks for Kingstone, still fishing on the front. I have seen games before where a player front docks to fish, goes FC, and still holds the docks against a feudal pressure opponent. There's a whale there for Degao, and that's where he'll have to take gold, as he's just moving to the mining camp now. And he's not queuing any warships. He's just going to the feudal age and doing double bit axe. And that's it. What? So feudal age, double bit axe. As Kingstone just clicks feudal now. And just now doing fires. Okay, so he prioritized double bit axe and eco upgrades over fires. Was a bit weird that he didn't go immediately for gold. Maybe he was planning on taking a brief pause after he got up. Make sure he got the third dock and the eco upgrades. Free wheelbarrow for him, as the Vikings. And since he's opening fires, he doesn't need the blacksmith, so he'll open with a mill. Says to use the whales for gold. No mining camp. Well, he wasn't taking the rail either. That's 1,000 gold he has right next to the dock. I mean, it does make sense to skip the mining camp for more wood. I think that the vills on gold are a bit more efficient. But if you have a bunch of fish, you could maybe just ignore the fish, because you don't need food to make ships initially. And then you have extra vills that can go to food or go to wood. So pushing the docks now is Dagao with fires. Opening with triple dock fires, following up with galleys. Vikings, they do have a wood discount, minus 10%, 15%, 20% from Feudal, Castle, and Imp. It's hard to spot. Well, it's extra hard to spot, simply because Capture Age doesn't show the whales on the mini-map either. When his Heart Playing Hard is already played, so he'll be continuing tomorrow. He casted one of his sets earlier. And now the Hulk defense. Problem with opening fires, the early Hulk defense keeps you away. And Kingstone not actually clicking up, though. Weird to see him not up. But maybe he just had to go feudal fast enough, too. Maybe the Malay delay is too slow to go FC. But he'll add in a market and still have fish in the back. This is kind of a crazy game. I've not seen such aggressive feudal play on water yet on this map. It's mostly been fast castle play, so at least we got something a bit different. So fishing ships hop in the dock as it shoots back at the Hulks. There's another whale in the middle of the players too. And then Loom on the way for Dagao. So doing Loom and he's up. So he's actually up faster, or he clicks first. Still might not be up faster. Kingstone as the Malay still could get up faster. Warship number is pretty equal so far. I haven't seen a sneak landing, no transport. And it is just galleys and fires. He's pushing over here too. Looks like Dagao happy to push the docks. Ecos are still very close. We'll get handcart for Dagao once he's up. He'll take out one dock, but Kingstone still has a lot in the back. But once we get Castle Age, enough warships still here that Dagao needs medium warships. We'll shift immediately into longboat production, I think. See, Kingstone up first. Waiting for the medium warship click from him. There he goes. Is he still adding more docks around the back? And we'll probably do a university soon. Immediately, medium warship plus bow saw. Still cheaper warships for the Vikings. Medium warships will come in at just about the same time for both players, a few seconds faster for Kingstone. And there's Bodkin, Bowsaw, and longboat production. So Dagao putting medium warships in the forward dock, that gives him room to fall back to the longboats in the back dock. And does want to hold for another few seconds, maybe make a couple of hulks. Just to deal with all the forward fires. See how longboats deal with fires now. Looks like they're doing okay. And Degao managing to hold, retake the score lead. Push a dock from Kingstone. We'll have to bring his fires back to the fight. Taking a fight without all of his navy now. The longboat should be... I still think longboats are good against fires to the point where I think the only thing you make against them is War Galley, but then... fires added in should punish that. Longboat's OP. And Degao's gotten where he wanted. Longboats with a fairly even game on water. We'll lose one of his docks. Careening first for Kingstone, Clinker Construction for Degao, unless Clinker Construction was already in. Nope, it'll be careening for the armor first. Movement speed for Degao, make the longboats even faster and easier to micro. And in this fight, much better numbers for Degao. And especially with the micro of the longboats, can take a great engagement. Everything here falling apart for Kingstone as Degao pushes in, looking to force a game 5. Looking to force game number 5 between these two. Fires all going down as the War Galleys push in. Longboat's attacking the fire. Fire goes down. And more galleys there go down as Kingstone calls the GG. Longboats win the game. And, well, maybe a mistake letting Degao pick the Vikings for this map, but he will win it with the longboats. And 29 to 21 KD. Better slightly better eco by the end. And not even the Malay can topple the Vikings. GG, well saved. Well picked. He picked Vikings with the first pick. And that'll lead us to game number 5. So Fernando de Noronha picked and won by Degao. Vikings over the Malay. And that'll leave 3 save choices for both players for the final map, our gunpowder barrel map. Festa da Pólvora, which I think is still one I'd need to really practice how to say. But the civs for Degao will be Wei, Maya, and Armenians against one of the Hindustanis, Spanish, or Khmer. Is this Spanish and Conquistadors from Kingstone? It's not bad. My Satan is the offending one. I've tried to listen to that so many times, but it's probably something really subtle that I just can't hear properly. Oh, I guess Degao's name should actually be pronounced the same way, even though he doesn't spell it with the tilde. And here we go, and it will be Khmer Way. Khmer versus the Way. So the winner of this set will advance to face the winner of Nikov versus Prisma, which should happen fairly soon. Meanwhile, it looks like Kapach and Lucho are still in game number 4, with Lucho up 2-1. The winner of that will face Hart tomorrow. And we'll have Kingstone as the blue Khmer to the west against Dagao as the green Wei to the east. Khmer versus Wei on our exploding barrels map. And I don't know what to expect. Yesterday we saw Barrels in the late game destroy a barrel, get a huge splash and kill 20 villagers. Maybe that'll wake up the players and help them to realize the barrels are extra strong? If vills are mining these resources and you sneak a barrel kill, you will kill all the vills. Pronunciation will be better than T90's. I don't think T90's casted anything yet, so he doesn't have any practice. Kingstone pushing the Rhea to the TC, but then turning around and pushing it to the mill. Being a bit indecisive there. So this map, 3 groups of 3 vills at the start. They have this players start with a mill and a mining camp. They'll also probably just make a lumber camp in one area. They need to make sure they hold on to their stone and gold areas. That's the important part of the map. There's more stone and gold on the outside in each corner, and also in the middle. There are barrels on the fronts of the side bases, and on the backs of all of the bases. You can't wall the outside either. That's unwallable rock terrain. So players do have the option to walk around outside and destroy barrels. Suppose Armenians or Georgians could try to mule cart wall. Now, that's about it, and you need 3 of them. They have a lot to focus on late game. I think we hit a decent balance with the barrels where they're useful but not too gimmicky or overpowering. I think the only thing I want to do is a bit less pierce armor, move it down to 5, so crossbows will destroy them faster in Castle Age, and then everything will destroy them faster in Imp that's a ranged unit. And then a bit more damage against buildings, so if you house wall directly behind the palisade, the house gets destroyed too. And Javelina's into the TC, nice lore from Dagao. And remember, you can also just delete your walls to get to the back if you want to run around the outside. Yeah, I didn't want to make balance changes to the maps during the qualifiers, so that'll be saved for later. So wall behind the barrels for Dagao, making sure he's not going to be open if they explode. Also, you can weaken your enemy barrels with your scout if you want to in the Dark Age. We'll have extra walls for Kingstone. At least they're forcing players to wall. That is pretty funny. Players getting prepared for it. Well, if you're walling up and giving up that map control, you're exposing the center of your area to a tower rush. So loom on the way. Please don't make any maps more passive. So what you're saying is Satan should start with fortified walls. We should grab the city walls from the campaign and use them. So Javelina is hit by the TC arrows. Taken down under the TC. They hurt units, yes. Check out clips from yesterday. I think Dave and Hera both casted a good barrel explosion. And yeah, more walls from Dagao. Both players walling behind their forward barrels. Barracks also from Dagao. And thank you, Bruskrus, for the follow. Oh, also earlier, I think I missed Ikiban Crunchy also for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Make sure to follow the Onamaru stream too. As right now, it doesn't look like we're going to have any men-at-arms. We have seen feudal aggression on this map quite a bit, but here it looks like simply a fast castle. Or maybe I think the Wei have an advantage against the Khmer. Should have a strong eco with the free vills they get. Khmer decent too with the farms. But then what do the Khmer do against the Cav composition of the Wei? The Huiguang Cav, Shinbei Raiders, and Tiger Cav. So Dagao Feudal first, and it'll be a range plus blacksmith for him. So looks like he's preparing for the Shinbei Raiders. The essentially unique unit Cav Archer trained from the archery range. A few more vills for him. And then he'll be up with the FC. And same thing for Kingstone. Extra fast FC is the Khmer, not even needing a market or a blacksmith. Straight up to the Castle Age. Full boom. And probably happy Dagao isn't going for some type of men-at-arms trush situation. Built a zoo, keeping one of his rays locked into that barrel cage. Nobody attacks from behind. We have seen some attacks from behind. Usually what happens is that'll happen mid-Castle Age. Someone will have a few crossbows that push into the sides and get around the back. And then go through the barrels. So Kingstone moving to the back corner looking for a TC spot. Or maybe even a lumber camp spot on the way up. Might have went back there a bit too early. So he didn't scout the gold. Going for the papaya trees. Will be perhaps a rock near the TC spot that could be slightly annoying. Oh, that is because I forgot to change the name of the map. Thank you. Thank you. That's because the match needs to have the name of the map set. There we go. And those two vills, unable to build, they need to path around. They need to path around the back. And there's the guy weakening the barrel. Weakening the barrel. Don't lose the scout. Okay, he doesn't lose the scout. Doesn't lose the scout. Not going to make that mistake. Weakens both of the barrels from Kingstone. Weakens both of them. He's going to go around the outside, but he'll let Kingstone in when he deletes that, and he'll have to scout fight. Have to scout fight there. And it's a TC in the back on the papaya trees from Kingstone. Okay, interesting spot there. But TC in the back where he's hopefully safe. And then TC on the golden stone, the main area he needs to hold and defend. It'll be very tricky to win the map if you're pushed off of that region. And there'll be another TC also from Dagao over here. As he's amassing some Shinbei Raiders. But good defensive palisade from Kingstone behind that. And he'll destroy a barrel over here just to push in. Make sure that Kingstone actually is paying attention to defending here. So here he goes, here he goes. Shoot the barrel. Yes, he does. Oh, needs another round. And there he's in. The other barrel's weak. Can't even click it. There we go. But once he's in, he sees that there's another palisade. Well, maybe hurt the eco a bit. And now he's a scout around, scouting the back. We'll have, a TC now from Kingstone. He weakened a barrel also in the back. He can go in the back, 2 barrels at any point if he wants. Dagao paying attention to the barrels. And weakening them. Kingstone not able to catch him with his scout yet. Doing a great job around the back. It was aesthetically pleasing. Oh, no, Dagao, no! He finally got one too many hits. Killed his own scout. Oh, no. Oh, he was doing such a good job. Until he wasn't. He's thinking of just, he was attacking barrels on the front with his Shinbei Raiders. And trying to run in, but forgot about the scout. And it flew a bit too close to the sun there. And now we'll be behind in the boom, 3 TCs to 4. A bit of idle time for Kingstone going for a 4 TC boom. But as he adds farms, he'll be able to keep it running. It has to be careful if Kingstone ever makes a couple of crossbows or scorpions or anything from the Khmer. If the Gao's running in and out from this gap, that barrel could be destroyed. Could lose some army to it. And he'll try to break through the palisade. If only he had weakened some of these barrels, might have been able to get stone miners with him. Yeah, the scout just wanted to see what it was like being a petard. And the Shinbei Raiders go back. We have a scout. Oh, was this scout on the outside weakening any barrels? I see him double click the barrels. Now, Kingstone, afraid of what happened. And not going to weaken the barrels. Oh, there is a hole, though. There was an explosion. The Shinbei Raiders get in, but not much they can raid now that the TCs are up. The Gao taking the middle, adding the workshop. What do the Wei do against Khmer Scorpions? They don't have siege engineers for their onagers. They do have traction trebs, though. And traction treb sounds interesting against Scorpion. I imagine it would win. And wait, there are more barrels here. Not weakened, though. The wall, you can see where the accident happened earlier. They weren't able to get through. So more barrels he could hit here. Did he scout the TC in the back corner? Actually, he didn't. That's a very clandestine economy now from Kingstone. And castle for a ballista elephant. Tell me Kingstone is somehow gonna ballista elephant cut through a forest to attack barrels from the rear. The guy actually opened here now that he deleted that, as he heads to the outside. What do? They explode. You can see over here the remnants of an explosion. They open the walls. There's gold mining for Kingstone. He's ahead by 10 vills. The guy actually ahead by res collected. Now, Kingstone needing to invest a lot into defenses with the workshop and the castle. I'm worried about the Gao and all the barrel raids. As the Gao pushing with some siege. Has to just be careful about the extra TC and the numbers difference. So Shinbei Raiders on their way in. Ooh, forced away by the Miguel and the TC. Not much HP on them at all. And another workshop here for Kingstone. He's adding handcart. The Gao still with a bit of a score lead. Ballista elephants. I think they still do only 1 damage to the barrels. Ooh, tanking Miguel shots. What's their attack? Yeah, 9 pierce attack. Shinbei Raiders attacking elephants. Scorpion destroyed by the Miguel. And forward castle for the Gao. Castle could shoot the barrels. Castle could shoot the barrels. Well, this seems like he's positioning himself for Imp in a Treb War. Not too far from Imp. Neither is Kingstone as he just clicks up. Imp in... Is that the safest TC? Part of me says Kingstone needed to Imp in this TC. But maybe he wants to be greedy and still produce vills there. Oh, shoot the barrel near the elephants. He's just shooting the elephants. Oh, that took some damage at least. 40 HP. And Miguel's do melee damage. So they should get through a barrel in 2 shots. It's gold shaft mining for Kingstone. This is a good map for game. This is a crazy map for game 5. So will Kingstone have enough imp timing to win a treb fight here? Because it won't be trebs for Degao. He'll have to do a workshop. He'll need to do traction trebs. He needs to remember that he needs traction trebs. My worry is Degao thinks he's going up to prep for a treb fight, and that's not what he's going to find. He's doing another castle in the middle, trying to take more resources in the middle. If he has the middle, maybe he should destroy the barrels preemptively. At least that one, and that one. Oh, he has found the outside eco. Has found the outside eco. Actually almost walled in, though. Scorpion and Elephant pushing the Shinbei Raiders. And cart 2 for Degao. And forward workshop for him. Bloodlines. Bloodlines applies to the elephants. Applies to the ballista elephants. I think that gives them more HP. Yep, 20 extra HP for them. And it's ballista elephants as Kingstone takes the score lead. And shoot the barrels, ballista elephants. Shoot them. They don't have the damage to take them out fast enough, though. You'll need elite ballista elephant, then you can shoot the barrels. That's why I want to decrease the pierce armor. So here, if Degao were prepping for a Trebor, he can't do it. Not over here at this castle. Can't do Tiger Cap, though, and still try to raid in the back. This is where he needs a unit to shoot the barrel and open the wall up. Oh, without bloodlines? That's true. Yeah, they are very flimsy without bloodlines. And here are the elephants. The elephants, they can chop through the forest. Ballista elephant cut. That'll open Degao up for raids with the light cav. Degao has to notice this. He has to notice that he's in. He doesn't get an alert because it was the forest that was cut. He'll have to send his Tiger Cav back to defend as he's trying to do more Shinbei Raiders. Doing armor now for the Tiger Cav. Does he have enough Tiger Cav to fight Ballista Elephants? He's getting at the same time, getting into Kingstone's eco to raid, taking a score lead. A bit trapped by the houses, more so than the Ballista Elephants will be. And who wins this fight if the Ballista Elephants turn and fight the Tiger Cav? Kingstone could be losing elephants here. Elephants going down. Elephants going down as the light cav fight from behind. Shinbei Raiders killing light cav. And Degao buying food. Shinbei Raiders fighting the light cav. As Tiger Cav have mostly defended. I'm worried about those vills by the barrel now. Cavalier swap for Kingstone as he's trying to run down traction shrubs with Cavaliers. How do Shinbei Raiders scale into the late game? Why is he leaving? He was winning the fight. Maybe he's worried about the back of his base that's being raided. It's being raided by Tiger Cav. Tiger Cav are very good at raiding. They can kill a lot of vills here to Degao with a vill lead. Kingstone still with 2k more resources collected, but these back TCs outside the rock terrain are very exposed. Degao heading to the north to try to find another TC. Trying to do a panic castle in his base to prevent the Cavalier raids. Maybe he needs to send more vills to get that castle up. Trying to do ballistics, bloodlines, leather, archer armor. But he's down by 1k score as the Khmer military is here. And taking a good raid, Degao gets a conversion on a ballista elephant. And will clean a few light cav up. In his base, the Cavalier raids will be walled. Killing a few vills. They're both killing lots of vills. The TCs here finally will clean up some of the Tiger Cav. Castle here trying to clear the Cav. Degao taking gold in the north. Still could go to the outside in the back. He is in the southern corner too. So Degao holding 3 of the corners. And still with the castle in the middle. Oh my gosh, treb the barrels. Kingstone, treb the barrel. Please, Kingstone, treb the barrel. No, Kingstone, the barrel, it's right there, treb it. Degao's repairing the castle, treb the barrel. He'll kill all the repair vills. Gating the Cavalier out. Trebs try to go for the gate. They get the traction Treb. They get the traction Treb. Treb's also going for the workshop. Miguel still with more Tiger Cav raiding in the back. He's opened up a 10-vil lead. Maybe he can get more raids. Score is flipping back and forth. Kingstone's raids have been cleared up. Miguel repairing because Kingstone isn't attacking the barrel. I don't know if Trebs are even... Can they hit the barrel? They might just be inaccurate. But he needs to go for it. Come on, Kingstone. You killed 10 Vils. You'll destroy the castle. More repair villas from behind now, so Miguel holding the castle needs to destroy one Treb now to keep it alive. And the Cavaliers are going to make that difficult. Miguel needs to send more repair villas. We need like 20 plus, but he has them now. Siege Engineers is not in, so Miguel just barely will have the repairs he needs. He needs to hold for another traction Treb to get forward. And he should take a good fight against the Cavaliers if they're trying to push under a castle. But he's out of stone, he needs to buy stone, he's out of stone, and he just repairs, but not in time. And that castle will fall down as Kingstone still keeps pushing. At the same time, though, Miguel is closing the res lead. Closing the res lead, has a bunch of vills on gold in the middle. Kingstone's still not in the middle. And Kingstone's going to be running out of gold fairly soon. He's got 900 gold left in the back. Miguel has 4 relics. One more relic in the south that could be in Miguel's possession. And if Miguel can hold on to the middle, he can stop Kingstone from taking gold. So Kingstone now on a timer, as Miguel taking gold in the north has actually taken a lot of it. He's taken a lot of gold in the south. So, let's see, there's, what, 3,000? No. 6, oh, gold's still here south. So Kingstone still has some gold in the south. Has not seen the Miguel's down here. Well, he has seen the TC now. Sending Vils down there. Miguel not all the way in the back. Vils fighting the elephants. That's probably not good. He's going to castle the north. As Kingstone moves around the south and Miguel's taking a better fight in the middle. This game is absolutely wild now. The barrels in the back of Miguel's base are still there if he tries to wall this off. Ballista elephants can cut again. And still no one shooting the barrel. Treb's going for the castle. Castle going up in the north as Kingstone adds more outposts. He'll see the Miguel's in the north. Kingstone finally taking the south with a castle, but there are a lot of Vils still mining gold there. What is that? That's 1,000 gold left. He's taken a lot of the gold. Another spot where... Oh, imagine trebbing that barrel right there. Shinbei Raiders trying to push this. Maybe the Chimera don't have a good counter to this if they're not going Scorpions. Trying to go Ballista Elephants. Yeah, there's a lot of stone in the middle, and Miguel moving forward to the middle. Imagine if Kingstone were to sneak some type of raid on the barrels. That one of the barrels is lower on HP now. Miguel probably should kill them himself, just to free them up. So he's going to swap around with the Shinbei Raiders, try to kill more Vils. Elite Ballista Elephant for Kingstone. So Miguel up by 50 pop. He's starting to take a score lead. He's attacking Ballista Elephants in the rear. Has a lot of Shinbei Raiders still. And those elephants go down. Miguel's clearing up more gold. Remember, you can't wall the outside because of the rock. Oh, this game is absolutely wild. Elite Ballista Elephant about to hit. Kingstone's got 12 of them. Even a barrel explosion won't do enough damage to them. Will to the Shinbei Raiders, but not to the Ballista Elephants. They will get now only 10 attack? I feel like they should have more than that. Does he have the unique tech? He does not have double crossbows, and he also does not have tusk swords, but he's not doing battle elephants, so... Extra projectile for the ballista. Oh, shoot the barrel! Shoot! Oh, pass-through damage might hit the barrel. Oh, the Shinbei Raiders would be massacred. Kingstone, the barrel! Shoot the barrel! They do count as siege weapons, so traction trebs actually have bonus attack against them. You have... Oh, actually, no, they don't. +0 against siege. They have a bonus of 0. Oh my gosh, that barrel. That barrel. So is there an answer to the Ballista Elephants now for the way? Do they have an answer? They're losing all the Shinbei Raiders. the traction trebs enough? Kingstone's pushing again. He wants to castle the middle. Losing some trebs, though. Are Tiger Cav the answer? The cow does have 2 castles for them. But Kingstone's pushing back now. Prez collected 54.6k, exactly the same. The Gao up by 50 vills, up 181 to 100 pop. He's getting another great. He's been back here all game with Tiger Cav. Kingstone's down to 83 vills. The Gao can afford to take bad fights now. The Kingstone, the barrel. So the Gao ahead in score thanks to all these great raids. The Tiger Cav. 6 Pierce Armor and no Archer line upgrades. Finally fletching in ballistics for Kingstone, but that's too late for him to stop the raids. It's too late. Cavaliers chasing the traction treb. Ballista Elephants going down for the traction treb. And then, yeah, the raids are too much even for Ballista Elephants. He's gonna get another good raid here. Dangerously running the low HP unit by the barrels. But he can get onto that wood line now. He's also taking a good fight in the middle at the same time. Still has his workshops up for traction treb production. Able to force Kingstone off of the wood line. And Kingstone's pop cannot sustain itself. Orville's going down. We'll have Bodkin now for Kingstone. But the raids have done their damage. The TCs need Vills inside to shoot Bodkin arrows. They don't have enough Vills. And this is looking better and better for Degao as he does crop rotation. Crop rotation. There are Vills by barrels now for Degao to explode. Kingstone running out of gold. Still has a bit of gold in the south. But that's it. He's taken the gold in the back. And does not have gold control in the middle. He's taking 1 pile of gold. As the Gao tries to push the castle. He will be mining stone, but at 100 vills, he doesn't have 20 vills to send to repair a castle. And Henning, thank you for the follow. Treb's taking down the castle. Or traction trebs. Has low on HP, some vills going to repair. Oh, and R-Base, thanks for the raid on Onamaru's channel. Shinbei Raiders in the back, killing vills. Hello, Beargwin, welcome in. As we have Degao holding on, trying to finish off Kingstone, who is almost out of gold. Needs to remember he has gold in his base. Has a bit of stone in the back too, but is struggling. He took many, many raids, lost his vills. He was down to 114 pop, recovered to around 140. Has 11 Ballista Elephants and is trying to get his vills back. Much better KD for Degao. Yeah, well, I think he's constantly been producing them, but they're hard to amass. They're expensive. He's still trying to push with the ballistas. Shinbei Raiders doing a lot of damage over time. No halbs either for Degao. That could have been useful maybe against some of the Cav. But he's trying just to play the Cav Archer unit. He now has Mingguang armor, and that is melee armor for Cav that includes the Shinbei Raiders. Ballistas do pierce attack, but these things will be very well armored against the Cavaliers now. A couple of Tiger Cav in there too to attack the Ballistas. These Tiger Cav in the back still. They need their attack upgrades. They have their melee armor upgrades. Maybe they could snipe TCs soon. And well, now he's down to 5 Ballistas. There's a conversion there. Converted Ballista Elephant. Degao has the Elephant. Traction Treb's still taking down this castle. Repairville's there for Kingstone. Still want to see Degao snipe that barrel. I like Cav swap. That's all the Khmer can do at this point. Only 44 farmers though. I'll shoot the barrel with the Ballista Elephant, please. Kingstone, go for the barrel. And that's a lot of traction trebs. Well, speaking of amassing a siege unit, 7 traction trebs for Degao. The castle falls. Kingstone now losing control of the middle. His vills auto-tasking over to the gold mine. Oh, that barrel in the middle of all those Shinbei Raiders. Maybe I need to go down to 50 hit points so Attraction Treb would one-shot them. Well, it actually does. It's melee damage. Yeah, melee damage would one-shot them. Maybe that's the change too. 5 Pierce Armor, 50 HP. So there is Iron Casting for Degao. Keeps tripping the Light Cav and the Elephants. I think this is maybe the last legs for Kingstone. 3k score behind. And Shinbei Raiders here in the back. No more Tiger Cav. If there were more Tiger Cav, you'd explode the barrel and run in again. Or just run in because it's still open. Shinbei Raiders at least have to be careful about Pierce Attack soon, where they're picking off more Vills. Kingstone's never got a secure farming eco. Gal wants another castle. That castle probably ends it as Kingstone's still desperately trying to hold on. He has realized he had gold in the south, but mined some of it. And is basically just going to go full Hussar spam now. Siege Engineer is finally getting that upgrade. Full Hussar spam, these villas not walled in, but Hussars now from Degao too. And enough. Man, how many traction trips does it take to destroy a castle? There's 9 of them there. It still takes forever to take it down. Absolutely forever. And repair is there as we have Hussar clicked for Kingstone. He is still holding on. Degao he'll get the final gold. That's what this castle's for, the gold. If he were smart, he'd explode the barrel himself and not let it be destroyed. Yeah, last game, no early GG. Kingstone will hold to the bitter end. Remember, we do have a 90-minute score victory if it somehow lasts that long. But is this enough traction trebs? Nah, maybe you need at least 11. Maybe you gotta start laughing at the castle just to take it down. But this is another good fight for Degao, whose KD is skyrocketing. There is the GG. And Degao, our last player from Brazil, survives to the next round. And oh, we did hit 2k followers on the Onamaru channel to celebrate Degao. Maybe not a celebration against his Onamaru teammate, but to celebrate anyway. Either way. Either way, 330 kills, 250 losses, more eco. That was a tight game in early imp. But Degao holds on with those raids in the back. Kingstone tried for the secret TC in the back, but Degao constantly was raiding there. GG, and Degao will move on. So let's give him that win. Testa de Pulvera, won by Degao, way over the Khmer. GG. And I think we still have one more set. I think we still have Nikov versus Prisma. Let's see. I think they're in game 1. I think you have one more set. So, you're predicting Nikov 3-1? Let me see. I think they're in game 1. Give me a moment. Let me get my overlays all moved around here. So that's 2 players I'm used to seeing in blue, so expect me to swap their names around. I think we'll go blue, yellow. Nikov Prisma. Let me find their drafts. Might be Prisma 09. I'll see what I use when I get into the game. Oh my gosh, well who did you guys enjoy that map? Type a 1 in the chat if you enjoyed the map. And I'm asking you because that is also the map for the first game between Nikov and Prisma. So we're gonna get right back into that, assuming it hasn't ended yet. Oh actually no, they're just starting. They'll be Spanish versus Portuguese. We have 80 seconds, and we're in. Our base staying awake. Nikov, yes, does have the first pick. He gets a free... What do you mean, our base? He get what? Oh, he has the best first pick. He has Celts. Oh, our base... Nikov has dominated with Celts on Monte Pascual so far. Our base is a Celts fan, deciding we'll give Nikov admin win for that. Yeah, so Spanish versus Portuguese, 2 gunpowder civs on the gunpowder map. Let's go. Just about loaded in. So, Nikov, for many years the best player from Argentina. Kapach certainly very good too, but Prisma and Lucho, 2 young up-and-coming players. And right now we have Argentinian maps going on. Let me just see. Kapach Lucho ended. And I'll give you a spoiler for that set because it's already finished. The winner will face Hart, and the winner of that was Lucho. So we already had an upset of the young player from Argentina beating the old player. Not much of an upset, though. Lucho was the higher seed, but historically, a new player rising to victory. And here we will again have another Argentinian matchup. As it'll be Spanish for Nikov against Prisma or Portuguese for Prisma. Blue versus yellow. Will these players know how the barrels work? Will these players know how the barrels work? Right away, Nikov opening the balls. He will lure in the javelinas. Conquistadors versus organ guns. We might see unique units. Oh, Prisma loses the villager. He walls in the javelinas with the other vill, but he loses a vill right off the bat. Not the start he wanted. Maybe the nerve's getting to him a bit. Ooh. We'll destroy the barrels first. That's a good question. Who actually knows the map more? Well, disaster there. Disaster losing the vill on the boar at the start. But at least the javelinas still are in the base. At least the javelinas didn't walk back. That would be an extra disaster if that had happened. I have a lovely condor flying around. So if you are just joining us, this is our final set of the day. Our final player to qualify for the semifinals. Tomorrow we'll have 4 players remaining. Semifinals, then the finals. For the final and 12th spot for the LAN in Brazil this July. The winner of this set will face Dagao. The other set will be Lucho versus Hart.
Monday?
Starting probably around 16 GMT tomorrow. Everyone here, a Latin American player. So at least from my point of view, they have a lovely time zone and I won't need to wake up early. Are there time limits? There are 90-minute time limits for each game. If they go to the time limit, it is a score victory. Just like in Red Bull, only we have an extra 15 minutes. We're not Empire Wars, so games will last a bit longer. Nikov recently, coming off of his LAN experience going to China last October. Prisma, not sure if he's ever been to a big AoE2 LAN, maybe some other local LANs, but I don't think anything of this size before. And I need to make a giant arrow pointing at the barrels. Maybe I could take some papaya trees and make an arrow out of them pointing at the barrel. If y'all remember the AoE 1 campaign, there was an arrow pointing at a transport ship you could capture once. So best of 5 between these two. Should be a good one.
Yeah.
I'm glad we have someone picking yellow, so hopefully I won't mess up his name. So feudal age for Prisma. We have seen feudal aggression on this map. We have seen men-at-arms sometimes. With 21 pop after losing a vill, I don't know if he has enough food to fast castle now.
Why?
Sending more vills over to his wood line. Kind of an awkward lumber camp right next to the stone mine. Pineapples on the map? Yep. Well, these are papaya trees here. But there are pineapple assets that were added. These are all papaya trees. The pineapples are on some of the other maps from the new DLC, or one of the new DLC assets. They are custom maps. And thank you all also for tuning in and giving us a follow on the Onamaru stream. Let me just check what is our follower count there. Because we've gotten lots of follows and I do appreciate it. We are at, what is it? 2001. Just past the 2K mark. And considering we were at around 900 when we started, that is lovely. And thank you all for the wonderful support. So 30 seconds faster to feudal is Prisma. Nikov looks like he's more on a fast castle build, though. That one vill loss hurts. And also, what is that? That's no loom.
Servidora.
No loom for either. And Prisma, what is he going to do here? There's an archery range. I mean, you could try to archer through the barrels. It takes a while, though. You need your scout to weaken them. He has weakened one, but Nikov walling behind it. Walling behind on both sides, as both of them are weakened. Let's see, Nikov hasn't been doing that. Hasn't been weakening the barrels. Let's see, double click that one. Hard to see, hard to click behind the walls, but Prisma more up to date on the weaken the barrel meta, maybe. Maybe what I need on this base is like 2 scouts, so you can have a scout on the outside weakening barrels too. And it will be archers from Prisma, so he will get right through the barrel. 3 shots and he's through. 1, 2, 3. But he'll go through just to see that Nikov already has walled behind this. So you would need men-at-arms to keep pushing, or a tower. Hard to tower rush the Spanish when they build their tower faster. Nikov might want to think about a defensive tower here. If he sees Prisma pushing him with archers, I think he damaged his own archer a bit with the barrel explosion. So Nikov aware of how the map works. I wonder if Nikov will be aware to shoot the barrels later. So the first barrel is exploded. And the castle age is in for Nikov. A tower going up. You need an exploded barrel counter. So one archer picked off by the scout. Nikov will run away. Oh, what Nikov could do? Nikov could run to the weakened barrel and use it to kill both scouts. He has less HP, so he might as well kill both of them, right? Oh, that'd be sick. That'd be sick. Nikov, go right to the barrel. You've seen it. You've seen Prisma weakening it, right? Go take out both scouts. Take out all the archers too. Alright, he's trying to keep his scout alive. A chasing scout, whenever the first scout turns, that chasing scout can turn a bit and head it off. So barrels go down, this side walled too. Prisma not able to break in. At least not yet. Castle age for Nikov as the Spanish. With the archers, he won't be able to go for the forward castle. So that's one thing Prisma does with the archers, prevents the forward castle. And now Nikov has a decision to make whether he goes for the castle first or if he adds TCs to boom. And then goes conquistadors. He goes conks now. He does have to do damage. The good thing about the conks is they have high enough attack. They actually have... They do 8 damage to the barrels, so they break through pretty quickly. Make a petard to blow up the barrels. I actually don't think a petard blows up the barrels. I don't think he does enough damage because petards mostly have damage against buildings and the barrels do not count as buildings. So there's Bowsaw for Nikov. Loom for Prisma, and Prisma's about ready to go up. Get a market he could buy his way up, or sell his way up, rather. So there's a Loom, he'll sell it probably around to food and then go up. Maybe stone. But market for Nikov, he's trying his best to stop these archers from getting in. He can market wall, though, still with the archers in the feudal age. And where's he gonna go? Okay, so castle in the golden stone area. He's starting to make some conks. Now the question for Nikov is what does he do with the conks? Does he try to raid with the conks? And double ranges for Prisma. Up to the castle age, he wants a lot of crossbows. Nikov's still walling, trying to keep the archers out. I mean, one play for Nikov would simply be... Oh, these missionaries! Yes, these missionaries to pick up the relics. Conks to attack... Oh, he's attacking the barrel? He's attacking the barrel? Oh, not close enough to the archers, though. Nikov knows how the map works. Nikov knows how the map works. We've just seen him going for one barrel. We've seen him going for a barrel. Well, there weren't many archers near it. But he's at least done it. He's started it. Missionaries here too. He's left his starting TC. He doesn't need the starting TC. Going to the castle. Walling off again. The archers would be trapped. Conk's ready to go through a barrel over here. Prisma's not walled behind. Not walled behind yet. Low HP house foundations. The barrel explodes the house foundations. Prisma trying desperately to quick wall. Doesn't have much HP on the houses. The Conks can still get through. They'll pick a Vil. Nikov playing the map to its strengths, destroying the barrels. Prisma deletes a wall to run. He can delete a wall, then re-wall to run. He doesn't know where to go. He's maybe oh, shoot the barrels. I don't think you can shoot the barrels there. Oh, he's going for it. He's shooting the barrel. He's gonna get 2 Vils with the barrel. Nikov playing the map to its fullest. And he'll pick off more Vils. They were weakened by the barrels. He'll finish them off. Prisma is gonna run. There'll be more barrels there. And that's now 8 eco kills. 7 by the barrels, 1 by the Javelina. And then 5 by Nikov. Okay, so Prisma, he's gonna try to go through the barrel, but the TC's up already. TC's up. They should respawn. I could do that. I could make them respawn. Through the wall. I can make barrels randomly appear on the map. As Conks are in again. Nikov is in with Conks. Crossbows are there, he'll kill the crossbows first. Kill the crossbows as all the Vils turn to fight. Wall in the Conks, but that isn't... The Vils are trapped in with the Conks now. Oh, Nikov devastating with the Spanish on this map. And there's a GG. Nikov takes game 1. He came prepared for the barrel map. He came prepared. And Kingstone now, if he watches that game, maybe regretting not taking the Spanish. The Conquistador is one of the few units that has enough attack in the castle age to get through the barrels. My other idea for a map was, it didn't look as pretty, and I didn't think it was going to work. But like I put the barrels here, was just land nomad, basic land nomad, but with barrels near all of the neutral resources. Explosive land nomad. Maybe we'll have to do a community game on that. That could be fun for a free-for-all. That's how to play the map. Nikov uses the barrels, gets himself an early victory, and with a very low pick of the Spanish in the draft. Conks needed another buff, we gave it to them. It all started with the boar kill. And I'm glad we saw that. And that's Spanish over Portuguese. Hello, addictive me? About hiding barrels in mines? We need player-controlled barrels so you can delete them yourselves. Let's see, where's this next map? Next map will be the water map, or actually, never mind, no. I had the wrong set selected. That's the wrong pair of Argentinian flags. It'll be Monte Pasquale, it'll be Nikov as the Celts and Prisma as the Italians. Celts, Italians. So no secret from Nikov. This is the third time I've seen him go the Celts on this map. Prisma is the Italians, thinking Italians would counter them. And a good gunpowder sieve usually does work well against the Celts until the Celts get to Paladins, but Genoese crossbowmen probably deal with that. Our base can sleep in peace. Our base can sleep in peace, seeing conquistadors having destroyed barrels. I've taken the night shift. Yeah, taken the night shift. I'll take it, taking the all-day shift. We've been here for 6 hours. I mean, this is a short stream compared to what we've been doing. Hello? Oh, we're not loading in. What happened? Just AoE2 things. And so here we are, both players TCing the starting island. It's midday in the US, depends where you are. 6:08 p.m. for me. That's night shift time. So both players TCing the starting islands. Italians, the cheaper feudal age. Celts, the wood bonus. Faster working lumberjacks. Prisma will have cheaper fishing ships. I'm genuinely curious now. Italians, cheaper age up. Dock techs are cheaper, that won't matter in the feudal age. Fishing ships cheaper. Could the Celts with their wood bonus on this map actually be the better water sieve? So Nikov docking forward, not docking in the back for the whale. We'll scout the back of the transport to find the whale. The build he's been doing is don't go to the middle at all. Stay here and take the whale. Oh, thank you, Rami. Italians are the discount civ, as Ornlu says. Everything is a discount. Their gunpowder, their age up, their fishing ships, their techs. All they need is a Steam sale for AoE 2. And they themselves will then be on discount for the base game if that goes on sale. So, pretty uneventful Dark Age now. Both players just chopping wood on the mainland and fishing. We'll see what their build order is for going up. Nikov just needs to match the up timing. More res collected as you expect from the Celts. They didn't bring their capybaras back. Both of them just scouting in the middle with their capybaras. I wonder what their APM is like. I wonder if they set a huge shift queue and just shift-click the capybaras, or if they're actively moving them around and scouting. Oh, the Prisma. Oh, he did this. I mean, it still works inside Murder Hole's range of the dock if you want to idle the fish, but... second dock will shoot that. Yeah, it's in the Murder Hole's range, but Nikov can garrison so it doesn't block them. So Feudal Age, what is that? Just about the same time for both players. Nikov already ahead in Eco. Second dock for Prisma. He'll have to go for the whale. Whale's just about the same distance for both players. That'll be the second dock from Nikov. They can transport to the middle for a forward dock. And then another couple of whales down here in the south. You could transport here and wall this off. Just for the fun of it. There's a Vidal in the middle for Prisma. So neither player caring about the middle. Third dock from Prisma. And I think if Nikov gets a third dock, which he will, and can get enough gold and match the production timing, he should actually have the advantage now as the Celts. The wood that we've saved as the Italians on 5 fishing ships, I think that's less than the res collected advantage that Nikov has. And Prisma will be going to the middle. And this can be the downfall if you go to the middle, and we watch the res collected now, because that's essentially 9 idle vills for an entire minute plus, as they walk to find a lumber camp location in the middle. Not going to take one of the small wood lines, we'll go for the big wood line that they scouted. Both up to feudal, triple dock, fire galley opening from Nikov, same thing from Prisma. 2 seconds slower, the Celts. And look at the 300 res collected difference now from the transport. Nikov's build is don't transport, trust that he'll have the better eco and win the water. 8 fishing ships to 5, he's actually ahead in fishing ships compared to the savings of Prisma having fewer. How much gold? 4,000 gold with the whales. And also all the stone islands, so you can get stone. And in terms of food, there's a lot of fish. So several thousand food on the water. It does run out of fish eventually, but this is the hard thing for Nikov. He needs to protect his whale, because he doesn't have any gold in the middle. If he loses the whale, then he loses the game because he can't make any more ships. He needs the gold, but it's hard to pressure that fast that quickly. Nikov also likes to play fire plus Hulk. Other players have gone fire plus galley. There's a middle whale docked by Prisma. Another whale a bit south of that. Pure fire from Nikov so far. Now's the time maybe to add in Hulks against the fires. And there he goes, round of Hulks from the docks. And finally transporting to the middle, but much later. And he already has a 600 wood collected advantage now. He's gotten the wood advantage to push the ships out. And look at that, idle time on the docks now. Only 2 docks producing, and the front one had a bit of idle time on it. That's the difference in the later transport. And now Nikov can do a mining camp in case he loses the whale. Double bit axe for both players. Nikov fighting under the dock, but with fires, he won't care too much about the dock fire. Trying to get to the galleys with the fires. And that's also a Vil kill from Nikov in the middle. Why do they never build towers on the small island if they want water? I don't know, maybe there is room for that, honestly. You don't need to gather the stone, you start with stone. And we see Prisma now doesn't quite have the smoothest gold eco? I guess Nikov maybe doesn't either, but he's still pumping fires. Fires are the most gold heavy of all the ships. Unless actually, what's the cost of Hulks? I don't play Hulks enough myself. Now I'm thinking I don't know the cost. Demos, it used to be galley, then fire, then demo in terms of wood to gold ratio. For most wood to most gold. Would you rather build archery ranges on the islands? You could find some spots for ranges. Yeah, I mean, I guess the risk is they need towers on land so that they can protect their wood lines if need be. Also, no one attacking on land. Nikov taking the dock on the water. And he's going to try to take the dock down. And fire plus Hulk still winning from him. This is what he did against Vinch and it worked. He's really the only player going this heavily without galleys or into the Hulks. And was that box formation to protect the galleys from the fires? That was box formation. Prisma will call the GG. And don't worry, in-game, he actually typed GG. That was just a typo. Capture didn't pick it up. He meant to type GG. And Nikov goes up 2-0. Military 5-3. KD for Nikov. That's all it takes with the Celts. And a very water-focused map. Prisma. With the Italians, the water civ will not win. That was a very high civ pick for him, but also the first civ pick for Nikov. So maybe the only question is whether Nikov actually needs to pick the Celts that early in the draft. But if you pick them first and you win with them, that's what seems to matter to him. So Celts over Italians. So potentially the last game coming up, if Nikov can close it out. And too easy for the Celts. I'm kind of surprised he calls it so quickly. I mean, some players would play on there, try to take the land. Definitely would be at a disadvantage from the huge investment into water not winning it. Celts are a water civ confirmed. I feel like someone had picked them against me on Water Nomad years ago. And it'll be perhaps the most standard map we have next. Saya dos Courageous. As Persians for Nikov against the Chinese of Prisma. Also, hold on, let me check this. Does it have Prisma's name in the scoreboard? Okay, it did. I'm just double checking I didn't need to put the 09 on his name. And you got with some scary civs left also. Persians, Koreans, Armenians, Burmese, Berbers. Burmese for monks on Bella de Silva. Ooh, that would be crazy. I don't see a clear counter monk save either. And Japanese for Prisma. And probably Japanese versus Koreans if we get to Fernando de Noronha. Where I think I prefer Koreans. I mean, we'll see turtle ships. How good are turtle ships will be the question then. Also Berbers if he wants to go for the landing again. He has been playing Berbers on the water maps. And here we go. Nikov as the blue Persians to the west against Prisma as the yellow Chinese to the east. Immediately, Prisma luring in that to Pier. Nikov on match point for advancing to the semifinals. He did lose in the finals of the second qualifier to Winchester. Now would have to go through Dagao and then the winner of Art versus Lucho. Art having lost to Dark. So this map, the terraced map, you start at the bottom of a valley, have steps all the way up to the highest level where we have wonderful sunny flowers and jungle. Down here all the way to the rocky bottom. This terrain here, however, is buildable. We'll see a lumber camp on the woodline.
准备就绪。
And Pier lured in here from Prismasville. So, clean Dark Age, pushing in the deer, no loss, luring a Javelina this game. And Nikov, though, with that faster working Persian TC, already catching up in Vil count. Persian Eco being able to match the Chinese is absolutely crazy. How did we not realize how good the Persians were in AOC? Even if they didn't have the Dark Age boost, even if it only started in Feudal, how did we not realize how good they were? Good morning, Deep Moon Wave, 7 a.m. for you. Good morning. So, more Vils for Nikov. And Loom on the way for him, so it looks like it'll be standard 20 pop up, nothing too special. With the Persians, that'll be around a 19 pop timing for other civs with their savings. So they go up around a Vil faster. So there's Loom, and Prisma should click up soon too. As he has Loom already, he'll be up first. And I'll be around a 15-second advantage for him. Only 22 seconds of idle time for the Chinese. Nice build. He'll split the lumber camps and go for 2 lumber camps. Usually that indicates they're going to go scouts. OG elephant crew always knew. Persians were a nomad pick, so they never got looked into as much on other maps. I guess that's partially fair. They were always a pick on migration, where you had the faster working dock for the galley war. If you were in a situation where they also had a good dark age with the extra food and wood. Vikings still probably number 1 there. Persians were still pretty high up the ladder. Maybe the 2 top eco bonus civs? Maybe right now they are. Persian bonus a bit more useful on a hybrid map. Yep, and that's what makes them so strong. It's basically an eco bonus for free. I think Burgundians are very map dependent. On closed maps, sure. On open maps, not so much. Malay, too. I think they actually have the strongest boom in the game. If you pull it off successfully, have a quick castle age boom, manage the eco properly, their boom is crazy. So Nikov thinking to wall the outside, using the rock as part of the wall, saving a tile. Stable for Prisma. He will wall to the edge. Nikov has some extra woods in the back, gold in the back. So he will be very safe if he gets these walls up. Maybe would have been, I guess, the slightly shorter wall had he scouted that wood line. Bohemians have a nice eco, but I don't think it's as strong as some of the other bonuses. I think Bohemians are strong because of the Hussite Wagon and Halfnitsa possibilities in different situations. So Nikov winning the scout fight so far. Winning the scout fight, forcing Prisma back. So stables from both players. And horse collar from Nikov, horse collar also in for Prisma. And we see 200. 200 to 300 extra res for the Chinese. Not the 1,000 extra res other civs have. And it's only a 1 vil difference now. Or not the 1,000 extra res you'd see usually in the 3 vil start like we've been seeing in TTL. You get to mid-late feudal, they're 1,000 res ahead. Here they'd be even farther ahead. But right now with the Persians eco, Nikov should eventually pull ahead in vils. Persian's still a good civ for going crossbow knight. Maybe Chinese fire lancers are really strong these days. Well, the Chinese do lack camels now. Lots of jaguars in the middle. Ah, yeah, that's true. This is the dueling wonders Argentinian players.
什么？
So scouts out. Pushing for Nikov. He gets walled, but wants to get in and wants to get out immediately. Or in and out right away as the house goes up. Doesn't have the HP to be chased by those scouts. Needs to go back to his spears. How's he looking? Well, he knew to use the gunpowder barrels. And he knew to use the Celts. So 2 for 2 so far. Maybe he's used the most of the gimmicks so far, though. Although I think he still does have turtle ships for the islands map. So if Prisma wins and we get turtle ships on islands, that would be amazing. Yeah, so lots of damage for free on the scouts as they ran in and out past the TC. Mining camp in the back for Nikov. And a house and a few palisades going up. Some spears attacking or defending from the scouts as they can't quite find a way through the walls. Nikov can always go to her back wood line if he's pushed. Would need another lumber camp, but keeps him safe. On the gold, he needs one more building to go up. And he has an unfinished palisade in the back Oh, Nikov. Oh no, not like this, Nikov. Don't leave a palisade on 28 HP. It has to be careful of scouts running through. There's the blacksmith, and he'll go up when that's done. He does not have the HP on the scouts. He stops scouts because he wants to go castle. Feels like it's a defensive enough map he can go castle. Prisma wall in 2. The more I see these walls, the more I'm convinced this needs to be unwallable rock terrain again. The scouts getting through. That's what I was worried about. Scouts getting through. Nikov has a few spears. His vills are all full HP, and Lucho doesn't have... Or, I messed the names again. Prisma doesn't have any HP on his scouts. Or any upgrades on the scout. No bloodlines, no feudal blacksmith techs. Nikov will turn and fight with vills. Won't lose any of those. The spears are over. I wouldn't be surprised to see Nikov add in another spear. Now that he sees the scouts in. Well, the scouts just got in through the TC. Didn't need the 28 HP wall. And Nikov will lose a scout. Nice pick from Prisma, but Nikov is up. And once he's up, he can make a camel or 2 to clean the rest of the scouts if he needs to. He'll go for an archery range, so 1 of each building so far. And we'll be walling the back to keep the scouts out. As long as the vills get through the gate and the gate is locked, he'll be fine. And yeah, we'll mostly be walled to the point that the spears can defend now. So maybe one little mistake not... Ooh, another little mistake not being walled. Wanted to get the range and the walls up in time, but might lose another... Or might lose a Vill. There we go. First Vill kill of the game. Prisma doing a great job to avoid the spears, but there is a poke. Gate, wall. He has a spear forward, too. Where'd that spear come from Prisma? The spear gets a kill. That spear just walked through the TC, too. And double res Nikov. Gonna go Cav Archer. Prisma pulling ahead in res collected because Nikov has to deal with all these scouts in the back of his base. Has to be careful about chopping that tree too. Yeah, that would be clutch for him to break out too. Free the scouts. As he has... Oh, he didn't scout it actually. It's lucky for Nikov that that wasn't scouted. And being castle first should start to make up some of the... Or actually is ahead in Vills. So I should start to make up some of the eco difference. Oh, Prisma wants to break out. If only... Oh, he's one tile away from seeing it. If only he saw it. Oh, maybe... No, he doesn't see it. Oh, well, Nikov lucky. Prisma hasn't noticed. Oh, is there a hole? There's always a hole. Nikov walls it. That Vill needs to avoid over chopping. And there's the camel. There's the camel. And the camel should deal with the rest of this. Quick gates. Ooh, Nikov trying to gate everywhere. And maybe Nikov needs to pick yellow next time if he's going to pretend to be the Viper with those gates. There's another Vill down. So 2 Vill kills and lots of idle time. Lots of idle time. Those scouts were very annoying and 500 to 600 res collected difference? I know Prisma was around 300 head earlier, but that is a couple hundred res difference due to the scouts idling Vills, forcing them to scout and run and wall. That was one of the raids of all time, yes. Maybe this sounds a bit crazy, but the way Nikov made his base, he actually, if the in front of the TC was too big, he could have just walled behind the TC against scouts. That is with the omniscience that Prisma would stay scouts and not push with archers or towers or anything, but... Shorter walls and it would have stopped everything from getting in. Still needs to wall his back more. Maybe also could have added another scout or another couple of spears on the way up as being extra greedy there. I think Prisma did about as well as he could to punish it. And meanwhile, Prisma amassing archers from, or crossbows from 2 ranges. But already 8 cav archers versus 12 crossbows. And this is all about Nikov being able to find and take good fights while trying to outboom with the Persians. Only 14 farms. He has to abandon the front ones maybe against crossbows, or at least be extra careful. Building the workshop with the Vills now. Chat saying Persians should win from here. Nikov has the score lead. He'll garrison the Vill. Not going... Oh, Ballistic Sin right away for Prisma. So not going for the Scorpion, going for the Mangonel. This is where Nikov, no ballistics. So he'll see, if he sees the ballistics there, I think he should know I can't fight now.
准备就
Oh,
绪，
those crossbows, if they find that palisade, they can get in. Probably enough cav archers to clean 4 crossbows, but they could still get in. Horde castle faster imp for Prisma. That is true. He does right now have enough army that Nikov doesn't want to fight. 11 cav archers to 17 crossbows. And there's another TC for Prisma. That'll be his 3rd, but already starting to fall behind on Vils. And he does have Wheelbarrow to help make up for that. But Nikov with the Persians will be pulling ahead now. TC's in the castle age 15% faster. Lons, hello baskets. And Mangonel micro time. Ooh, landing shots on Prisma's crossbows.
准备就绪，什么？
Prisma, asleep at the wheel.
准备就绪，
And the crossbowmen take a couple of Mangonel shots to the face. And now Nikov still probably doesn't want to engage without ballistics. He wants to grab the top of the hill.
准备就绪，什么？
Prisma with ballistics still could recover and try to out-micro this. Split at the last moment. Repairville is there for Nikov. And Prisma still has the hill.
何种命令？
Nikov landing Mangonel shots. Lost the Mangonel when it was downhill, and now he's just jumping crossbows with the cav archers. Trying to take the hill. Loses the cav archers there. This is very aggressive from Nikov in a situation where he doesn't have ballistics, and doesn't have armor, and doesn't have bloodlines. His cav archers get significantly stronger when they're upgraded. And right now Prisma with a forward workshop trying to push with the cheaper and more numerous crossbowmen. Nikov can raid, and he can keep booming. But he's going to be defending. He'll constantly be downhill in the fights. Forward workshop. So 1 workshop at home, 1 forward. That's expensive. Persian's actually behind in eco right now as Nikov tries to pull ahead in Vils. Doesn't quite have the same eco upgrades without Wheelbarrow. At the same time, though, he will have uphill Mangonels pushing the TCs from Prisma, so both of their armies going to bypass each other. Prisma will have to pull back with the rocket carts if he wants to defend this, and Nikov trying to find a spot where he has the hill advantage. Who's imp? I think it all depends on timing and economy. Persians can get nasty Savar raids, as Nikov will tank a rocket cart shot. Then Fire Lancers can stop that. I think Persian's probably the stronger overall cav unit, but Chinese with tools to deal with it, so I really don't know. But more Mangonel shots connecting. Rocket cart goes down too. That was downhill. Prisma losing everything in this fight. Nikov wants to head to the semifinals. He's going to dive the crossbows with the cav archers and try to chase with the Mangonels.
准备就绪，
Prisma pulling back. He's adding in a stable. Nikov has to be careful not to lose too many cav archers. Or that stable's been there for a while, because then a knight could pick off Mangonels. But right now, 3 Mangonels uphill from the TC.
什么？
Prisma losing the Vil in the middle of the TC. Wheelbarrow for Nikov. Now Prisma has to idle the eco. That could close the gap. Thumb ring for Prisma. As he now has the hill with a rocket cart. Not going to repair the TC. Dropped off res but wasn't repairing. Sending more Vils to repair. That's basically now 10 idle Vils for him.
什么？
Mangonels will turn to fight the rocket carts. Nikov loses 1. Will get a hit on the crossbows at least, but loses 3 Mangonels. And there goes the momentum as Prisma takes the score lead as he had the hill bonus. Nikov didn't have the Lewis outposts to scout for the army in the back. Lost some of the cav archers diving earlier. Now it's 22-9 military, as the res collected are still equal. So Nikov looking to push, destroy the TC. Evened the res, but losing 3 Mangonels now. Now it'll be elite skirm and bloodlines. That's the thing, he didn't have the upgrades for cav archers to fight there. That forward workshop was extra aggressive. That forward workshop could have been a university and ballistics. And could have been more cav archer numbers. Because now he can't really take straight up fights. And Prisma's gonna have the hill. Prisma will have the hill.
准备就绪，
If Nikov does more Mangonels, still won't have the hill bonus. His goal is kind of to take even fights against crossbows, then maybe could add in knights if he wants to pick the rocket carts. Trying to take the hills. We'll get the rocket cart, because mangonels need to be repaired. Gets another shot on crossbows. Prisma running into mangonel shots with crossbows this whole game. Nikov will retake the lead. Whoever is pushing seems to be running their mangonels or rocket carts into danger. Oh, double kill! Double kill with the rocket cart. Mangonel still destroys more rocket carts over here. Nikov pushing this back. The forward Vil won't get a forward workshop. And he's clearing everything. Nikov somehow surviving.
什么？
Can't hit that Vil. But we'll try to micro the rocket cart with cav archers. And we'll split the other rocket cart. Take this rocket cart down. Repair Vil's not there in time. Nikov can keep microing. He's going to stay in the min range and hit the repair Vils maybe. Just hit the rocket cart. Have a bit of a mini heal bonus. We'll have to go back with skirms now. But how all of a sudden was a great few moments for Nikov, who's now up by around 15 Vils, almost 20 Vils. Prisma somehow still ahead in res collected. That Chinese eco is insane for him. Doing handcart, that's discounted. Handcart also from Nikov, heavy plow, gold mine, and scale barding. One scorpion behind the woodlined idle Vils. Nikov looked there for a couple minutes, and suddenly Prisma looked good for a couple minutes. Back and forth game with the score flipping. Feels like Nikov's pulling ahead. 20 Vil lead for him. Needs to decide now, does he try to go imp or does he keep pushing in the castle age? We'll have elite skirm from Prisma, who's trying to fight scorpions with crossbowmen. Nikov still doesn't have ballistics. Adding in a stable, so he needs to decide how much he prefers ballistics. Might even want to repair his workshop, but it goes down before he can think about it. Needs to fight, Prisma needs to fight scorpions with Vils like a true pro.
准备就绪。何种命令？什么？喂？什么？
Oh, there's the knight. There's the knight I was worried about. No more crossbows, it's only skirms, and that means knights are better at picking off the rocket carts.
什么？
Forward workshop attempted from Prisma. Attempted from Prisma. Rocket cart hits the skirms, and there'll be a range in the back for Prisma as he's going full all-in ranges. 4 ranges. 3 up, 4 on the way somewhere. Where's that 4th range? Wait, 1, 2, 3. Oh, there's the 4th. It's forward. Trying to go forward, maintain this overwhelming army number. And smoother imp transition for Prisma. He clicks up. We'll, of course, have the Bracer Arbalest line. Nikov might need to go up a bit more slowly into cav units. Essentially then need Cavalier and Armor to fight, which will be more expensive for him. Gonna do a watchtower on the front. Persians do have access to guard tower. And maybe the answer for Nikov might be guard tower defense. As he goes imp himself, actually the Persian TCs will keep him competitive in the imp timing. Knights around the back, they might die, but they'll distract the crossbow army as the tower will go up. Still no ballistics from Nikov, being greedy, not doing it.
什么？
Knights here might die to the crossbows. I'll try to pull back, but ballistics will kill them as they run, or at least get one of them. Oh, those imp timings so close. Prisma takes a score lead. More ranges for Nikov, as it looks like he wants to go skirm knight. And Prisma so much more army with all these... all the 7 ranges. 7 ranges. He's going to go full range Arbalest. Nikov doesn't have Bracer for the skirms. However, he does have access to Savar. If he gets Savar, remember it is cheaper than Paladin. And maybe he could fight. Can't fight the castle though with that army behind it. Also the Vils are walled. Nice stun from Prisma. Forward castle. Imp on the way. Nikov may be struggling for wood if he goes forward. And open to raids over here. Maybe he needs to finish the walls, move the farmers. Nikov buying stone as he wants his own castle. Sending everyone to the top of the terrace though. Has sneak Vils in the south, sneak Vils in the north. Trying to hold the hills now. And he will get the castle. He'll also get rocket cart shots on the other castle. And Nikov deciding, I don't want that castle anymore. He's doing the castle more at home. Okay, very defensive castle. We'll be downhill though. Maybe the castle even could have been farther back on the farms with the mining camps getting deleted. Chemistry immediately for him. Bombard cannon can be a good option for the Persians against the Chinese here. Also, a scorpion raid. Scorpion raid in the eco. Oh my gosh, that cav archer slaughtering Vils. Nikov with those faster working Persian TCs, a 30 Vil lead. pulling ahead in res collected, but he needs to hold against the army in the early imp push. Bracer, Arbalest in. Chemistry needs to be clicked. That'll be the final upgrade for the attack for Prisma's Arbs. Here's plate barding armor for Nikov. He doesn't have many farms up here. This castle an attempt to hold his farms. On stone heavily. Vils idled in the back. Not much farming space. Needs to expand up the slopes more. But at least he's started. Prisma with Vils over here. Nikov finding some sneak gold. Prisma not taking relics. Only has one. Nikov not taking them either. Nikov queuing more Vils. Maybe the play is just wait until he gets to Savar. If I'm Lucho, I'm wary of that and thinking maybe I need Halbs. Nikov's still trying to raid with Knights. Prisma trying to wall up fully. And this map is so open, even with the buildable terrain. Okay, Nikov gonna find some Vils. Nikov finding the Vils, needs to take the fight. Maybe worried about repairing his castle. That is a good Treb push, 2 Trebs uphill. They will destroy the castle. Nikov needs to... Oh, Prisma just deletes the Vils. Prisma, don't do that. You're gonna give Nikov more time to come raid you. Maybe you wanted the pop space, but Nikov right now, he's housed 180 out of 170. Cavalier for Nikov. And can the Savars save him? Stables now as Nikov does a tower in the south. Vil fights from Prisma. Nikov trying to move to the wood. He knows that he has the much more mobile army than Prisma has. But will Savars be affordable for him? I think he can click it. He needs a stable that's safe enough to click it in. Nikov, where are the Vils going? Well, he has some Vils to lose. Forward castle from Prisma now, continuing to push into Nikov's eco. There it is. Savar is in this stable. Nikov thinking this is the safest stables for Savar. Or he just select all buildings, queued it. This could be it. He's got 12 Cavaliers. Can't be losing them, though. Savars will have crazy Pierce armor to the point that Arbs, I think they only have 2 damage against the Savars. Some Cavaliers are fighting already. As the Trebs push, all these Cavaliers from Nikov not really raiding. Even think of finishing the TC, so 25 to 52 military. Prisma floating some food. Nikov has gold access in the north. He has all the extra gold. That tower is great for him. 1 Cavalier here would be so important for him to keep the Vils alive. That's where Savar is coming in. Trying to do more stables. The Savars will be coming down the mountainside soon. The only problem for Nikov, he needs farming eco to produce them. And there is Pikeman and soon to be Halb if Prisma has the gold for Halb. Savar almost finished. Also the armor on the skirms for Nikov. There are his stables. He got 3 stables here. All the stables here. Prisma thinking to go for a castle. But the Savars should be able to stop that. Nikov will Vil fight. And Savars will come to stop the castle. Does Prisma get this castle up? Meanwhile, he has a ton of Arbs around the hill to the north. He's pushing in the middle, taking down TCs. Can't push too fast because of skirms and bombard cannon now. Doesn't have a way to take out the cannon. Savars are popping out of these stables. 3 stable Savar production. 2 of them already attacking Vils on the castle. Arbs coming over. This castle looks like it will go up, but at the cost of a few Vils. Nikov also dropping in Vils down to 120. Arbalest raiding at the lumber camp at the top. Prisma with a good score lead. Nikov with 5k more res collected, doing forging. Can he get enough Savars out to win the game? He needs numbers. He's thinking to go raid. He says no. He calls the GG and Prisma stays alive. Prisma stays alive. The Savars not in time, coming down the mountainside to raid. Nikov losing too much farming space. Doesn't have any eco left. The Arbs are going to raid his gold miners. He had to go down there. Doesn't have any gold as the castle goes up. And that was so close. That was another minute or 2 earlier for Savars, and Nikov probably wins the game, but could not hold that pressure. Now the cheaper crossbows eventually winning for Prisma. Cav Archer's not enough for Nikov. Maybe this is silly, but what if Nikov went all in Castle Age Parthian tactics? Cav Archers wouldn't have had to do the eco swap for farming space for the Night Line. Could maybe fight in Castle Age longer, not let that forward castle get placed, and then try to make the Cav swap. I don't know. Only Cats, thank you for the raid. GG. And yeah, Prisma had Halbs. I mean, Nikov pulling ahead in eco, but Savar is expensive, and far more expensive than Arbs were. So close game, crazy game. Thank you very much for the raid. Apologies also for the ad between the games, but I'm going to keep them off during the games. As Nikov can't close it out, Prisma stays alive. And I imagine it's Koreans versus Japanese on a water map now. Not enough gold for Safar. Maybe that too. You have less gold than you do on Standard Arabia. And Nikov indeed picking Fernando de Naranja. And actually Koreans Bengalis. Koreans Bengalis on the map. I wonder if we'll have a castle drop. And I make Nikov think a bit. Alright, we have a minute of speculate. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. And then we'll continue this amazing set. Alright, we're back. I Like Turtles is in the chat. Oh, title. I need to update the title. Update the title. Didn't even have the Kingstone to Gao title. So, Fernando de Naranja, forward dock from Nikov. Has to, I guess both players have to keep the castle drop landing in mind. War wagons for Nikov. He has done the castle drop with the Berbers before. And lovely maps, thank you. Well, thanks for stopping by the chat and saying hi. So Koreans, Bengalis. Healing ships for the Bengalis, cheaper ships for the Koreans. That would discount at 20%. I think actually the strongest water civ. Potentially even better than Vikings. Turtle ships could fight longboats. How will they do against the healing Bengali ships? Probably outnumber them. I've seen Nikov play on this map as the Berbers before, and same thing like he did on Monte Pascual. He played Galley, or no, he played Fire Galley plus Hulk. Did not play Galley. Koreans might be a different civ, maybe a different composition. So whale there. Fishing ships taking the deep fish. And Scout pushing in a deer for Nikov, getting it to the TC. And Feudal Age, Feudal for Nikov. So he'll be up first, so fast feudal the approach. Alright, we had seen pretty much nothing but fast castles on this map so far. Forward dock's also for Prisma, so if he's thinking forward dock fast castle, and he is with all those villas on wood, Nikov going to disrupt that. Doing another lumber camp. Lucky to get the dock forward on a whale and on fish. Feudal Age just about in. He'll go for a house. And second dock on the way up. Taking some gold with the fishing ship, so he'll delay the mining camp. And I wonder if it'll be 2 docks or 3 docks for this build. Only 1 dock near the water, so won't be able to afford a 3rd yet. And we'll see if Prisma was able to tell that Nikov is up. Prisma now 7 fishing ships, 2 more on the way. Nikov's still adding fish on the way up. So maybe a bit different than the classic build where you'd need the wood for the mining camp. And he will go for a 3rd dock. Not immediately, though. That'll be a slight delay. So skipping the mining camp, wood for an extra fishing ship compared to a classic build. Here he'd need 4 vills on gold right now, and he'd have to add a 5th and potentially a 6th for galleys. Vikings you usually only need 5, but you can't add the 6th vill. Koreans don't have the gold discount that the Vikings do, but kind of the same thing. If you're going pure galleys, they're so cheap. But here, when you need... Oh, fishing ship. Double fires and another fish. Doesn't want to fall too far behind in eco. Eco count's still pretty similar. We see 37 to 28 eco pop right now. Far ahead for Prisma. And there's more docks, more fishing ships. And for Nikov, I think it has to be pure fire galley as the opening, so that he can sit underneath docks and disrupt the fishing eco. He goes hulks, can't sit under the docks. He goes galleys. Has to be far outside the docks and can't disrupt the fish as well. Think it would be nice. I do too. That's a capture age bug. I've told them about that. That's on their end to update. How does it work for fire galleys? They have 0 ship armor, 1 melee armor, 4 pierce armor, and 4 fire ship armor. So whatever ships have attack against that. Capital ships too. That's the new armor. Long range warships. As always, you take each attack class, you subtract the corresponding defense class. If there's no corresponding defense class, you use the base armor that's usually 10,000. And if it's negative, then you don't count it. It's just 0 then. After subtracting. So Nikov forward, disrupting the fish under the docks. There will be a repairville. The scout protecting the repairville with his life. Thunza Ray saying, no, don't burn me. The Vil will run too. Almost kills a Vil there. And we'll destroy a fishing ship, so he's under the docks with fires. Under the docks with fires. And Hulk's attempted from Prisma, as Prisma also does Loom. Nikov needs to find that weak Vil. Now the Hulks are out. Does Nikov have enough fires to stop the Hulks? If I'm Nikov, I may be picking that weak Vil and then running. Or Vils wanting to attack the fire, maybe. Constant repairs on the dock from Prisma. Is Nikov showing us the fires are the true meta, not the fast castle, the fires? He has 8 fishing ships. He's kept the res collected very close. Prisma has not been able to fast castle. He has 600 food in the bank that he can't spend right now. Might need to sell the stone and market his way up. Desperately trying to mine gold and repair his dock. The dock's so close to going down. Nikov just needs to hit the repair vills again or destroy the dock. That works too. All those fish are on whales right now. Well, this is not a balanced eco. 24 vills on gold, 4 on food. Prisma will need to mark it up. And does he have a market? He has the mill. He doesn't have a market. Things are falling apart for Prisma. Looks like Nikov's going to take the win. This has been a great opening from him. Prisma not prepared for all of the fires. Not prepared for all the fires. That fire is numerous enough to beat the Hulks. Repairville destroyed. Second dock will be destroyed. This will be Prisma down to 1 more dock. He will call the GG. And Nikov will advance. He will advance to the next round to face Degao. That means we have Hart, Lucho, Nikov, Degao coming up tomorrow. 11 to 3 KD with the Koreans. The feudal approach. Koreans for this map I think might be the best civ. Koreans, Vikings I think the best too. But there we go. GG for Nikov. Whew. Only 7 hours today. Short stream. Only 7 hours. So there we go. Nikov winning. Fernando de Naranja. Only disappointment is that we won't see the monks on Vala de Silva. So Bengalis over the Japanese don't win against the Koreans. Maybe the Japanese with the hardier fishing ships would have had a different outcome. Maybe could defend more. But, yes, short stream today. Capital ships, screens, submarines, and aircraft carriers. That's the next DLC. That's the Rise of Nations DLC. So we can maybe just look at these brackets once more. See if they can be updated quickly for us, but here we are from today. Honestly, with how quickly we had to schedule, the fact we only had 2 admin wins, I think is amazing. And trying to fit 16 players into a 2-day 1v1 is crazy, so thanks to everyone who managed to schedule. And that's tomorrow, Hart and Lucho against Nikov Dogao. We'll need to actually figure out the start time, but I'm guessing around 16 GMT. Semifinals, best of 5, finals, best of 7 to determine the final spot. Dogao, our final remaining Onamaru player, and our final remaining Brazilian player. Looking for that spot. Does Slam still play tournaments? I'm sure Slam will play some team game tournaments. I don't think he's all that interested in 1v1s at the moment, last I talked to him. But whew, that'll be it for today. Thank you all for watching. We'll be back tomorrow. Final day of the qualifiers tomorrow. And thank you all so much because we did pass 2,000 followers on the Onamaru Twitch stream. Give them a follow if you haven't already. Sub to their YouTube channel. We also passed 30k subs on my YouTube channel the other day too. That was crazy. So thank you all for watching. We'll end here. We can raid someone on Twitch. Nego Drama, you want to raid? We could double raid Doubt since he's still online. Yeah, raiding Doubt. I'll go raid Doubt too. And we'll be back tomorrow. So see you all later. And we'll be finished here.